And actually, I think in terms of quality, Game 9 was one of the better games of the match. I think there
So it
were...
was a well-played game by arguably both, but especially by Sergei, because he also didn't manage to put a lot of pressure. He's just been defending and has worked out beautifully. But Game 9 was sort of how you would expect this World Championship match to go, right?
Yeah.
Nice opening preparation, especially by the challenger. Both sides play well with some inaccuracies, good calculation. The end, draw.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting game, and also I think Sergei's approach to it seems to indicate he understands that at least with the white pieces, going into sort of all-out defense and begging for a draw is not the way to go forward. He played it, I think, quite ambitiously for a win out of the opening. Yes, at some point he had no advantage, but then Magnus started misplaying it, and potentially, the fate of the match was decided by Sergei's inability to calculate a very long, very computerish line, which could have led to him converting his advantage around move 39.
Let's look at it. After
Yeah.
knight e7, planning to go here. The computer line is some madness, like queen b3.
Now, queen b3 is a natural move, and bishop takes f7 is, of course, also a natural move. But what happens from here is a different story altogether. Yeah, once you spot queen e7, you really need to work out what's what, and this is not an easy position to play. You can apparently also play queen c3, apart from the move we were doubting as by far the only winning
Yeah.
shy here. Yeah, I think the machine also says that queen c3 is quite decent. Yeah.
What's the point? Rook a3 or
Bishop
b3?
b3, bishop b3,
Oh,
I guess.
clumsy.
But yeah, very, very clumsy, and you end up with all these weird pieces. The rook on h3, you have to calculate knight h4 check at every turn. And I think it would be very unfair to criticize Sergei for eventually going for something else, because it also looks very promising, but...
The line that I saw yesterday, or that the computer was mentioning, was something like
Yeah,
this,
and
right?
here
A d5,
yeah.
not an easy move to spot.
No, and this is just, yeah. Machines will blitz this out in a second, but...
Speaking of blitz out, Magnus Carlsen has blitzed out e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. And that raises the question, what's he going to play on the third move? He's played one, what do we call this, gioco piano. He's played one Berlin endgame, as you just mentioned. What other options are there? He's not known to be a Scotch player. Oh no, he's played bishop b5.
Yeah,
right?
it's already bishop b5, knight f6, so I'm very curious as to what will happen here, because it's incredibly difficult to dodge very, very deep theoretical battles here. Even in the the line Magnus has played, d3, bishop c5, many sublines here where
That's on the board, d3, bishop c5, and c3.
and c3. Yeah, many lines here were analyzed almost into dust.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time for theory X courses we'll have. These structures Magnus handles exceedingly well, but probably he's decided that they're a little dry, especially for this situation.
They
and
are
for
kind
the
of
match.
dry, and also I think Black found some move orders which they previously were not showing, and White is not really getting the free slight advantage that for a while White players were getting there almost as a matter of course, like the kind of position that Yu Yangyi, for instance, won against Kramnik in the Qatar Masters and such.
Let's get to the game, because after castles he's played a little known, at least to me, the move bishop to g5.
Yeah, this is
The
curious.
main move is
Yeah.
castles,
Normally
I'm
you
guessing?
castle. Yeah, I just played this position with White.
And now there's h3 or knight bd2, we get
Yeah.
endless theory.
Apart from d6, there's also d5, which I think Sergei hasn't played yet, but it's very, very topical and does seem to give Black very decent chances. I played this position against Pavel Ilyanov in the Bundesliga last Sunday.
You took, right? You
Yeah, I took
taken.
queen takes d5, bishop c4, and in this position I think all three moves were already seen. Lev, I think, played queen d7, and Pavel played queen d8, both against me and also in the European Club Cup. I think we had this position against Grishuk. And against Grishuk, he was arguably maybe even slightly better out of the opening eventually. Queen d6 is a bit awkward. I don't think it's a good square. I really like queen d8, actually. Yeah, this is a complicated position, but I think it's very playable for Black. And it's not impossible that this is what Magnus also wants to avoid by going for bishop g5.
Let's see. So bishop g5, what I learned in chess school is if you haven't played d6 yet, it's often an idea to unpin yourself even at the cost of a tempo. I'm not sure if you throw in h6, bishop h4.
I think you generally
bishop
do.
h7.
Yeah, I was about to mention that if Black wants to keep things under control, in particular considering the match situation, and people are already reminding me in chat that I played this against Vasily Ivanchuk in a Sochi Grand Prix all the way back. I think in '08 it may have been.
You were white?
Yeah, and I lost in about 20 moves. I played that game really horribly. That didn't have much to do with the opening. I just had a really, really bad day. Made a number of horrendous decisions and lost. But yeah, h6, bishop e7 in many of these positions is the way to make sure that you... Because I think the choice basically is either doing this or committing to g5 at some point.
So... in this position, or you start with d6.
You maybe start with d6, wait for one more move and play g5, yeah.
I'm always very scared of this pin, also in these very similar Italian positions, but I have a feeling just being scared of it is no longer really the approach. But people have analyzed these positions quite deeply, and these g5, bishop g3, all kinds of approaches, knight h5, g4, bishop g4. We've seen many games and stuff.
Yeah, and also this happens a lot these days in the Gioco Piano as well. For instance, I had this structure against Wei Yi in my match in a Baku World Cup, and that was a very complex game in which I think both of us were not entirely sure what we were doing. Sergei plays h6, bishop h4 will, of course, and already has been blitzed out. And yeah, this is a big turning point because the two, in terms of character of the following game, the two cannot be any more different. Right. g5 leads to very sharp, very tactical positions. White might even go for something like queen e2 castles long. And this might be the reason why the king hasn't castled yet, and eventually you might want to consider like queen e2, knight bd2, and going for opposite side castling, which is what Wei Yi actually played against me in that game. And if you play bishop b7, it gets kind of quiet. We also should probably explain why Black doesn't lose the pawn anyway straight away. Takes, knight takes.
How does it work? DC 95, 94, or how do you do it?
In all of these positions, Black just takes on e4 and is immediately very, very comfortable. It's not a difficult tactic, but it's worth mentioning.
I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah.
And bishop e7 played by Sergei reasonably fast. Yeah.
No surprise there. It's a more solid move in a way, and
No, considering the match situation, I would have been very surprised had he chosen g5, because there's really no reason for him to enter the absolutely the sharpest structure possible in the Einstein-Berlin variations.
We'll see what Magnus has up his sleeve here. I'm not sure. Maybe the chat can fill us in. Has this been played in Grandmaster Practice? Someone told us about your game against Ivanchuk.
I think I also had this with White or something very similar against Malakhov in one of the... after the Russian club championship in classical chess, there's also the Rapid and the Blitz, and I believe I had this against Malakhov with White in the Rapid section, and I managed to blunder a pawn somewhere for no reason. And
Carlsen's played by Magnus Carlsen now. With g5 not happening, there's no reason to...
No, you play d6.
Keep the king there.
You play d6 and then you aim for something like knight h5. And in particular, if it's allowed, you need to watch out for some knight takes e5 shenanigans. But generally, knight h5 or knight h7, trying to swap this pair of bishops. In particular, if you can take with the knight, that's just very comfortable for Black in general.
We'll see. Carlsen, of course, playing quickly, so... this position can't be new to him. The Berlin is not exactly a surprise. Bishop e7 can't be a surprise either. Or d6. So we'll see what he has up his sleeve. I can recall, I don't think it was that opening, but he had a game against Caruana that didn't go well for him with White, where he had his bishop here. Some bishop g3, knight h5 happened, right? And we're being informed 8 knight b2 was Shirov against Carlsen. Instead of castles.
So he actually has he has experience with this line even from the other side, and he did play knight bd2 right now. Yeah, I think knight h5. You do need to check knight takes e5 though.
When? Where?
Right now. No, you lose the queen, right? Let's show this. Knight e5, knight e5. Queen bishop e7 first. This just loses a piece.
Fair enough.
Yeah, queen h5 and bishop g4, and yeah, the queen gets caught on h5. So
it's a tarp.
it is a bit of a tarp, yeah. So after knight h5, it seems that pieces will start coming off. You can maybe make an argument for bishop g3, but it's a strange kind of an argument. Takes, bishop f6, knight e7. Why is black in any kind of trouble at all?
I could not agree more. Let's see what Magnus has up his sleeve. I also recall, but maybe
Hang on, maybe you can start maybe by taking on e7 though. If you start by taking on e7,
and if knight e7, then
yeah,
knight e5.
Knight e7, knight e5 might actually work for white.
Okay, that's a different story.
And if you take with the queen, then maybe we can take on c6 and play d4 perhaps. And
I was gonna say, Magnus, he once voluntarily against Vichy. There was a bit of a revolution in this line. I'm not sure of a great revolution, but people have been playing a6, and then bishop c6 was coming. Well, Magnus once just took on c6 without being asked. So, do you think he just wants something like this and pretend, okay, you have a double pawn?
I think
that's enough for
in
me to work with?
particular, considering the other options, I think it's quite likely that this is what will happen, because
You go d4, eh?
yeah, you go d4 in particular now with the knight on h5, because black generally wants to pull the knight back to d7, and in many cases even play f7, f6 to make sure that he preserves, you know, as fluid a pawn structure in the center as possible. Make sure that white cannot, let's say, play d5, d5, and leave black with those double pawns on the c file. And with the knight on h5 it gets a bit awkward, although knight f4 still doesn't really look like it's any kind of a huge strategy for black.
That's what I was wondering. Sometimes, because you always think the knight wants to be on f4, but sometimes it's a bit of fool's gold in these lines, because there's not that much attack and the knight is missing doing other stuff, right? But still, it's such a natural square. Karjakin taking a time out here. This... Yeah, bishop g5. It sounds like there is the occasional game, but certainly not a line that's a priority for you in your match preparation.
But you still check it. I mean, especially if you choose to play five castles instead of you always castles. Yeah, but yeah, no, bishop g5 is an important alternative to what has become a huge body of theory after castles and then any move more or less.
And that is, once again, the intention. I don't think this is a bombshell trying to refute the Berlin. It's a move to get out of well-known theory ASAP, right?
Yeah. And in the current position there could be an argument made for playing bishop d7, just postponing all this for a turn. And
just to stop getting double pawns.
Yeah. I still want to play knight h5 next move, most likely, but by doing this, I preserve my options and I want to keep my... structure intact as black here.
You know, my favorite tactic in these positions.
Yeah, that's what I
blundered.
That's what I blundered against Malakhov. Not in this particular position, but in a similar position.
I'm not even sure if it's winning material, but still a cute little trick to keep an eye on. Bishop d7, knight f3 is check, and if knight takes d4, ed, bishop d7.
For instance, here you have d takes c3. Sure. Yep.
Therefore, after bishop d7, d4 is not the prize of idea, but of course white can make some normal move.
Yeah, you can make a waiting move, and now I can consider playing knight h5, for instance, with a slightly better addition of the same, probably.
Yeah, let's say takes then.
No,
knight takes is still the same trick. Yeah?
Although you will lose the d3 pawn in the end there, so maybe it's playable actually for black.
Takes.
Yeah, knight f3, I guess.
Okay. Takes queen. Just for curiosity.
This probably ends up being a draw of some kind. Yeah, queen c7, rook fc8. Yeah. Or ac8, but fc8 I think is a bit cleaner, so that you don't lose the a7 pawn. Yeah, this looks very equal, maybe even arguably ever so slightly better for black, but no, really just a draw.
How did we get here? And knight f3? That's what you said, I'm guessing. Right?
Yeah, knight f3, but even f6 followed by something like queen b5 after rook d1. As long as I don't sort of lose immediately, I should be able to swap everything down along the g file here as black.
Yeah. Sometimes there can be trouble here, but maybe that's not.
Queen c6, and then I start with my. No,
f5.
f5 does work. I didn't. If I'm entirely honest, I didn't see rook d7, but I got lucky. Yeah.
Okay. Queen d7.
Fair
Some pressure.
Rook f7.
Still not
Probably.
many. But these positions sometimes you can work with.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
we'll
I'm
go
not saying
3-3.
it's an immediate complete equality, but material is reduced enough so that black shouldn't really feel all that scared.
Very
And also there is queen takes e7 on move 11. We just got so carried away with this forced line when there's this very normal recapture.
And this d4 is once again knight d4? Oh no,
No,
not this time.
then you will
because-
lose. Yeah, you will lose the piece on h5 after something like that. Yeah.
LPDO. That means loose pieces drop off. It's from a book written by John Nunn, I believe. What do you call these four-letter short things? It's not acronyms. What's the word?
Why isn't this acronyms?
Is it acronyms?
Abbreviations maybe, but no, abbreviations is something else. I would, in particular, the thing you described. I think it is an acronym.
Fair enough. I'm asking, I just don't know. But it's something I think a lot during my chess games, like LPDO. Whenever I have an unprotected piece, I get very nervous.
Yeah, I have weird Russian stories on the subject, but it'll wait until later in the broadcast, I think.
Okay. It's never too early in the broadcast for weird Russian stories, if you ask me.
Okay. Now I need to remember who. It was a blitz game during one of the training camps for the Olympiads, I think, ages ago, and one of the players was Rublevsky. I'm trying to remember who the other one was. And at some point, one of the players missed a tactic, and the other one won some material. And instead of going for some kind of all-out attack, he just brought all of his pieces together, and once he's done this, he sort of proudly pointed at the position and said, "You see, everything protected." And that prompted an immediate resignation. So the moment there were no loose pieces on the board, the blitz game just stopped because...
Chess culture. I like it.
Yeah. But it's...
Which would mean Sergei Karjakin currently has an advantage because unprotected, no unprotected black pieces. Technically not true, actually. A8 is unprotected.
I think...
but hard to attack.
Yeah, that's why this show is unrivaled in the depth and
What?
insight provided.
That was factually correct information. Either side has an unprotected piece, but it took me a while to spot the A8 rook. Still, that was slightly tongue-in-cheek. It's not the defining element here.
No.
But you have to take such, of course, it's a dumb rule of thumb, but such things into account when you play a move like knight h5.
Which has actually been played.
It has
by
been
now.
played. Okay.
This is somewhat interesting because it does give white additional structural options. I mean, it's nice to play this as early as possible to sort of settle the matter once and for all. But as we mentioned, the structure after bishop e7, queen e7, bishop c6, bc at least gives white some hope.
And bishop e7 blitzed out, bishop g3.
No, you don't really.
appealing, does it?
Yeah, you don't really want to exchange this bishop for a knight. It's very difficult to justify.
And knight e7, knight e5, is this
Yeah.
the end of the story? Maybe it is.
Not exactly, but you can take play c6, b5, and maybe you will win the d3
I
pawn.
was wondering, but even then you might be in trouble.
There's
no?
queen e5 or even the simple knight of 3 at the end of that variation leads to a very poor position for black, I think.
Right. Because here, there's no f6, and this knight does not have a lot of prospects. For example, here,
Yeah, that would
LPDO.
Yeah, that would be a problem. And Magnus blitzes out knight c4 after queen takes
Knight
c7.
c4.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Typical maneuver.
But that
opting here.
actually, yeah, that doesn't renew the threat of knight takes e5 because then black will have a fork. So I would like to suggest that knight d8 might be playable here.
Knight d8.
It's also a typical move in these types of positions.
Knight b8.
Or knight b8, one of those squares. But I thought maybe I should bring it over to e6. But yeah, knight
Guessing
e3,
I go here.
c6, c6, bishop a4, or bishop c4. I'm not sure which one is better. I would probably want to avoid trading it off immediately. So a4, knight f6. I guess.
I don't know, do I play h3 to stop knight g4? Maybe not. Sometimes h3 or a knight coming here will bother you.
It's kind of quiet, but it's playable for white. Although you're not working with huge margins here, quite
Not
clearly.
for sure.
Knight e6, knight f5, queen c7 even. Although I'm somewhat reluctant to allow it to land on f5.
So maybe I have moves like this, right?
Yeah, but here maybe I play knight g5, I thought, and
Whoa.
continue swapping down.
Yeah, it's not much to work with, as you've mentioned, but Magnus must have I'm not sure if he has anything up his sleeve. Maybe it's just a position he considers to
Yeah.
be playable, right? That's
Sure. No, I don't think this is some kind of long forced analysis which leads to advantage. It's just that they've looked at this, they've concluded it's very playable, contains pitfalls black can perhaps underestimate, and so why not go for it? Knight f4 is also a playable move here.
It looks very natural as well.
Yeah.
What does white want? Still, first of all, bishop c6, threat or no threat? Doesn't feel like it's matching so well with knight c4, right?
Those two moves in connection.
d4.
Maybe he wants to go knight a5, I don't know, c5, b4 or something. But first of all, c5 is not forced. And you're sort of playing with fire here, like bishop g4 actually becomes a move you very much want to consider with black.
Even this, like
Yeah,
c4 or whatever. I take queen f6, bishop g4.
Takes f5, honestly.
Also, yeah.
Just start immediate play on the king side. Looks very pleasant for black.
Yeah, I agree.
With the knight on a5, it might, in positions like this, black often develops very serious initiative because white doesn't really have enough pieces covering the king side. No, I think this is unlikely to happen. I think after knight f4, white will still switch to something more positional, like knight e3 anyway. You don't want to allow f5. Knight e3 and perhaps even play g3 next move because knight h3 check is just one check. Like black plays some
What does
kind
black
of...
play like this?
Well, I don't know.
Or
This, yeah, once again, one of those waiting moves.
So let's say here. This check. But this looks a little double-edged, right? You're not exactly giving mate, and if you have to go back, I don't know.
LPDO apparently is an initialism,
Ah, see?
not an acronym.
Not an acronym. I had the
Not
feeling it
an
wasn't an acronym.
Thank you, Mark, for pointing that out to us. Twitter is a
I
wonderful...
would love to say I learned something, but the problem is I forget these things, like
Yeah.
instantly.
You relearn something. I learned something. That honestly is the first time I've seen this word in print or heard it spoken.
Initialism.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Well, I sort of now know what that is, but I didn't know what that is. That is quite certain. Didn't we lose a queen here, sort of?
Why? Did I blunder a queen?
Why did you blunder?
Sorry, how did I do that?
Like knight e3,
I
knight
feel all
d8,
guilty.
g3, knight h3, king g2. You probably should stop knight d5 here. I think allowing knight d5.
Whoa! It's a whole queen?
Not the whole
Nah,
queen, but I
queen
collect a great deal of material here. King h1, knight g5, knight c7. Yeah, it's a lot of material.
I got the idea by now.
Yeah.
So those are the pitfalls. Then again, you do have time to play c6.
Here probably bishop c4 because I don't want to even calculate f5 in any of these positions.
I also want to get in this trick.
Sure. Yeah, knight g5, knight h4 becomes very, very possible as a reply. Oh, sorry, yeah. Maybe not. Although I might not be losing by force here, but it's unnecessary.
Yeah, we're not winning by force either, are we? Nah. I was hoping for this.
Yeah, that actually does work for white.
But-
Queen c7 is a bit of a dampener on proceedings. Queen
Buzz Killington.
Queen h5. But yeah, let's not get carried away.
Never.
So first real decision for Sergei here. He needs to work out how to position his light pieces here, whether the knight on h5 belongs on a visually more active square or the more solid square on f6, and whether the knight from c6, it probably should go somewhere, even if bishop takes c6 is not a threat, simply because it's not really doing very much on c6. So you probably want to transfer it to some better squares.
In a way, it feels like all the black knights are headed towards f4, which is normally not good. So
Yeah,
maybe you
that's-
try to exchange one of them via g5 and have the other one.
Yeah, very possibly. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a decision. And it's, in a way, it's typical Magnus Carlsen play. It doesn't look threatening, but he's asking like these little questions, like what do you want to do with your pieces? I wouldn't know how to answer them. I would go knight f4. It looks normal.
Yeah, it looks very difficult to say no to this move, but it will continue getting chased around after knight e3. I think knight e3 is... we should check f5.
I thought about that, but I was a bit embarrassed mentioning it because it felt very weakening.
Yeah, it's not that attractive if the bishop actually gets traded off, but you should still discuss it, I think. I'm not sure if I want to take with the pawn or with the knight first, but it probably shouldn't matter. Yeah, let's proceed to the to this position. It takes.
Not sure. Do we have to?
You can also include bishop c4 check or
d4.
d4 bishop e4. Yeah, I'm not sure you want to force black to make that move. Yeah, takes. And g3, this is what I was trying to assess. But here, let's say knight h3 and rook a8. This might be quite decent for black. Although, like, simplistic approach might work for white here. King h3, king g2, queen e2. But also bishop c4, d5, as you were trying to play, yeah?
I was trying to... And knight f4, knight e3 is on the board. So we got one pair of half moves, right?
Yeah.
Because pair of half moves sounds like more than one move.
And Magnus still playing on, you know, he has more time than he started with. So this is still probably homework.
Yeah, if you play knight c4, even I would have figured out knight e3 reasonably quickly.
Sure. It's very much part of what white is attempting to do. But also I think it makes sense for Magnus today to at least attempt to put as much pressure on Sergei time-wise as possible. So even if it's not preparation, trying to, you know, make the moves he needs to make as fast as possible definitely makes sense.
Yeah, but Sergei has been very good throughout the match, and even when he's out of book, which he's been numerous times because Magnus keeps surprising him with non-critical lines in the opening, to make moves reasonably quickly.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, it's been very notable in the match that this is one aspect where Sergei realized it's important not to let this get away from him, and he's been managing very, very successfully not to let it get away from him. I sort of like this for white, though.
It's a position. And yeah, especially not having played h3 is very important here,
yes.
Because you have this option, which often times you don't.
Yeah, because if the pawn is on h3, there's, you know, many a position in which white is actually forced through a very, very unpleasant maneuver of playing king h2 and knight g1 to even chase that knight away.
I've done that.
Yeah, we've all done that once or twice in our careers. And it's not a nice feeling to have to spend those 3 tempi on just driving the knight away from f4, whereas with the pawn on h2 it will just get driven away immediately.
And that's a key difference, because we're not so accustomed to, or at least I'm not very accustomed to this g3 idea against the knight on f4.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
No, I'm saying that it seems to me that white might actually end up having a minor plus here. It's not just a position that can be played. It's a position that feels to me might objectively be a bit better for white.
Well, he's entered the Berlin, so he must have some idea.
No, of course, but
you never know if...
Even an absolutely equal playable position probably would have sufficed today, considering how solid the opening is. But I'm not entirely sure this is completely equal, is what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not... I would have blitzed out knight f4 as well, but now thinking about it, there's something to be said for, I think you mentioned these setups, or whatever, even like moves like this, and knight d8, and you might be slightly worse, but it looks quite solid, doesn't it?
It is very, very solid. It is somewhat passive though, but yeah, g6, king g7, and then the knight goes y d8 to e6, and you claim that, you know, yes, you are maybe slightly more passive for the time being, but you have arguably the slightly better bishop. Because your central pawns are on the dark squares and have the light square bishop, and your position contains no weaknesses and no real targets to play against even, so.
No, it was so close.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, whereas in the game, you will still have to find the home for this knight on f4, because it does get kicked away immediately, more or less next move, I think, against most things.
You think g3 is next move?
I think more or less against any move apart from f5, g3 will be.
Maybe even against f5.
Maybe even against f5 you can consider it, but there you
then check an f4.
Yeah, you probably don't want to allow that.
Still.
Although, yeah, knight g5 or knight f5 even, yeah.
Ah, knight f5 also.
You can even do it here, yeah. Potentially, needs to be calculated, but knight e5 queen d8 looks very promising for black because it will be very difficult to shift these pieces, and even let's say 97 next move. This knight on h3 is a huge pest because it cannot really be. White doesn't really have anything to do against it. Knight f5 you have to take with a bishop, I guess. I take, you go knight g5, I go g4. Weird position, which we probably shouldn't be analyzing in too much depth because it's unlikely to appear on the board. But it's an interesting weird position, very playable for both sides.
Yeah. Do I have to go g4?
You don't, but the 5 is hanging. I would very much like to make sure black does. Yeah, actually, bishop c4 check first and then g4. No, I take on f5, and I think I'm reasonably happy here with black now.
Probably you are.
No, you shouldn't take. I mean, if you take on c6, black is better, I'm pretty sure. Rook a f8 simply.
Attack.
Yeah.
Queen f6 played. That means there's no f5 in the near future.
What is this?
What's the plan after g3?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
You gotta give the check, right? Because that's the knight jumps. Or is there some bishop? No, bishop h3.
Let's check this. Yeah. But I thought I can take and go knight g2 and laugh.
Not sure. It's polite to laugh, but it looks like you have to be piece up. Yeah, queen g6, knight h4.
Yeah, queen g5. But there's no
Queen
threat.
f3, no?
Well, here b5 is hanging, but I will. Yeah, you should
take
include bishop c6 and then queen f3, and it does feel like white is close to winning.
Feels very close to winning.
Well, here bishop g4 actually wins the piece back, but even those endgames are probably completely lost. Like knight hg2 and knight takes f4, and the conversion shouldn't really be all that taxing for white. f3 could be thrown in for good measure at many points. Yeah, like
Forcing this?
yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, and here knight g2, knight takes f4, healthy extra pawn.
Yeah, this is dream scenario for white.
No,
Oh yeah, it was just reflexes checking if bishop h3 works.
no, it does need to be checked. It's an important consideration. If it does work for black suddenly, it's an excellent move.
If you give a check, king g2, I'm guessing.
Yeah, maybe he wants to play knight g5 here.
5.
Yeah, but let's take.
This we should not do, right?
No, f3 is hanging. That's a bit of an issue here. No, we take on g5. You take with probably the queen, I guess, because hg I might immediately start considering rook h1, h4, and yeah. No, I think you take with the queen. And you claim that, once again, nothing really bad has happened to you.
Yeah, you go all the way back.
I think you have to, but it's not such a big deal. 97 next move.
Right.
2 pairs of light pieces have come off already, and after 97 more trades will be offered. Yeah.
I was just wondering if you're in time here for a bit of an initiative, but probably not.
Bishop
seriously.
e6, I guess. Yeah, f4. I can take on f4 even.
D5.
Or take on d5. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's too much stuff coming off here too quickly. So perhaps this is what Sergei's planning after g3. What can we do that's a good waiting move in the current position?
h4.
No, in the current position. Let's not get bogged down in one move too early.
After queen f6, king h1.
Yes, that does make decent. Well, I guess 97 is what he wants to play. I guess this is another big reason to play queen f6. Stopping 95, preparing c6 for the future, and just generally improving your pieces.
Oh, such a position if I were to this. Well, you don't have to play c6 if you don't want to.
I think it's not forced, but it's a natural enough move.
Yeah,
Yeah, bishop a4 and
I wasn't sure if these knights are good or clumsy.
yeah, it's unclear because as you said, they are both aiming more or less for the one good square on f4, and even that can be taken away more or less whenever white wants. Well, still a very playable position, of course, but
King h1 might be a little too. artificial. What about d4 here?
My
I'm
guess would
worried
be
about
still
blurring
knight
some
e7
trick,
or
but-
queen g6. Probably not in this position. Although once you've played d4, it does become a lot more of an option for black.
Let's see. Queen g6. No, I can't calculate. Bishop c6 and then de looks like
It's
something bad will
playable,
happen to
but
me.
yeah, bishop h6 or even bishop h3 actually is a serious contender now. Queen h4, knight h4, queen g5, and
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
apparently the machine agrees with your king h1 suggestion, which is
Whoa. They are getting strong, these computers, aren't they? Like,
yeah, that's very impressive from the comp there.
that is, yeah. Because that used to be what us humans were dominating. These quiet but deadly moves. Like,
And this is the first decision that Magnus hasn't taken straight away. He's already, I mean, he's only been thinking for 5 minutes, but everything else up to this point was played instantly. So
yeah. I'm not sure if the machine agrees with queen f6, but if not, that could mean this put him out of book. Because even though Magnus, of course, is very capable of thinking for himself, normally it's still more likely that you're in book if it's a computer line that your opponent
Sure.
is playing, right?
sure.
Yeah, king h1, like, okay, it's obvious to me in Stockfish and so on, but I'm not sure if this is a Magnus kind of move.
Well, it does have a very concrete reasoning behind it, because you want to play g3 and then be free to do something after knight h3 without having to respond it as a check. But after knight e7,
This covers my main idea,
Yeah.
really, to go g3, knight d5, which makes it less appealing. I'm not sure what Mr. Comp wants here.
yeah, we're not gonna check. This is not the
Not yet?
position. No, I don't think in this position it makes any sense at all, because it's unlikely this becomes sharply tactical for a while yet. So
What does that mean? We have to explain hidden subtleties. In general, black is fine, because his bishop, as you once mentioned before, is not worse, arguably even better than the white bishop, doing stuff on this diagonal.
yeah, no, it's despite it not having been developed yet. You would argue that the bishop on c8 is more active currently than the bishop on b5.
So for black, it's about neutralizing white's slightly more active knights. Or I would say they're slightly more active. There's knight on e3. It's normally the ideal square in the structure. The f3 knight at least can support some d4s. Well, this knight looks nice, but it can be kicked away. And it has the problem that his brother on e7 has a similar taste in squares. Like, they both like g6, they both like f4. Sometimes that can lead to conflict.
Yeah, but once again, it's not that easy to formulate a sensible plan for white either. Like g3, even knight h3 anyway is not utterly ridiculous, because you would like maybe to play knight h4 in some of these positions, but f2 is hanging, so you need to waste another tempo on something like queen e2, and then black can maybe play knight g5, bishop h3. You probably still play knight h4 here. Though yeah, knight g1 is not a bad idea. How are you meeting knight h3 there, though?
Maybe f4.
Maybe you play f4 anyway, yeah. Knight g1, king g1, and you claim that you've achieved something. You've sort of extended a little bit on the king side. Maybe you have actually achieved something here.
Clear, structurally maybe.
Yeah, g takes.
GF, yeah?
G takes. Yeah, you want to gain space. You don't want to give black a more understandable structure after rook a4. Something like queen g5, bishop a6. Black's position is very solid.
Right. Anyway, bit unlikely. This variation. Actually, yeah, this was sensible. Knight g5, knight g1.
Yeah, I'm not. But once again, I'm not even sure about knight h3. It feels a bit artificial to do with the king on h1. We can go knight. Yeah, maybe fg6. But then the queen on f6 is a bit weird. And
Yeah,
both of those, both of those two pieces are somewhat passive. Although,
You know what? I still like this move.
yeah,
Just stopping this and hinting at f1.
but maybe black is in time here to do something like c6, bishop a4, I guess, and d5 maybe, to start fighting for the central squares.
Yeah. I might have to agree.
Yeah, this is still a game. Yeah, bishop e6, queen g5, maybe even straight away. Yeah, queen g5 will be an annoying little move here. I think if black actually succeeds in playing c6 and d5, his life will become significantly easier because, as usual, the rule is to meet an expansion on one of the flanks with something in the center. And if you get something in the center going even before the expansion on the king side here for black, it makes white's potential attack on the king side so much less potent.
It doesn't go both ways, right? You're not supposed to meet an expansion in the center with an attack on a flank.
That generally doesn't work. I mean, you could try, but that generally doesn't work.
People have tried, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, I could go bishop c4 to fight against the d5,
bishop
but
e6.
you would go here, and yeah, I was thinking if this is anything, but probably I'm not in time to ask any questions.
No,
Now
f5 comes next move. Yeah. Now, if you play f4, you're probably just worse because takes f5.
So
Yeah.
this is what black is hoping
Yeah,
for.
this is an ideal scenario for black, and black is, I think, already very seriously better here, actually, because white's center is on the verge of collapse. Yeah, maybe you can keep things sort of under control, but not really.
Not the plan.
No.
So what else can you do? King h1 is a move to prepare for this check. g3 has to be a move. It's still the most natural move in the position. Check king g2. What do we say here? I wish I could remember. Still 97, yeah?
97 on knight g5. I think we were trying to sacrifice an exchange here and not really succeeding in some of these positions. Knight g1 anyway, actually.
Yeah.
Why weren't we happy about this? There was a reason we weren't happy about this.
97, but now f4 things could happen. At least it gets very double-edged, does it not?
Yeah, no. This might lose material for white. I mean, especially if you recapture with the pawn. Like e of g of knight e6, the bishop on b5 might actually get something connected with queen g5 check might be very unpleasant here. Like, for instance, knight h3. I know it's not a natural move, but just to illustrate the point. Knight h3, queen, knight takes f4 simply. Knight takes f4, queen g5 check, and queen takes b5.
I'm still not convinced. Knight g4, knight f4.
You can play knight e2 and then probably... No, it still works actually.
I want to take all your pieces. Knight g4, knight f4. I'm not winning? Maybe I'm losing.
No, I don't think you're winning there.
That's a pity.
Apparently there are some engine games in which in this position white played a2, a4, but...
In this position, no,
Yeah.
the one on the board, yeah?
Yeah, apart from there being engine games in which this move has been played, I think there's really no reason ever to...
No, the engines anticipate all this action and they want the bishop on b5 protected for later. No queen g5. Queen takes b5.
Yeah.
That's still an odd
No,
move,
I think
right?
it's a very...
If you're humans, we want to keep this bishop.
I guess you want to gain some space on the queen side, and like knight a7 you play a5. I mean knight e7 you play a5. You claim you want some space for future endgames, but those future endgames are very, very far in the future, and you did waste 2 tempi doing this. So I don't really understand why this c6 d5 or a6. Both of these things are possible.
Yeah, Carlsen, how long has he been thinking now? He's taking
13
slightly.
minutes.
Okay, still nothing serious. This is the normal amount of time you spent when you're out of book. But the question is, has he left himself enough to work with?
No. There's still plenty of stuff on the board to play with. The position, as always in these types of structures, is reasonably balanced because one thing you have to say about the Ruy Lopez in particular in these types of quiet variations, Black does everything by the book, so to speak. His structure is very solid, and there are no weaknesses, and the pieces are developed naturally. So
right.
yeah.
So it's not like freak decisions here. You
Yeah.
normally want to improve this knight. You often want to go c6, d5, or c6 at least to cover d5. Doesn't look that hard to play for Black.
No, not at all.
Unless you can create some instant tension with d4 or g3 stuff. What was
Yeah.
d4?
No, we didn't really.
We looked at queen g6.
Yeah, we
and
got
gave
stuck.
up.
We got stuck in some half-baked complications after queen g6.
Still looks decent for Black though.
Maybe g3 now. So we don't blunder bishop h3 anywhere. A
What's
bit of
our
a-
next move? Still king h1?
Knight h4 maybe, and then king h1 or something. Yeah, I don't know.
And
Mainly I
if
just
I
want-
go greedy.
I wanted to go king.
I might blunder my queen just to let you listeners know that I didn't blunder.
But you can start with it takes d4, which is what I missed originally. This does work for white very nicely, but if you if you include the d4 and then take on e4, you will have squares along the e file to use. So that probably works out fine for Black. Queen e8 or e7, I guess it comes to the same. Because after knight g5 you still probably will have to play knight queen g8, but that's fine. Knight g5 next move.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like
Not enough.
doesn't seem like white is getting much of anywhere here. So something needs to be resolved with this queen g6 idea.
Maybe it's just a good move. Maybe d4 is
Maybe it is,
too
yeah.
early.
Maybe it is, and this was one of the reasons why we were suggesting king h1 to make sure that none of this has to be a worry anymore, because even if Black plays queen g6, bishop h3 will not be a threat ever. Yeah, chat seems to be in a very aggressive mood today.
What's up with the chat?
I don't know.
Why are you guys so aggressive? What are they aggressive about?
There's been a about 5-page down discussion of whether Sergei is a deserved challenger for the title, which I think is completely preposterous. He is
Qualified, right?
Yeah, he qualified by winning the World Cup, and then the candidates, which is the absolute pinnacle of tournament chess. And I'm not just saying that because I played in it. Yeah, I don't really understand this argument at all. I think it's just people have their expectations somewhat challenged by how this match is progressing, and they are venting, I think would be my guess. I think a lot of people expected this match to go in a completely different fashion, and
Yeah, I would lie if I said I didn't expect Karjakin to be up +1 with 3 games to go either. I don't think many people did, but I also feel like it's too early to draw conclusions, right? The match is still very much ongoing.
no, I'm not saying hail our new world champion, but to suddenly engage in those debates about whether he is a worthy candidate or not, that's just he won 2 of the more difficult tournaments to win in a row in one season, and B, he is leading in a match. So why is this suddenly a topic?
No.
And
I
also-
have my hands full defending Anish Giri on our little show, so you can do the Karjakin defending. I haven't seen that much hate thrown his way.
somebody called Magnus Bieber, which I think is completely uncalled for.
That's a nickname I've never heard.
I haven't seen this before either, and I think it's hateful and should be stopped.
You think it's hateful?
Yes.
Why?
Come on.
You're not a believer?
No.
Whoa. Shocking. I just saw this video how he punched a fan. But the fan was kind of asking for it. I'm with the believers on that one. You haven't seen that video?
No.
It's all over TMZ in Barcelona. It's like, punched a fan out of the car.
Dearie me.
Anyway, I think Magnus should be flattered to be compared with the great Justin Bieber, but clearly there's different opinions on that one. Is flattered a word? I'm really struggling with the English.
No, I think it made sense in the context, yes.
Okay, just check. Okay, let me check in with the chat. They're saying they're not aggressive.
But they would say that, wouldn't they?
I don't know. Someone in the chat says chat are idiots. It's also confusing.
Yeah, all this kind of meta commenting is making our heads spin.
Are we breaking the fourth wall? Has there ever been a fourth wall in these shows? Not really, right?
No.
I looked it up the other day. The fourth wall is a theater expression because there's 3 physical walls in theater normally and 1 imaginary fourth wall that separates the actors from the audience. But I'm not sure it applies to shows where people don't act. Because this is just who we are, but interact with the audience. And Tweedly D says, Peter, just ignore chat trolls. By acknowledging that chat, did I not follow his advice?
Yeah, I think that was counterproductive there.
I'm not sure. I don't think Tweedly D thinks of himself as a troll.
That is also very possibly true. Still waiting for Magnus to come up with something we can proceed to discuss at great length. Yeah.
But yeah, so far d4, queen g6. I'm not sure this discussion was over, but I couldn't see a move that I liked.
I couldn't quite make this work. I mean,
here it's
no,
just...
no, I'm taking with the knight. I'm not doing this at all.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, I meant here.
But then I don't take on e5. We had this. Bishop h3 I think is very strong.
Bishop h3, yeah. Just doesn't seem to work.
d5 first, yeah. White has a draw with knight h4, knight f3, but that's not really what he needs to do.
I don't think that's the script for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a little too early. Normally when you're rook on e1 to embark on such...
Yeah.
Speaking
Also,
which,
yeah, maybe rook
approach
e1 followed by d4 bishop f1 might be some kind of a setup you could consider. But it also feels a bit slow. Like rook e1 is not... Since in many positions we were playing for g3 and followed by f4 later, rook e1 feels like it could be playing against your own future agenda.
It's true. So it's still king h1, which...
No, it's a very, quiet, mysterious move that's not that easy to make because it might end up just being a bit of a tempo wasted.
Yeah, but the fact that apparently computers suggest king h1 and in computer games a4 is played means that, yeah, you're looking for a half useful move to make here and then react to, right?
Sure.
What else is going on? Someone is still waiting for the muck. I can tell you, I've seen lots of mucks outside, and I've seen Peter signing mucks like a madman. Like he comes in at 8 a.m. here, believe it or not, signs mucks for 11 and a half hours, then he can freshen up for half an hour for the show. It has taken over your life.
Yeah. I'm a slave here, people.
And 12 hours a slave.
Okay. You went there.
Yeah, whatever. We don't know what Magnus gonna play, so the usual. We have to pass the time. I am betting on king h1.
No, it's a move that, Magnus is very, very capable of playing because White needs a useful waiting move. G3 does appear to be a bit too early for it. Although I don't think we've refuted it necessarily.
Have we concluded our G3 discussions?
No.
Not really, right?
No, but knight h3, knight e7 seemed to be doing okay the last time we checked. Followed by maybe even c6, d5 straight away, or knight g5 and then c6, d5. I think this is what we're doing.
I literally can't remember. Today, it's gonna be a very tough day. But yet, Black doesn't have bad pieces, and if this guy comes out, why would he be worse?
Sure, yeah. And also, the issue here is that if you play king h1, you cannot really move your knight from h3, so Black is not even obliged to play knight g5 anytime soon. And if you play king g2, then knight g5 will have to be met by White taking on g5, which is
or
not...
knight g1.
Or knight g1, yeah, but in many cases I would prefer to play knight h4 actually, because it's a more active square. It creates ideas of putting it on a good square on f5 later on, but With the king on g2, it probably becomes a lot harder to make that happen.
Thinking. If I go knight h4, immediately
Even
I
knight
allow some
knight
f4,
f4
so-
check is, I think, a playable move here. This one, and knight f g6, for instance. Well, maybe here you can go knight g2 and claim that this is what you were planning all along.
Which, yeah, this is what I was planning all along.
Yeah, this actually does, because I think this kind of a constellation of pieces on the king side is what black should be trying to avoid. Because the knight on e7 is now a bit stuck, the knight on g6 is also a bit stuck, and you are hard-pressed to stop f4. Still, you play c6, d5, and you probably are not that horribly unhappy, but...
Maybe this, no?
Bishop b6, f4, maybe, yeah. Because the pieces are so awkward on the king side, even this becomes very much an option, despite more light pieces being traded off. It's just extremely awkward for black to meet the threat of simply like the f4, f5, either here or after ef, gf.
Yeah, this looks like things went well for white, but of course, not even knight f4 was.
Well, you can play knight g5 here and ask white to spend... Oh, no, knight g5, knight g4 maybe.
Oh, jump around.
No, but then queen e6 and I'm lacking one more tempo to do something.
Yep.
Black will play c6 and even h5 here.
Yeah, it's
No, this doesn't
bad.
look, this doesn't look right.
Hence here, but then maybe this.
Yeah, but if you have to play king h1 later, you probably want to start with king h1 immediately. So, but yeah, this is not an easy move to make, and in general, I think Magnus is very justified in spending a great deal of time in the tank here because yeah, it's an important decision. It doesn't look like it, but it's an important decision. There's a lot of subtleties in this position which need to be evaluated, and
also, if you just blitz out 5 moves here and don't get it right, then the game could, greatly simplify quickly.
yeah.
G3 played.
We're being told G3 is the move. We'll wait for confirmation, but that also isn't a surprise because you at some point you will need to make this move. So Magnus decides to sort of take the bull by the horns and just come what may. He goes for the main plan for the time being. G3 and then
Knight 3 check is gonna come, right? You don't
no.
want to go here because asking for this looks strange.
Yeah, specifically inviting knight d5 looks a bit weird, but even here, let's say queen d8 and knight e7 is not that horrible from black. Although
Looks
maybe
like I've achieved something.
But once again, you need to start calculating. Sadly, like knight e7 might hold for black. d5, d5, knight e5, c6 is what I was hoping to play.
I see. Yeah, sometimes white can aim for some mini action, things like this.
Sure, and that actually would be very much up Magnus's alley normally, but might be a bit too minimalistic here. Let's check knight e5, c6. I'm not entirely sure it works, but I was hoping to have some kind of knight jumps in this position. You play bishop somewhere, I'm not sure where, maybe c4. c4 is actually quite annoying, yeah, because then knight g6 becomes a move later in the game, maybe. f4. Queen d4. Yeah, but maybe it's not fast enough because you have rook d8 coming in very fast. Yeah, well, rook a1 looks fantastic, but maybe I still preserve a little bit of something here because there's a g4 square threat here.
Yeah,
well, might still be quite nice for white actually. Yeah, but we are once again very far away from what is forced. Here.
Or common sense.
Or even common sense. Exactly.
Yeah, 96 looks like a very strange move.
Yeah. No, I think knight h3, knight e7 is by far the most natural reply here.
And then knight h4 is what we just looked at. You could also... Do we need the knight over here, or could I
Not
choose
necessarily.
an even humbler square? But then
No, but knight g2 is weird because after knight g5 you actually lack decent ways to deal with the bishop h3 check. Well, maybe you can play f4 here, or h4. Yeah. Yeah, that might be very decent.
But I don't have a threat, was mainly my point after knight d2. I don't
Yeah,
know what
let's go
if you
c6 for the
play
time being.
c6 and whatever this.
Yeah,
What am I doing?
not sure. Not sure. at
Maybe
all.
I'm doing this. And then I resign after knight.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a mistake.
Fair enough. I don't know, it's too subtle. It's like these small positional thingies. But give the check, go here, and then ask Magnus to make a move, because it will clarify things a lot, I believe, the next white move. Which direction we're headed into. Can we make a case for, I don't know, bishop c4 or just...
Sure. Sidestepping the tempo with c6, also making it slightly more awkward for knight h3 check played in the meantime. But can I play bishop b6 even maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Because it's, you know, it's very... But here, perhaps you can make an argument for taking and just playing queen b3. And claiming you're ever so slightly better in this endgame.
You probably are.
Like knight g5, takes, b4. It's a bit better for white. But once again, of course...
I've played such positions with black, they're not the end of the world.
no, of course not. And
F6
that would make a lot more sense in game 2, not in game 10.
Right. Knight 3 check. King g2 looks very logical, or you think king h1 is an option here as well? I believe we've looked at this, but...
Yeah, but I don't understand what the point of this move is. It might be an option, but I'm not sure why it's better than king g2, because after knight g5 I will probably want to play knight g1 anyway, in both cases.
Right.
So I'm not sure why I would want to limit my own options by having to protect the f2 pawn for another move.
Yeah, it seems weird. And knight e7 is such a natural move. You stop knight d5, and this is the typical march of this penguin to go to e7 and clear the square. It's what you do.
Yep.
Yeah, we will get this position, and Magnus is going to spend another 10-12 minutes on trying to come up with a move here. That's my
It's
prediction.
not at all impossible that it works out exactly like that. Yeah, maybe you can make an argument for starting to expand immediately with something like d3, d4 here, which is always a natural move in these positions. But once again, what was worrying me about this earlier was that after knight g5 here, I probably no longer can play knight g1 because I managed to hang my own central pawn, and this will force more trades.
You take with a pawn or with a queen?
Both have their merits. I think I take with the queen here, though.
See, I don't know, this move feels weirdly attractive.
Yeah, queen h5, or there's also... I want to somehow make knight g4 into a good move, but I'm not sure I can do it immediately. It might become a good move under slightly different circumstances. And king h1 has been played apparently, so...
Oh!
Very deep.
Subtleties.
You
Well,
know,
the king is better in such lines. Here,
Sure.
okay, f4 still loses material, but it's better here now because this is coming and you can recapture with the pawn.
Yeah, but no, the issue with king h1, of course, is that you are not actually forcing the knight to depart the h3 square.
Right. So
Black still goes knight
still
e7 very likely, and now you need to think of a move because you can't touch the knight on f3 for at least one tempo. So something like queen e2, I guess, becomes maybe a move, or d4.
Read this again.
Yeah. But once
Not
again,
clear
after,
what d4 it
after
is.
knight g5, you will still have to take, and you have to prove that the king on h1 is better than the king on g2. And I might still take with the queen. Bishop h3 now becomes an idea for black. It's a useful square to occupy. And actually, I will play f5 if you let me, so bishop c4 is probably the correct move here. But still, bishop h3, rook g1, I guess, or this, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah, this is...
Trying to justify.
Yeah, this is
sort of
very,
king
very
h1.
critical, yeah.
This makes some sense, right?
Sure. Yeah, this
King
does
g6,
make...
maybe f5.
This does make some sense. So let's go back to knight e7, d4 and look for other options. We can play, I guess c6 is a playable move. Probably steal bishop.
I wasn't sure where this goes. Here, here, or here.
Yeah.
All the squares make sense.
Well, bishop c4, you need to find a move after bishop b6, because you don't want to continue trading. Even without, taking into the consideration the match situation in general here with white, I think you want to preserve as many pieces on the board as possible.
And also, this could be an issue, right?
King g2.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, not
Yeah,
immediately.
it's
At
king
least.
g2.
Yeah, not immediately.
But yeah, looks very close to equal. It's one of those where sometimes I've been known to get into trouble in these positions if white manages to keep this tiny advantage of knight e3 versus knight e7 alive, even trading.
Yeah,
for
even
it,
queen
which-
b3 is not entirely unreasonable here, but yeah, you would like to keep more stuff on the board, frankly, because match considerations are now very, very important. This is game 10 out of 12, so you're running out of time a little bit as if you're trailing in the match, you even as somewhat pleasant endgames you would enter happily some early in the match lose some of their luster. Is
You think he's gonna dodge a somewhat pleasant endgame? Nah.
depending on how pleasant the endgame is. An endgame where he has a little bit of something compared to a complicated position which might be completely unclear. I think he might go for a very complicated position. An endgame where he clearly is a bit better, he will go for that endgame. But an endgame where it feels like white is slightly more comfortable, but it's clearly nothing special. No, I think he goes for the position with more pieces on the board. Here, though, he takes d4 is actually quite strong. I mean, this doesn't work. I've just worked out that this doesn't work.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Pity.
Yeah, knight d4, rook f2, I think, is the more precise one.
Anyway, something f2
Yeah.
already convinces me.
Knight e7 has been played by Sergei, but yeah, that's not a
No
surprise.
surprise.
That's not a surprise at all. And this is an important decision now because it will show us, the first glimpse of what Magnus is planning to do in this position, because there's still the distant hope of playing for f2, f4 in the future, or there are these lines with d3, d4, aiming for the more normal play in the center and saying, I will just ignore this knight on h3 for the time being, I don't care about it.
Yeah, and to your point, d4 is the more standard plan, but it's also a more balanced position in a way, right? So
Yeah.
if you can make some knight g1, f4, or knight anywhere.
But I
F4
think
work-
playing king h1 made it a lot more difficult for white to realize, because if you need to waste the tempo on queen e2 just to move the knight away from f3, it probably gives black enough time to organize something with c6, d5, or to trade the bishops off if you place your bishop on c4 to stop that plan. So all of it becomes a lot slower for white.
So what shall he do? He's not going to play king g2.
No, he's not going to play king g2.
I don't know. It's all so complex.
No, I think objectively this has to be reasonably comfortable for black, but there's still plenty of pieces on the board, and the position is not as simple as the evaluation might suggest.
Well, it's not that complicated either, though. Like white, the onus on white to create complications, right? Well, black has plenty of small c6,
Sure.
bishop e6, knight g5 at an appropriate moment, knight g6, d5. Doesn't strike me as that hard to play with my.
No. I think this queen f6, knight e7.
Looks like a good maneuver.
Yeah,
And it seems like it caught Magnus off guard. Yeah, maybe he was expecting some other knight.
yeah,
Roots or routes? Root.
depending on where you're from, I think.
I know this song. Get your kicks on Route 66.
Very well played, sir. Yeah, it does feel like queen f6. Whether Sergei came up with it at the board, or maybe he, after some time, remembered that in these types of positions, because he did play bishop e7, d6, knight h5 reasonably fast. So it's not entirely unreasonable to suspect that he's looked at these types of positions, in somewhat more detail than just saying you will play bishop e7, d6 and be fine. And yeah, this is a decent plan, which posed immediate questions for Magnus.
Yeah, and it's not clear. Well, it doesn't look like I peeked at the computer, gives 006. Doesn't look like there's answers to these questions per se. The position is equal, and Magnus, yeah.
The position objectively should be fine for black. Black hasn't really done anything wrong at all. There's, a pair of important pieces have come off. As mentioned more than once already, the bishop on c8 is perhaps even slightly preferable to the bishop on b5. Black has a very solid structure. The knight on h3 is currently annoying without getting stuck ever, so no real reason for black to think he should be in trouble here.
What happens after d4? You play c6?
I think I start with c6, and I thought maybe just bishop a2, bishop e2. Then I want to play queen c2, rook a d1, and wait a while with anything decisive. But knight g5 here is what is sort of worrying me.
Bishop
So
h3.
we once again the center comes under pressure, and bishop h3 might win material as well. Apart from the fact that e takes d4 was probably winning material, but this actually doesn't win material. Gf6, fe7.
I didn't count till the end.
Yeah, I also thought it was correct, but this actually the variation continues, which is why after knight d2 maybe it's simpler just to win the other material.
That's
Win the
a serious issue.
Modern baloney instructs you, Jan, in the ways of pronouncing Route 66. Sarcasm is lost on most people.
It's like root beer. We are here to learn.
Yeah.
But knight d2 was not much of a learning experience because this pawn is just hanging. So, what can I do?
Here I think you need to take on g5, and black will take with the pawn, I guess, because queen g5 f4 is sort of playing into white's hands. And yeah, this is very, very solid for black. f4 is now out of the question, so you have to switch to some positional plans, maybe better than bishop g4 or knight g4, some move like that. Knight g4 might not be entirely stupid here, but even queen g6 is playable.
I prefer this, but for no real reason. I'm still hoping to say this knight is misplaced. Then again, if you just take rook a8, it's a little...
Yeah. And also you probably cannot even recapture with the queen because of the pawn on d4 hanging, so you have to take with the knight. Yeah, you have to take with the knight. I play queen e6. And,
I don't want to take with the knight.
No, it feels like we, by move 20, we've already exchanged all the life pieces off the board, like rook a8.
These are typical Jocko piano structures I've mentioned earlier. If something goes a little wrong, you can end up in trouble here, but this even looks like a good version for black.
Yeah. People play this, and for instance, Victor Bologan has won a number of nice games in these types of structures with white, and I remember not exactly having an argument with him, but we discussed it with him, and he sort of instructed me to look at the score sheet. I said, but can you really claim you're better in all these endgames? And he just kind of looked at me quizzically and said, but I look at how many games I won in these positions. Which is a very fair argument, because he was playing against good players and winning these positions with white. Well, not every single one, but often enough for it to mean that this is not trivial for black.
Yeah, and sometimes there's play here, like takes. This pawn is a little weak.
a6, knight c4, then before knight a5, you might lose the d file because of the knight a5 threat. Yeah, no, this particular position might actually be quite unpleasant for black after rook fg1 and knight a5, very easily. But it's not really forced.
You're not getting this, but just to illustrate that even the dullest... I really lack expression prowess in English. The dullest waters have their depth.
I'm not sure this is a thing.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah. Also, it's prowess.
What?
It's prowess.
Oh, did I mispronounce a word again? I'm never doing this to you. Just saying. And
you do other things to me, which
I
tolerate to the best of my ability.
You are a much nicer person than me, so I should not start complaining.
That wasn't what I was claiming at all. Bishop c4 has been.
I do believe that.
This is Bishop c4 is. That's an interesting choice, because it means that Magnus will now have to swap the bishops. I mean, bishop e6 more or less forces the bishops off. You don't play bishop b5 in reply.
Highly unlikely.
And that sort of goes against what we were arguing for. More pieces are coming off straight away. And yeah, it's an interesting choice. But it's also, I mean, it's an indication that it wasn't that easy to find a constructive plan.
But what's his constructive plan after bishop e6?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can take and
Take f, no, isn't it?
king g2.
Oh,
This maybe you're
there's no
sort of happy about, knight g5, knight d2, and this structure. If you don't get mated on the king side straight away, and it feels unlikely here, that structure probably isn't required for Sergei. After queen e6, at least the knight is now free to go somewhere.
You think he wants to play Bologan style? No offense meant to Victor Bologan. I'm not sure this move is his style here, but since we talked about
yeah,
these games earlier.
it might be true, because if you allow f5 and black gets a lot of play on the king side, you might never have the option again.
Here, if f5, well, we always have king g2. So.
We always have king g2, and yeah, with the queens off, this is a lot less threatening, because with the queens on, black would play f4 here and go for something attacking and exciting. But here, yeah, first of all, it loses a pawn because the knight on h3 is not protected. But even if white didn't have that option, you could just play knight c4 and say attack. What attack?
Right.
Yeah.
None of this is forced, and none of this is much, but it could be that Magnus decided, okay, there's nothing better.
Yeah, he couldn't
Let's
find.
try something
Yeah,
with
I
this.
guess he couldn't find anything that was, all that attractive. And this is, yeah. Considering the match situation, this is very dry. It has to be said.
Yeah.
This is, exceedingly dry. But you can still play something like rook a5 or rook a4, rook f1, b4, b5, and claim that the knight on e3 is still a bit more active than the knight on e7, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure which square is better. Maybe a4 actually.
Yeah. Carlsen used to be kind of famous for being able to squeeze something out of such positions, but so far Karjakin's defensive prowess has not let him down in this match. Even though, as we said, he did get into trouble in game number 3 out of a very innocuous looking, at least to my eyes, starting position.
Initially, it really wasn't anything at all. Yeah, and there were only 3 pieces counting the kings on the board for each side. So to see Magnus outplay Sergei in that game was very, very instructive and very impressive. But he failed to win that, and I think we keep on coming back more and more to those 2 games.
Yeah, 3 and 4, of course.
3 and 4.
Using the power of hindsight are key moments. Well, the computer, not surprisingly, is not impressed by this in the slightest. He says a6, f6. And what do you want from me?
As long as you don't lose the A file, then it doesn't seem like black is actually losing the A file there. You're not really getting very, very... yeah, and the machine also, instead of bishop e6, and this has become a lively discussion in chat, apparently the computer likes b7, b5 right now.
Oh, this is not gonna happen. I'm betting all of chat. Because here you're not supposed to take, even though, I don't know. But this makes some sense, at least keeping some play in the position.
Sure.
Even though.
Yeah.
Still not. Tremendously scary.
No. And as for b5 in the current position, it probably is not a bad move at all, but it's a bit incongruous. Yeah, it's a bit incongruous considering the match situation. Black doesn't really need that. Although, yeah, it does make sense. Bishop b3, a5.
Point of takes just rook b8 and you activated your rook.
Yeah, b2 is actually a decent square for this rook here.
That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, even the fact that you have to calculate, if you continue this line for a second, bishop b5, rook b8, bishop c2, rook b4, bishop c4, rook b2. You are in charge of putting moves on the board, so
yeah. Which moves? I was distracted. Someone said I have to eat my hat if b5 happens. But
people are telling us g5 was played. This is
g5. That's almost as surprising as b5, but still stops me from John D. Rocketduck fate. What's that his name? g5? Why would he play g5? I don't believe that. You sure you didn't forget an n?
I would need...
Nah, I don't think that's been played. I don't believe you. You need more people.
We have 3 or 4 already, but... And that, in the previous broadcasts, was the threshold where we started believing things that chat said. But yeah, this really
I
does.
only count 2. Now I started checking. Yep. I do not believe g5 one bit. Doesn't look like a good move, and it does not look like this is what the match situation
Yeah, no, that would be an extremely weird decision, and yeah, it looks like we got slightly trolled there by people who wanted to troll us and succeeded in their nefarious purposes. Can you succeed in purposes? You probably can't succeed in purposes.
I've never succeeded or had purpose, so I can't answer. But none of the pawns will make it to the 5th rank.
No, that I think is no. That I think is maybe an overstatement.
What, he's gonna play c5, a5,
No, let's
g5,
just
h5?
one thing I
d5.
wanted to discuss. b5, bishop b5, rook b8. I think it might depend on bishop c4, rook b2, king g2. The rook on b2. If black needs to spend the tempo here on bringing that rook back, because after bishop b3 it might get lost, to be honest, then the whole idea is maybe not that attractive. Although you can still play rook b6 here and claim that you are now in charge of this file.
He's not gonna play b5.
Yeah, I don't know. Very unlikely, but not impossible.
Also, after bishop b3, have you achieved anything? Like, I can see the computer wants a5, but b5, a5, it's not what
And also after
a human would consider priority number 1.
Yeah, and the machine connects this with the idea of meeting a4 with b4, and yeah, that just looks.
Let's create some weaknesses.
Yeah, let's create weaknesses. Let's create a protected passed pawn for white on the a file. It just doesn't seem likely. All of these moves could very easily be good.
I'm sure they are. I'm just saying they won't happen.
Yeah, but yeah. People are asking if we ever get sent cake for this into the show, and no, we get sent pizza.
We do?
By the kind people sitting next to us in offices, and
But we do accept cake gifts. Like,
Yeah, no.
I'll eat anything that gets delivered to this office because I trust the chat. They would not like do anything bad with the cakes. So send them over here.
sure, yeah, we really want this, and he will watch him now jump away from the chair and sit 5 meters away from the broadcast. But if this becomes more like TMS, I'll be very, very happy. Luckily, he doesn't understand what that means. So
No, you misspoke. You meant TMZ, right? And I absolutely agree with that statement. So, Justin Bieber, Barcelona, pro or con?
Yeah, what a wonderful pigeon I see out of the window. And I will stop at this. Yeah. Not old enough to imitate. Yeah. I will lose my captive audience here if I persist with this. Still waiting for a move. I mean, bishop e6 is fine. c6 is probably also a reasonable move to suggest. But I really, considering the option, and I think in game 9 Sergei played a very, very objective game, not going for a draw when he had a forced draw, continuing to press. But today, I think it will be difficult for him to avoid.
You also start thinking about it, right? You're black today, and if you manage to draw today, then it's only 2 games to go. You're white next game.
I think it's very difficult to not think about simplifying whenever you offer the chance, and therefore bishop e6 must be the first move that his eye is drawn to.
But maybe that's what Mr. Carlsen is hoping for.
Yeah, maybe it's a devious plan by Magnus to force black into slightly non-optimal decisions just because they take pieces off. Yeah, like for instance, this you already like quite seriously with white.
Attack. Chess becomes much simpler if you have the computer running. I'm gonna stop doing that now. But there's some dangers, and I would imagine that bishop c4, a slightly weird move, is based on the assumption that bishop e6 is the most natural, but he actually likes what's happening after bishop e6. And this line I gave looked quite sensible.
Sure, I'm not sure knight g5 is forced though.
No, of course.
Once again, I think in this position we were trying to play f5. But now queen b3 though, yeah. Yeah, now probably you switch to the queen b3 plan actually. Yeah.
And knight g5 is
No,
some
but this is
structural.
Yeah, no, this is suddenly very,
Problems.
very, very attractive for white because
Even f3. About.
yeah, you could maybe make an argument that even the rook endgame is not entirely equal. Like takes, and if I manage f3 followed by king h3, g4, like play f3 immediately, a7 is hanging, so you need to waste a tempo on something like a6, and I play king h3, king g4. Maybe I have some pressure, although the king comes to g6, probably this is not very much. It's a very nice square for the white king, but also it doesn't really achieve a great deal. Maybe I got overly excited there.
Also, after these moves, which make lots of sense.
Whoa. Nice.
It's not such a nice square anymore.
No, not anymore.
But I have to admit, this b4, b5 was...
Yeah, no, that was just to illustrate the point. But the point is very nicely illustrated, I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Still, this is the kind of business that white is hoping for after knight. Maybe knight g5. There's more than one playable line.
Yeah, there's plenty of options here for white. Black doesn't really want to do anything to his structure just yet. There's really no necessity for any of this. Yeah.
It's a big decision for Karjakin. And yeah, I quite like Carlsen's move. Maybe not objectively, I'm sure this computer stuff, b5 and so on is a good move, but humanly speaking, bishop e6 is the move you want to play, and if that's not ideal or gives white some chances, it's a fair enough gamble or test, this bishop c4, to see how his opponent reacts.
No, I think it's a good move psychologically because you dangle this idea in front of Sergei's face. You tell him, now if you want, you can take more pieces off at the price of maybe slightly worsening your position. Not a great deal, but slightly worsening your position. Yeah. Do you accept the challenge or not? And it has, at the very least, has already taken around 15 minutes off Sergei's clock. Whereas he probably had a move prepared against the natural moves like d4 or queen e2. He probably had a very decent idea what he was going to do. It probably started with him playing c6 and then choosing the next option. But you can still play c6 even here, of course. It hasn't suddenly been outlawed. What does Magnus do if black does play c6, by the way?
I'm not sure. d4 feels like a weird move to combine with bishop c4.
If you wanted to play d4, you probably wanted to do it on a previous move, because bishop e2 really does look a lot more natural there than bishop c4.
Is this the time to finally... Nah. Still haven't really won any time. I don't know. Queen e2. I don't know.
Maybe a4 and just continue gaining space. But then all of those endgames are no longer available because we robbed ourselves of the queen b3 move. So bishop e6,
Same
for
with
instance.
queen e2, actually.
Yeah. Careful.
Carlos MF Santos, is this the most dull World Championship match I have seen? I don't know. I find it quite, well, surprising in narrative, and I even think the chess content, well, the level we can criticize, but the tension is very much there, so I don't really find it dull.
No.
Personally, let me think back. What did I find dull? No, actually, World Championship matches, I'm always kind of interested.
Yeah, no, I just did disagree with the sentiment, and yeah.
What's the first World Championship match you followed? For me, it was 1990, I believe, Kasparov-Karpov in Lyon and New York.
No, the one I followed seriously was probably starting from the second one, from the 85 match. I was already serious enough about chess, I think, to follow it very, very seriously. Not that I have a...
85 was Moscow?
think so, yeah.
And then 86, 87 was Seville.
Yeah, and then London, St. Petersburg, I think, and I visited that one. I remember I visited the match on the day where Kasparov lost a very painful game in the Queen B3 Grunfeld, and I was a hardcore Kasparov fan in those days, so that was, you know.
Do you cry?
I didn't cry, but I felt like the universe was conspiring against me because it was the 17th game. It was also, I believe, on the 17th of I want to say November, and I was born on the 17th, so I thought this is a good number, and I'm there to lend my moral support, so everything will be fine. And he just got wiped off the board in some long theoretical line. And I felt, why is this happening? This is not supposed to be happening.
Do you feel guilty that you jinxed him with your presence, by your presence?
No, I wasn't. Now I would probably, but in those years I was slightly saner. I just felt sad. That I think was the beginning of that sequence where he lost 3 in a row. Then he lost some position with white, and then he lost another one, I think, in the Grunfeld in the 19th. I think that's the sequence.
I've never been at a World Championship match, now that I think about it. Just sad. Note to self, go to a chess World Championship.
And since a move does not seem to be forthcoming immediately, perhaps it's as good a time as any for us to go on our first break and to bring you Fiona's segment on the social media.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 10 of this World Chess Championship match where Sergei Karjakin...
These days, there was a choice for Sergei Karjakin to go for very, very sharp lines, but obviously absolutely uncalled for considering the match situation. You can play like d6 and g5 here, and it actually is very playable for black, but would be a huge shock, to be honest, if he suddenly decided to do that, because, I mean, he is not the one who has to play for a win in all remaining games. And yeah, the position we have on the board right now is dry. It's still very playable, simply because, there are pieces on the board. The plans can get a lot more complicated in the future. Like if white somehow manages to drive the knight away from h3, he might start playing for the f4 break. g4 is always a move you could consider in positions like this, and so on and so forth. But the structure is symmetrical. A pair of bishops have come off. More light pieces could get exchanged at any point. Bishop e6, for instance, either here or after c6, and for instance a4. And c6 bishop b3 apparently has been played.
Bishop b3 I'm not sure about. It has the pro, or maybe at least it's the option. It's kept alive to still put the queen on b3 one day.
I'm really wondering if
the bishop can never go back here.
Yeah, I really am wondering if he's taunting Sergei with this option of playing bishop b6 here.
Feels like that a bit, right? Yeah. Especially bishop b3. He's teasing. He still wants to take.
Yeah, apparently takes and king g2 is still quite decent for white, despite the fact that you've wasted a tempo on, gave black a tempo with c6. Although, I mean, black is not doing that horribly in this position by any means, but yeah, it appears as if Magnus realized that there is no immediate plan available to him which would improve his position drastically, and he is now just consistently passing the option back to Sergei and saying, no, you choose what happens with this game for the time being.
Which sometimes is a more unpleasant way having to play than calculating sharp variations, right? Because if you give a choice, you can make mistakes. Well, if you're forced to find only moves, you often find them.
I think it's a very decent decision, maybe from a psychological viewpoint, and also a somewhat, innocuous and natural-looking move like c7, c6, according to our website. And I mean, these figures may not be precise, but they're close to actual figures. c6 cost Karjakin 31 minutes. And that is
Carlsen expected that move, so he blitzed out bishop b3.
Bishop b3 in 9 seconds. So you win half an hour, pretty much.
I don't do math much, but I would say you win 31 minutes.
Yeah, and
37 seconds?
35, yeah, but okay.
Close.
But I mean, it is a valid point in positions like this, yeah, because Magnus is now once again in a very, very comfortable situation on the clock. We're 16 moves in. Magnus has more than an hour. Sergei left himself 40 minutes. The position,
it's not a disaster in a simplified position like this, but it shows a bit of a trend that normally I was praising him earlier that he would just make moves like c6 or whatever, random sane moves within a minute and not spending much time on it.
Yeah, but this has taken him a great deal of time, and also it does feel like, with black, you probably don't consider bishop b3 to be the most critical reply to c6, to be honest.
No, you calculate
d5, yeah, d5 wasn't really a threat, I think, at that position. So you think a4 is possible, d4 is possible, many moves, but bishop b3 probably wasn't the center of your thinking. So you are very likely to start thinking again here, and he already has 40 minutes for 24, which is not a lot of time, even with the 30-second increment. And I think since there really isn't any argument that white is objectively a lot better here, what we are seeing is Magnus trying to put as much practical pressure on his opponent as possible.
I'm wondering how future chess books will read. I feel it heavily depends on the outcome of this game, as if we will praise him as a master psychologist, or we will criticize him as not playing any critical moves or sharp moves. It's so hard.
Yeah, no, but result-oriented thinking is not the way to go in most cases. So
I understand, but it's still how the tales are written. Normally, it depends on the outcome.
No, I'm not arguing with your assertion that this is what will happen, and this is how history books will treat this. I'm just saying it's maybe not, entirely correct. I quite like this approach because the previous 4 white games did not really show any particular superiority in terms of preparation for Magnus. I mean, in a sense that I don't think it was very likely that he would suddenly refute something and get a huge advantage out of the opening. Therefore, going for a very quiet position, but a position with still 30 pieces on the board, and a position in which black does have to take a number of small decisions one after the other, and this might lead. I mean, nerves. Sergei arguably was the calmer and the more confident of the two over the course of this match. But now that the goal is so close at hand,
when the hunter becomes the hunted, his nerves can also start showing up.
Sure, I mean he is 3 games away from achieving the absolute pinnacle of his profession, and if he is entirely calm about it, I mean it's unlikely. I think
he has good nerves, but he is human.
Yes. I think it would be completely inhuman to be completely unaffected by the match situation. So just giving him option after option after option and telling him, you sit at the board and decide which one of these quiet moves is slightly better than the other. And I will continue blitzing out replies to it. It's not a bad idea at all.
No, but I don't know. Maybe this was also a conscious decision by Magnus or Team Carlsen that they thought, okay, let's stop forcing the issue. Karjakin calculates well, slow down a bit and give him more decisions. Because it felt like in game, which was the one he lost? 8?
Yeah.
He didn't have that sort of patience, right? He kept pushing it at every moment.
No, I think the opening approach was very similar, but then he felt that the position was too simple, and he kept really pushing it past the breaking point, and eventually pushed it way past the breaking point.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens today. It still isn't, anything special at all for White.
No,
clearly.
We shouldn't make it sound like White is winning here. It's an equal position.
Yeah.
The only advantage he has so far is on the clock.
But it is becoming very, very significant. We were taught, I think, as children that half an hour is half a pawn.
Okay, that's an interesting...
So, by that estimation, White is quite seriously
Grishog missed that day of school?
He feels he can compensate for it. But, no, I think he's aware. But... he plays the way he plays, and if it works for him, it works for him.
I was just going for pun. Therefore, 0-0 on the board. Half an hour is half a pawn. 0-5. Yeah, normal opening advantage for White.
Yeah, I think White should. Considering the clock situation, White should be reasonably happy with this position. Obviously, all these types of, let's use air quotes there, calculations are a little bit ridiculous and should not really be used very, very seriously, but still. Time advantage is an important factor, especially when the stakes are this high and the match is this tense.
Normally time advantage doesn't stay though, right? Unless something happens on the board. You have a feeling always both. At some point both players will be down to 10 minutes for 7 moves.
It's not impossible, but yeah, I feel that a lot of what Magnus has done today seems to indicate that he is, very serious about this idea of thinking extremely hard on Sergei's time,
right,
in order to make his moves as instantly as possible to maintain this constant pressure on the clock.
And this might sound like common sense, but it's actually not typically done in chess, right? Normally, and we've seen this even during this match, players prefer to relax when it's their opponent's move, because it's hard to guess anyway, and you want to save energy. So I don't know that many people that
I've
seen
that done by Vishy in slightly different circumstances. Vishy was always, I think, very, very good at doing this in positions he disliked. Like if you got Vishy into a situation where he was quite clearly worse, he would, I think, at some point take one very, very long thing, which is what Magnus actually has done with Bishop c4 here. Try and delve as deep into the position as possible. And then he would start playing at absolutely machine gun speed whenever possible to keep you at the board, not let you relax, not let you feel confident, that...
I've played Vishy, it's not very pleasant.
Yeah. And yeah, I've ruined very good positions against this when playing against Vishy, because it does put you under tremendous pressure to sort of keep playing at his speed, because otherwise you run into very serious time issues. You have to play at his speed, match his speed without dropping the quality, and that's not easy.
No. So what do we learn from this? Karjakin is taking his time here.
He is thinking once again.
It's hard to make a serious mistake, but the computer moves are moves like rook b8, which no human would ever play.
Yeah.
But basically passing moves, which is interesting.
Yeah, like a5 or b5, I don't know.
A5 is natural. Like a5 is a move you could imagine, but then once you get into your own head, you can also think this might weaken the b6 square and might create a target on a5 for the knight later.
Yeah. Sure, all of these decisions are actually somewhat committal, because they change the structure for the future, and you have to assess whether this is a change for the better or worse. And yeah,
a5 might be a change for the worse. Actually, these are targets.
Could very easily be a change you might not enjoy later in the game. Sure, no, it's As mentioned, the position looks innocuous right now, but once things start happening, you have to evaluate everything you do, in the context of, potential structure changes here and so on. But yeah, less than 32 minutes for Sergei left with still 25 moves to go. That's not a particularly comforting situation.
Natchez is asking us to change the topic a little, and he's saying, Peter and Jan, what do you think of his time management situation to get to time control?
Yeah, let me restate what I've just restated for like 10 times in a row and try and find different words to say the same things.
That's my point. I don't think it's that serious as of yet, and I do understand in a way why he's taking his time, but it's something he hasn't done in the previous games, which I think, brings us to 10 minutes ago in this conversation.
Yeah.
And people are getting impatient. Even Don G is losing it. He's saying, what is he doing? Way too long. Don G does have a fish as a profile pic, is that correct? I'm not sure about it.
Is that a fish?
It looked like a fish, but my eyesight is not what it used to be.
Looked like a king cobra to me, but I'm looking for it from even further away.
Don G, please clarify if your profile picture is a king cobra or a fish.
Yeah, we'll find out eventually. The big questions of the day always get resolved eventually somehow.
Right.
Knight g6.
Rook b8? Oh no.
Knight
Rook b8 was
g6.
my move. Knight g6 played. Interesting. Naturally enough.
Well, it
kind of.
yeah, it stops knight h4. So, for instance, the maybe possible plan of playing queen e2 and then knight h4 is no longer possible. But on the other hand, you've more or less ruled out playing d6, d5, at least in the immediate future. And yeah, something like queen e2 here, pass the move again. Ask black, okay, so you've made this move, which is what is your next move? Like bishop e6?
This takes f3 was my point.
Yeah, that probably is a good point, because now I cannot play king
Now
g2
with
because of this. It's a yeah.
Yeah, that's probably his idea, because queen e2 is the most natural move, but then you can go here.
Sure. But maybe now we can switch to playing in the center, something like d3, d4, bishop c2, rook a d1. No.
Yeah, for sure.
And once the bishop actually reaches c2, knight f5 becomes a topic of discussion. Trying to cut that knight h3 or knight on h3 away from, not away, off from its support base.
Don G is saying his profile pic is somewhere between a gnat, I don't know what a gnat is, and an elephant.
Gnat. Gnat is like a mosquito.
A mosquito and an elephant. Probably a prairie dog.
People are saying it's a meerkat. We should know what meerkats are because of all those ads with Arshavin doing the meerkat accent.
I don't know why I spent my time thinking about meerkats.
Nor should you probably, but those ads were very funny.
Even the animal banter is not working today. Like, if you can't talk about animals, what can you talk about? And I meant myself, not you.
Yeah, but after knight g6, apart from the plan of playing queen e2 and then maybe knight d2, although I don't know what that achieves, or maybe queen e2 followed by rook a d1 and d4, it's not that easy to formulate a plan for white.
What's wrong with this plan?
Nothing. Nothing. I'm just looking for something else to mention and struggling. Maybe you can even start with d4. I'm not sure I need queen e2. What's wrong with this?
Nothing. Yeah, this knight g6, I don't know. Like, this knight was doing stuff on e7. Once again, too early to say, but it does feel like Magnus's guerrilla warfare. That doesn't make any sense, but treading water, treading lightly, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Waiting, making Sergei take decisions, at least has made the game a little more lively. I'm not sure if he's better or anything, but it's...
No, he probably objectively hasn't left the margins of equality just yet. But no, it's a position in which a lot can happen once pieces sort of get in touch with the sides are currently playing more or less in their own halves, apart from this knight on h3, which is a bit of an intruder. But once contact is actually established, things could very easily liven up considerably.
How do you establish contact? D4 is the main.
D4, I think, will have to be at the very least seriously considered by Magnus, either immediately or maybe after a couple of moves to prepare it.
What do you think is the over-under on how much time will Magnus spend on his next move? At least he's not blitzing anymore.
Yeah, I think knight g6 came as a bit of a surprise because, it did feel like on e7 it was doing a reasonably decent job, so there was no real call to move it anywhere, and now Magnus is re-evaluating his options. But I think queen e2 is most in keeping with what he was doing so far. I think.
Clearly Sergei's point is bishop e6, so I don't think he can
You think?
make him. You don't think so? I believe that.
I'm not sure. Why wouldn't you start with it then?
Because
you
FE.
you want to take FE. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
Bless you.
Don G keeps teaching me. It's a reference to the old chess proverb about chess being a sea for a gnat to drink or an elephant to bathe. Huh.
Not sure if I'm aware
I
of that
don't
one.
get that proverb. So it's quite a big sea for a gnat and small bathtub for the elephant.
I'm not touching any of that. I got very, very confused by this.
Me too, that's why I'm trying to figure it out. Where is the wisdom? Does it mean like chess can be very complicated or very easy depending on your weight?
Yeah, possibly.
That's the only explanation I can think of. And I also learned a new word, gnat. It's a mosquito?
Well, a mosquito is a mosquito, but it's a flying, biting insect. That,
Oof, I don't like those.
yeah, nobody does.
What's going on in the chat? Looks like Grandmaster Ben Feingold, if that's him, is gracing the chat with his presence. Or, I don't know, maybe he's plugging his stuff. Anyway, there seems to be a lively discussion. What's going on? Don G. Sopico beat the head out of the heck. People are following my rule of using heck out of you in blitz. Whoa, sick burn.
Yeah. Don't really understand why this is in any way sensational. She's a very good player.
A mosquito is a mosquito. That makes sense to me. Chess Pagol is saying danger. Absolutely right. The game of puzzled and uncertainty. Is that still chess? What are all these ancient proverbs?
It brings to mind the Irish ballad by Tom Lehrer, which I think starts by him saying, and this is an ancient Irish ballad I wrote a couple of days ago. I think many of these proverbs are only ancient because people are saying they're ancient. I don't think. I have a suspicion many of them are made up on the spot right now.
Ah. So your point is, how can it be ancient if you just wrote it a couple of days ago?
It's not my point. It's Tom Lehrer's point.
Never heard of the dude. I'm trying to say... No, I think you guys all figured out I'm trying to say something smart and failing. But this position, it's still a little too deep for me. Like, I understand how you can end up in small trouble here with black, because normally I'm black in these situations. And I have ended up in small trouble in these positions after bishop e6 takes, and either queen e6 or fe and d4, and all of a sudden your knights are slightly worse than the other knights and so on. Like, I know things can go wrong, but I don't have a feel for white, like what you're opting for. Do you just, you make useful moves and wait? Or
I think so. And yeah, Queen E2 apparently played. And I was about to make a point that maybe you wait for another move because Bishop E6 now is a lot stronger than it used to be because of that fork on F4. So if you could, let's say, play A4 in this position, just as an example of a waiting move, which is not D4. If you play A4 here and you wait for black to play Bishop E6, now takes King G2 is actually possible, which is, I think, an important consideration here. Knight G5, Knight takes G5, Queen takes G5. You play something like King H1, and you claim that you are structurally ever so slightly better. Or maybe Queen G4 even. These endgames are not entirely safe for black.
Generally, we all learned from the last Anand Carlsen match that these pawns, especially in simplified positions, can be a problem.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we learned that from that match, but I believe it's a realization that has re-entered Super Grandmaster Psyche recently, that this...
I never actually liked this structure. Whenever, let's say, I play some kinds of anti-marshals or the 3D3 systems with black, I always feel that you need to be quite active for these types of positions to be harmless for black. You need to have immediate play in the center or on the king side, because if you just have to passively defend this structure, you might drift into very, very unpleasant endgames.
Right. Wallace Sean is saying C24 is the best chess site, Jose Capablanca. Well, if he said that, we should use it in our marketing.
Yeah, has to be a blurb somewhere.
But yeah, A4 would have been one of these half-waiting moves. Queen E2 is the same thing. I was expecting Karjakin to blitz out Bishop E6 with the point we've mentioned continuously, but D4 looks much.
Yeah, D4 and continue waiting with black. Although now you actually have to consider D4, D5 at many points. So.
Especially with a knight here, you lack control over these squares of it.
Yeah. And we will continue returning to this subject because I think it will become progressively more and more important. Sergei is not playing, like he played knight g6, but Queen e2 still makes him think. And even if he takes, let's say, 2 minutes per move for the next 10 moves, it will be a severe, severe time trouble.
That's 20 minutes.
Yeah, he will be down to 8 for 13. In a complicated position around move 30, so I mean 25, 27.
We should say there is increment 30 seconds per move, so you have to add that to it. But this increment, especially if you have to write down the move, it's not that much time, right?
No, it's not. It's not a lot of time. It kind of secures you against losing on time. What it mainly does is that it makes sure you will, unless you're very, very reckless and careless, you shouldn't lose on time. But like in actual time, he has now an additional 11 minutes, right? So you can argue he has closer to 40 minutes than 28. But I don't think it actually works like that, because you don't feel them as a block of time you can use when it's just increment. It's more of a safety net than just time you can count on as a block.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, as mentioned before. I don't understand why we need this before move 40. Fan of it after move 40. It is Thanksgiving in America. Happy Thanksgiving. Dear American viewers, if you're just joining us because you just woke up, should be around like 5 p.m. over there maybe. Then yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your turkey. Easy on the stuffings. That's all I know about Thanksgiving. Do they eat turkey?
I think they do eat turkey. I've always been very excited by this concept of tardakan, but I'm not sure how many people actually eat tardakan. So,
what's that, like a turbriskafil?
This I don't know. I mean, tardakan I think is a turkey stuffed with a duck, stuffed with a chicken. Which, yeah, sounds more interesting when you talk about it than when it's in front of you, I suspect. But what do I know?
Does sound pretty interesting.
And a5 has been played.
That's a logical move. I was wondering.
Yeah,
about
it is
this.
a very logical move because after a4, bishop e6, you force white to make a decision. Just playing d4 is no longer possible because the bishop is hanging, obviously, and we don't really want to take on e6 here because, once again, as mentioned, you will have to move the knight away somewhere, and that actually is kind of important. Let's show this. Black can take on f2 because after king g2, which seems to win a piece on the spot, there is knight h4 check.
Oh, that's cute. Awkward.
Yeah, that's not happening. But after knight h4 check, white still has king g1, which after knight h3, knight f2 leads to a perpetual.
Also not happening.
Yeah, no, none of this is happening anyway, but it's an important variation that you need to at some point calculate with white, and it helps you completely reject playing bishop takes e6 ever, you know. It's a calculation you have to do once, and then you know what the answer is. So after a5, white probably doesn't really play a4 because bishop e6, bishop c2 is a bit sad. Maybe knight d2 here, but
why is this? Okay, it's not sure how sad it is.
maybe it's not really all that sad. Yeah, you can play like this and then follow it up with d4, knight f5 potentially. And if black plays d5, maybe you can actually even play ed5, cd5, and d4. e4, knight d2, and claim that you will play f3 next move and be a lot better structurally.
You probably will follow your claim through.
So yeah, even a4 bishop c2, and in terms of this game, I think it's a decent idea in general. Just continuing to pass the decision to black, just not committing to anything for the time being at all, and saying, okay, by playing a4, I give you one easy move you will make, which is bishop e6, and after bishop c2, please make another one. Yeah, there is all this rook a3 nonsense which the computer keeps spewing out, which is why I think we should switch it off.
You don't like it?
I think it's weird. It might be playable, but I still don't think it's all that great, and it is very computerish.
Okay, I'll switch it off with a heavy heart. Still. If black gets a4, that's an achievement, right? I'm wondering what useful moves I could make, but I can't really think of.
No,
like,
I don't.
If I try to put my piece here, let's say.
Yeah, I think if you're playing bishop c2, you should probably play a4, because here, you will have to spend another tempo protecting the pawn. Maybe you don't really mind. I'm not sure why you chose e1 though. I would probably put it on d1 if I had to develop this rook, because I feel like I'm very likely playing d4 at some point in this game. Here maybe a3 is not a stupid move.
Yeah, b4, then we always have to worry about this guy.
And b3 does feel like black has achieved something for future endgames. Although, I mean, future endgames are a long way away here, so I don't know how much of a worry that will be for Magnus.
Well, even in future middle games. Well, it's all a bit far-fetched. Maybe it's not too bad.
Yeah, no, just ignoring the march of this pawn down the board is not completely ridiculous either. Although, let's say if you play rook a d1 and black plays bishop e6 there, now a4 maybe can be termed as a threat, because I will take on a2.
Right. So I would have to play some move like this, preparing for it. Oh, no, it feels like we're headed in the wrong direction, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. Let's say I really do go knight d2 here. What do you play? Maybe you can take on b3 though, and ask me what do I want to recapture with.
What do you want to recapture?
Probably the a pawn, but yeah, it's not immediately obvious. Now I just need not to blunder 4 somehow. Yeah, like knight g5. But here, once again, maybe knight f5, and we can claim we will now start something on the king side. Yeah, I think I can. No, I cannot take on d6. Here you have knight f4. That's an important consideration.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all a bit over my head, and yeah, maybe Magnus feels that this shadow boxing is a better chance for him than calculating variations, because Sergei has been at least as equal when it came to pure calculation so far, right?
Yeah, I think he's done very, very solidly.
Like in the game yesterday, they both missed some things and saw some things, but it didn't feel like Magnus was the one who saw more necessarily, right? At least from what I could gather.
Yeah, and once again, to a certain degree, it was in Sergei's disfavor that he had so much time on the most critical decision of the game, because he managed to calculate sort of very far but not far enough, and with fewer minutes on the clock, maybe he would have just gone for Queen B3, feeling that let's do that and let the dice fall.
I'm not
where
sure.
They may. Yeah, we
I
don't know.
agree with that, but yeah, it becomes a coin flip at that point. Let's see what the chat has to say, because I'm really struggling to say anything with this position. Is time becoming an issue for Karjakin is a question that keeps coming up. And, well, right now is Magnus' turn to think, and he's spent a while, but Peter Svidler explained a while ago. Half an hour, half a pawn, therefore yes. Ben Feingold is asked, Ben, give your opinion on Trump, and he's saying American chess is strong because of Rex and the chess...
St. Louis Chess Club, yeah.
What does it stand for? Chess Center and Scholastic Center? Chess Club, Scholastic Center, St. Louis. CCSCL. US Champs, US Women's Champs, US Junior, Sync Cup, and sponsorships.
There's we should.
There's moves, A4 plate, A4 plate, A4
Yeah,
plate.
A4 plate, and you should uncheck the thingy up top.
Never. If Bishop E6,
We expect Bishop
can we
C2.
get you to eat any hats after Rook A3?
No hat eating.
That is too bad. Easy Rider 27 asks, why not go in the center with D4 now? You could have done that, it's just, you concede some space.
Yeah, and also, surprisingly, E takes D4 followed by Rook E8 in some of these positions becomes a serious option for black.
But it's an option at pretty much every time it's white's moves. He's gonna consider D4 at the very least.
Sure,
So
but I
it's always
think,
a valid question.
as I was saying, A4 I think is the most non-committal move to make, because now Sergei probably will play Bishop E6 reasonably fast because it becomes a more attractive option because it creates a threat. It's a lot harder to ignore, but I expect Bishop C2, not Rook A3. Not that Rook A3 is a bad move. We have seen the machine suggested briefly, so it means that it's very playable. But I think by playing Bishop C2, you give black the widest array of possibilities, which I think is what Magnus and Bishop E6 has been played, and I expect Bishop C2 to be a move made reasonably fast here, just to constantly pass black the decision and say, yeah, you continue burning time. I'm gonna sit here and think on your time and formulate a plan, and you continue burning time on every move.
Well, so yeah,
And
it's
then
not
we'll play.
no longer just psychological, right? Because if black doesn't find a plan, then D4, Knight F5 very much can.
I'm
will
wondering
happen.
about Knight G5 here, because with the Bishop on E6 and the Bishop on C2, Knight G1 really doesn't look all that attractive. Even Knight H3
Knight
back.
D2?
Knight G2, but then maybe I can play Bishop H3. Although what I'm achieving with it, I'm not entirely sure. Like Rook,
Where I'm going.
Rook G1. And yeah, it's a weird position. We don't really threaten to play F4 and will not threaten to play F4 for the time being. But also, the second knight might go to C4. Even the move B2, B4 might become an option later on. Maybe not. No, it weakens the D4 square. But black is also somewhat, stuck for constructive ideas here.
Yeah, both sides have extremely weird pieces. No?
Yeah. Chat is asking, what about Bishop C4 here? And it's actually
After Bishop E6?
a serious question. But
Too deep.
It's a bit inconsistent with what Magnus has been doing previously, I think.
What's the point if takes?
I think you want to take with a D pawn and claim that the D6 pawn is weak. And it's not a ridiculous claim at all. Rook AG1, Knight F5, this might, these positions, they very much depend on tempi. If black is in time to cover all of these weaknesses, he'll be fine. Like Knight E7, Queen E6, Rook D8. If all of this happens and white still hasn't made any progress, black is obviously fine. But if white does make some progress, like Knight H4 here, maybe followed by Knight F5, and black is not not quite in time to stabilize, then white will be better.
Yeah.
And Don G is taking serious offense at the suggestion that Sopiko beat the heck out of him.
There's a very heated discussion about how that game went. We're gonna have to look it up. If we find a moment... Whoa, bishop takes e6 played?
I do not understand that.
I do, but I think he's miscalculated. He's missed that after fe knight d2, this tactic is possible.
Yeah, I think maybe he thinks this is not a move. And I think it is also true about every single other square you can place your f3 knight on. I think this game might now finish in a draw in 25 moves. Because, I mean, the knight is hanging. You have to put it somewhere, and now knight takes f2 is just an immediate draw, which is not something Sergei will refrain from doing, considering the match situation.
Well, you have to spot this tactic, which you've shown earlier. But
yes, but it's sort of checks on every move.
Yeah, it's not
None of these moves are impossible to find for, any player of... well,
some nice geometry. But yeah, Magnus, if this is what he missed, which it looks like, frankly, he will not be pleased with himself, because
no, this is a very, very...
He had a lot of time on the clock, very playable position.
This is a very weird decision.
Whoa, shocking. And...
yeah, I really don't understand that.
Because clearly he's not missed king g2, knight
Yeah, no.
f4.
Yeah.
And that's not so hard. Therefore, knight d2 must have been the idea.
Yeah, not that
After
white is
knight
hugely
takes
better
f2.
after, let's say, d6, d5 here. I mean, black can continue playing carefully. But, I mean, considering the match situation, Sergei, I think, will just snap it off.
Well, if you've seen it, for sure.
Yeah, he'll just snap it off and make this draw by force and feel quite happy about the whole thing. Yeah,
There's
maybe
some ways to continue.
yeah, maybe Magnus feels that this is promising for white, but I don't know why you would think that. If anything, it looks mighty dangerous. I don't know.
What's the balance? We have two knights versus a rook and 2 pawns. I'm better confident.
Yeah.
But now black has to be.
Knight
very
c2,
fine,
knight
huh?
f3. Maybe he feels that he will establish some kind of a blockade, and then he will be the one playing on the king's side. That will be a very interesting choice. I mean, this really is kind of going all in here, because I think objectively black is just better.
It's also a weird position to opt for if you compare it with whatever, bishop c2 here, and you're arguably slightly better.
Yeah, just play bishop c2, continue playing a position with plenty of pieces on the board. Very, it has already been quite clear that it's not obvious what black is doing here, and Sergei was burning time, and yeah.
Yeah, it's odd. And that's what I said, like, it's always going to be the power of hindsight if we praise him for his masterful psychological play, or we don't know what was behind it. But this bishop takes e6, clearly.
Let's check this again. Knight e2, knight f2, king g1.
Knight h3.
Knight h3 is the only move. King g2. Is knight f4 the only move here? Seems like it is, yeah?
Queen g5, we just take the horse.
Yeah, we take the horse,
we're
and
happy.
yeah, we are extremely happy with white. Yeah, so knight f4 is the only move. So we get to this position by force.
Forced. Queen f4 is legal.
Yeah, queen f4 probably also leads to positions which black shouldn't lose.
But this looks extremely natural.
Knight c2 is probably the way to go, because you don't want to give black additional tempo to chase these knights around. And you want to keep the center as close as possible, because you will get mated if the center gets opened. So, for instance, e5, and then you play something like queen g4, knight f3, king h1, rook g1, and you...
Even if you achieve all these things, then what?
I think then you actually pick white, because you will have to play, you will have some play on the king side. You will also have ideas connected with d4, maybe knight e1, knight d3, put some pressure on the e5 pawn. But yeah, it feels like, once again, it's not entirely consistent with what he was doing up to that point.
No, what he was doing seemed to be, well, once again, he wasn't winning, but it seemed to be working in a sense of putting pressure on Karjakin on the clock and on the board a bit. Well, now you can blitz out fe6 and you can switch to calculating concrete lines, which, as I just mentioned, Karjakin has excelled at through the match.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest. It's the match continues featuring these decisions by Magnus, which you normally don't really see from him.
No, yeah. And yeah.
I mean,
Looked like a vintage Magnus game, or whatever. Random position, quiet moves, playing a bit more practical than the opponent. Yeah. Until here, but it's bishop e6. I believe it's just a tactical blunder, and now he's sitting there.
Yeah, if he missed knight h4 check, it's one thing, but if he actually goes king g1 here and sort of really goes all in on this weird position with knights against the rook, it's a position black definitely can lose, but I think it's of the two decisive results possible, it's a lot likelier that black wins it than loses it. And yeah.
Yeah, and also I believe Karjakin would feel much more at home in that new situation than in the old one. So yeah, we don't get it. And it's also very strange to take and now after Effie to start thinking, which means he's clearly missed some detail. Most likely this knight h4 move.
Yeah, but how do you not check this?
It is odd.
Yeah, I mean, apart from resigns, it's more or less the only move in the position. So you kind of have to check it, no?
Well, knight f2 is not forced, so probably
No,
he was assuming
of course not,
rook
but
e8, f3, while it's slightly better, and the game continues.
You do need to make sure you don't lose the f2 pawn with check. You know, it's an important tactical detail. Yeah,
very much so. And Karjakin would not hesitate here, especially now that Magnus hesitates. He has time to calculate this on his rival's time. No, that's just a tactical blunder, and it's not a good day from the Carlsen perspective for these things.
No.
Yeah. Now he has a tricky decision if he wants to go for that position, which we talked about.
Yeah, first and foremost, he needs to play knight g2. I mean, there's no real choice. I mean, if you go knight f1, knight e1, for instance, it's like the same position, so only even worse.
Yeah, because your rook is cut off. This doesn't make sense.
So
what else?
He needs to play knight g2. At least stop giving Sergei free time to consider options. Yeah, that's not good.
Same trick, except we have to take now.
Yeah, same trick. Yeah, now it's just completely lost. So no, knight g2 needs to be put on the board. It's one of those things I keep on mentioning. If there's the only move in the position, I'm sure he understood now that he's done a boo-boo, but you still make the only move available to you and press the clock and let at least the other clock tick, not yours.
Yeah, but he's clearly shell-shocked and he needs to recover for a moment. And frankly, yeah, you can't do this if you...
No, it's not the standard we're used to from him.
It's very odd. No, I believe he's trying to take the decision now after knight f2.
Sure.
Go king g1 or king g2. But to your point, first let Sergei play knight takes f2 and then think, right?
I'm pretty sure he does, yeah.
Yeah, me too, but still, like, if you don't have another move, blitz out knight d2. Take it from there. It's all very strange. What else could he be considering? I was thinking about this, but it just doesn't work. Because black can just take this pawn.
Yeah, and it's mate actually if you take on h3.
Problem,
so, yeah. That's a somewhat large issue with this plan.
It's just strange. It's a strange blunder.
Yeah,
because a5 is announcing. I want you to play a4 so I can play bishop e6.
We're being told that the draw has been agreed right now, and it's not surprising. It's not surprising. This position, if white doesn't want to go for a position where he's clearly worse, is a forced draw if black wants it, and black clearly wants it if you consider the match situation. So, yeah, a short day.
That's a puzzling and very anticlimactic end to a game where it looked like Magnus Carlsen was actually getting somewhere. Not so much, once again, on the board, but like up on the clock situation he normally excels at. Quite maneuvering, putting practical pressure. But then he ruined it all with bishop takes e6. f takes e. And yeah, clearly. This little trick escaped his attention. Not knight f2, but king g2, knight h4 check.
Okay,
After
so
king g1
we
is
once
perpetual.
again, I think we got trolled by chat, but why
Still
are
happening.
you doing this to us, chat? Please stop.
That's
We're
alright.
confused as it is.
We're extremely confused. But it's still the most plausible outcome that this will
I
actually
think,
happen.
yeah, I think, faced with the decision of allowing this repetition or playing that position with the pawns on f4 and e5, he still has 2 more games to play. He doesn't really need to go for a position which he very easily could lose, effectively ending the match.
Easier said than done. Yeah, he has to evaluate how bad it is. Because also, his nature is not to be cautious, but to fight till the bitter end. And since he's so good, normally he can leave himself some slightly unpleasant situations, even once in a while. But I do agree that in this position on the board, it's probably the correct decision to take the draw.
Chat claiming flawless victory there. I think they are entitled to that.
Yeah, they're not particularly helpful, but whatever happens, I think the main thing that's going to happen is we're going to have to start ignoring the chat.
And
We're
Sergei
trying
did
to
not
interact.
take on f2.
Whoa!
So, yeah. There are.
So they both missed this, or what is happening? Or are they both thinking this position is good for white? I don't get it.
Yeah, this is a bit weird. You have to play knight c2. I think it's extremely difficult to imagine how this could be fantastic for white.
This can never be better for white. Like, I understand there's scenarios like the one you mentioned where white has some hope, but still.
Yeah.
We have 2 extremely healthy pawns.
Okay. So let's go
So I have to forget about my little summing up speech and say Magnus Carlsen cunningly transferred the position with bishop e6, followed by d5.
Yeah, but now white
He's
can
gonna
play
play
f3.
f3.
Yeah, white can now play f3, and once again we have a very complex strategic fight on our hands. The knight will eventually get driven away from h3 by playing queen g2, for instance, and then it could even be driven further back by h4, like if black plays some kind of waiting move here, like rook a d8. I think it's very possible to play queen g2, knight g5, h4, knight somewhere, maybe even h5, followed by knight g4 in some positions. Yeah, game is definitely back on.
It's all very confusing. I'm not sure if we're trolling ourselves by having the computer, but I don't think so, because this is, it's checks.
No, I'm sure
Check.
I'm sure he had seen this line. This line
Check.
is not difficult to calculate. I mean, the only explanation is he actually did not like the position with the knights against the rook, and he feels that he just doesn't want to disbalance position, even if it's objectively good for him, which is a bit weird because he was.
But this is not a walk in the park. You do have long-term weaknesses.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm never trusting chat ever again.
That's okay, but can we trust Carlsen and Karjakin ever again?
That is also a very, very serious question, actually. Yeah.
What are they doing to us? I'm still thinking about these history books.
Is queen h5 a move here? Can we look at this for a second?
We could. If takes...
I want to go king g2, and I'm not sure how you unpin yourself. I'm also not sure what my threat is, but I'm wondering how you unpin yourself. Like maybe knight g4 is my threat, no?
Is this your threat?
Well, you can
Did
take
you
and go
bluff
knight
me by
e3
saying you
check.
don't know what you tried?
No, you can go knight e3 check and rook takes f6, and maybe you're just doing very well here. Very possibly. Knight f1.
Maybe I'm not doing so well.
Yeah, knight on g6 is extremely stupid, but maybe you can tactically solve your issues here, like knight c2, rook a f8, but it doesn't feel like it.
Doubt it.
So why is queen h5 not a queen e2 here? I think this is quite bad. Yeah.
This doesn't work.
So let's try this again. Queen h5. Knight is hanging. If I force you to go knight g5, I think I should be reasonably happy. I don't particularly want to play f3. I think if I can do without playing f3, I should probably opt to do without f3. So let's.
Knight f4 is a bit much.
No, I think that's not happening.
Takes king g2.
King g2. Yeah. What am I?
We need some trick.
What am I missing here? Knight f4 check, gf queen f4. But I thought queen f3 was winning. But maybe it's not. Maybe this is
Queen
what black
g5?
does. Yeah, queen g, or maybe knight takes d3 immediately even. Queen g5, queen g3 I wasn't really unhappy with, but you can take on d3 even here, but I think it was better on the previous move.
Weird position, but it feels like black is in the game, right? Queen h3. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Let's look at the yeah, knight f4, gf queen f4. Do we have any other options for white?
What after queen f4?
Yeah. What if I just go rook a e1? What's the threat?
Knight takes d3.
Whoa, nice. We should show it to the horrible people in chat. And actually, I wanted to go rook e2 and claim it's all good, but then you have queen takes f1, which didn't improve my mood.
It's all very confusing. So let's back up. Queen h5. Knight f4 still doesn't work.
Takes queen f3, for instance. Yeah, I mean, there is some compensation, but I mean, black never does this. It's just insanity. Takes f3, it's a full piece.
Yeah, would be surprising decision. Knight g5.
Yeah, I wanted to just play h4 to be honest. And yeah, knight g4 here actually wins a piece. Knight f3 is maybe a move.
Let's show this for starters. Here, the queen can't stay in touch with the knight. Therefore, white wins. Knight f3.
But yeah, this is the kind of an endgame we were discussing earlier.
Okay.
Takes everything. King g2, rook a f8. And now let's say I go rook a3.
This now rook d3.
Yeah, I want to play rook a3 so that d4 doesn't win the material. That was my... because I think d4 is a threat. But after rook a3 I can take and go knight c4 and the pawn on d3 is protected.
Why not here?
Because I think rook b3 is a threat.
Alright.
Or a threat-ish, at the very least.
If we go here, maybe knight g4 becomes a threat.
Or you move knight f5 as well, yeah.
Knight f5.
Yeah, not against. And queen h5, we're being told, has been played, so...
Whoa!
Yeah, okay, why am I reporting what chat says again? Good God. Yeah, queen h5 has been confirmed by...
By multiple chatsters?
Yeah, and now apparently, yeah, what we missed is after king g2 there is this move queen f7, creating a threat of a discovered check. Okay, Sergei did not really find that tactic once before. It's the same tactic.
The same tactic.
It's the same tactic, yeah. So either didn't find it or decided not to play it. We don't know. So
He would have played it.
yeah. So
It's not like he's better here.
and why is king g1 not a move?
That we should be able to establish with brain power. Maybe knight f4, no.
Brain power.
Brain power is not in the building.
Brain power is a song.
Okay. Who performed that song?
Twitch chat normally performs it by donating money, but let's not go there.
All right. Knight f4?
Yeah, I think, but I'm still not sure if that works or not. I take, and I still cannot refute rook a1 here. Especially here with the king on g1, because you don't have your stunning knight takes d3 tactic. I sort of considered it, but I couldn't quite believe it. Like takes, king h8, and I thought I would find something, but maybe I won't. Somehow I felt I should find something here, like queen g3 maybe? Rook takes f2. This might be decent for black, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is fine.
Knight g2. I mean, it's also a very unclear position. I think white should not be that unhappy with it either, because if I stabilize, and I might quite easily stabilize here, like e takes d5, knight f1, rook e5. I do have more pieces in terms of sheer number. I do have more pieces, and we've discussed this on the show.
Power in numbers.
Yeah, power in numbers is an actual thing in these types of positions.
How did we get here?
Yeah, we're trying to calculate king g1 instead of king g2 here, because king g2 apparently allows this queen f7 move, which ends the game, seemingly in a draw.
What else is there?
And we also should perhaps come back for a second to the fact that it is move 21 and Sergei is down to 24 minutes.
Which
So-
is not a horrible development for him, though, because Magnus has caught up. He's down to 34 minutes.
Yes, but time trouble, unless, let's say, unless the knight takes f2 is met by king g2, played instantly by Magnus, and Sergei finds queen f7, this game will go until the first time control, most likely, and then it's very likely there will be a serious time trouble to consider. Oh yeah, queen g5 here, of course. Yeah, that's the issue.
That's the trick.
Yeah, that's the. Okay, so once again, Sergei has 20 odd minutes to find one.
Two tricks.
Well, queen g5 we really should have seen.
Sure. But you also here you have to see this, which
Yeah,
to
queen
my
f7
mind is a more.
Yeah, queen
difficult
f7 is a harder thing to find.
Also after this, now you have to find this.
That doesn't feel right. Hang on a second. Oh yeah, okay.
And as you might have been told by my superhuman last couple of moves, we are double checking with the computer to make sure this actually holds up. And yeah, it does here. Queen f7 here.
Yeah, this is one of the weirder forced draws I've seen in my life, I have to say, because here basically queen g5 is a threat. Here knight f4 check is a threat, and here queen g5 is a threat, and probably h4 is not a very bright idea, which would not surprise me. h4 does look like you really want to kill yourself. Like knight f4 probably becomes a lot stronger, because queen g3 will be a threat of, yeah, knight f4 just wins here.
Now this one I'd actually be surprised, especially after he didn't do it a move ago, if he came up with it. But the question is, are there any alternatives?
Knight g5 is awkward. It's playable, but it's awkward to suddenly play this.
We looked at h4, and machine just wants to strengthen the position, which obviously, as most machine moves, once you see them,
Sure.
make lots of sense. And white is better. Therefore, yeah, this is as key a moment as we're gonna get. And the fact that Sergei is taking time here, not blitzing out knight g5, clearly means he feels
Yeah.
there are some tactics in this position.
No, it's not dry. People are saying, "Whoa, anything but dry here." It's just a forced draw with precise play.
But this is almost superhuman tactics. Like, I'm not sure if that's why I'm
No, I
hatching.
think-
But it's not easy to find this. Queen f7, first of all, this maybe you can do. But then king g1, if you spot this, then to... Because normally our brains don't work like that. Like,
Yeah.
I go back, create a threat,
Yeah,
and king g1, I go here.
Finding queen f7 is possible, but realizing that after king g1 you actually have time to just move it back, and there's no defense against this threat of queen g5.
Yeah, you have to see all kinds of... Well, you have to see this idea, basically,
it's-
which
yeah,
is
it's-
not obvious at all.
It's the one idea, but yeah, you might see it immediately. Like you start calculating knight takes f2, you realize that king g1 straight away runs into queen g5. So you start calculating king g2. You find queen f7, then you find king g1. And to actually have the presence of mind to start considering just giving this tempo back, recreating the threat of queen g5, is not easy. Not at all.
It's tough, even. Okay,
No, and
this brings us back to the initial...
No, but that
idea,
actually
but
is
better version for
yeah,
black.
that actually is even better for black, because black already extended somewhat in the center. And,
Yeah, this is not what white wants.
no.
We shall see. What do you think? Is he going to play knight f2 or knight g5?
I was absolutely certain he was going to play knight f2 on the previous move, so I no longer really have any, clear bearings here.
But clairvoyant Peter does not have a prediction for us at all. I'm going with knight g5. I find this tough. Even though the longer you think here, the more tempted you are to go knight f2. Because also, if you waste like 15 minutes or 10 minutes on this position, then play knight g5, you feel really stupid.
Yeah, the longer you think, the more you are invested in making knight takes f2 work. Right. That's a very important point here.
And it's also a clear indicator that he is strongly considering it, as mentioned. But yeah, I'm not sure. This queen f6, queen f7, it is... I find it hard to believe he can come up with that. And clearly Magnus has missed it, else Magnus would not have given him yet another chance to make a draw. Because instead of queen h5, you could...
Yeah, you could play f3.
Play whatever, f3.
And we are being told that knight g5 has been played. It's not a shock because
not surprising.
Yeah, finding that queen f7, queen f6 sequence would have been extremely impressive under all the pressure that he is currently under. Yeah, now white definitely is better because this structure is especially now because you don't necessarily want to play d5 in these types of positions because it makes
it invites.
It invites a lot of potential trouble, yeah. Which is, I think, why the machine is so happy about playing rook a1 here, because it feels that you can actually exploit it in a very concrete fashion, like knight f3, knight g4, and then after queen f7, I think the plan is just to take on f3 and play king g1.
Oh.
Knight g4 here, and if queen f7, we take, we go king g1, and we say your knight on f6 is hanging, and you can't really protect it. White just wins the e5 pawn here. Like king h7, queen takes g6, for instance, is a nice illustration of why.
Yeah, and allowing queen f3 might look scary at very first sight, but it's not that hard to calculate.
Yeah, rook a1 has not been played though.
He's
Magnus plays h4, yeah, because he also realized that the endgame we described earlier is far from equal either.
Maybe he's realized by now that he's blundered knight f2 earlier, and then sometimes you think, okay, I can't calculate, let's go to an endgame. And at least
knight f3 is, I think, more or less forced, and
he's not going to play that.
No, it's completely impossible to play like this. Yeah, knight f3, Magnus will, I think, snap all of it off, play king g2, and rook af8 probably is not even such a smart idea because black can't really create any threats.
Yeah, and then you're always dealing with this trickery, which we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, knight f5 will be a constant issue.
This, so your point rook a3, rook b3. Plus the other strategic idea, h5, knight g4, target Mr. e5.
So I think after king g2, the rook will go back somewhere like f7.
Yep, that is more like it. White is better, but it's not easy, because here your knight is in time to shuffle around.
But yeah, white has a very, very comfortable, stable advantage here. So Magnus should be very happy with all these developments.
Still, h4... to play devil's advocate means he's not fully trusting himself. Or maybe he just trusts himself that the endgame is good enough. But to go rook a1 and give Karjakin choices once again would have been much more unpleasant.
Yeah, if you understand, you need to understand just how unpleasant this position is for black, and then you probably opt for rook a1. But
even knight f3, even if you don't see anything here, you can just do this. And
then it's very similar, I think, to what he's done, because
arguably slightly better version.
Maybe.
Arguably, like h4 is always useful.
Yeah, h4 is always a very useful move in this position, so I'm not sure about that. But yeah, if you realize that knight f3 can actually be met with knight g4 in all these positions, then you probably at least very seriously consider starting.
What about knight g4 here?
Here I think it's less good because you need to have rook e3 in all those positions. I think that's an important bit. In this position, you would have the move rook e1 e3, and here you don't, and your pieces on the king side are somewhat stuck.
This queen is dominating the whole white army all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's no longer that attractive.
It's quite unattractive, actually. Yeah, sort of. We'll see how it goes. So far, up and down. Stakes is high. Please correct my grammar in the chat. What's your prediction? I know you love predictions. 1-0, draw, 0-1?
No, white is not losing this. It's now, I mean, 2 results are possible. White is no longer in any danger of losing, but it's been such a weird game so far. It's just so difficult to work out what will happen from here, because they both seem to be really on edge.
Not surprisingly.
No.
Me, as a student of chess history, the level of play normally drops in the last games of a World Championship match, but of course the excitement goes up. Even Kramnik-Kasparov, Kramnik had a +2 lead in 2000. These last couple of games he was struggling big time and committing uncharacteristic mistakes, right?
Sure, yeah. The closer you get to the finish line, the more your hands begin, shaking. And
You were there in Kramnik-Leko and Brisago, where Leko, also his hands started shaking in the end, right?
yeah, he almost lost game 13 and eventually did lose game 14. Yeah. No, the pressure is immense, obviously, on the challenger in those situations. But Sergei has been handling it so well. Like yesterday, yes, he did not find all that long tactical line towards the end of the first time control, but it was extremely difficult.
He played a great game yesterday.
Yeah,
No
apart from that, he played a very. It was quite clear that he is very collected, very calm. Doesn't want to simplify for the sake of simplification. I was very impressed with him.
Yeah, refused move repetitions. No, to my mind, yesterday was his best game of the match, even though I'm aware he won game 8, but that was really more Magnus's doing. That might not be fair. Post-time control in game 8, he did show amazing composure, and he came up with his knight d3 and so on. He's played good moves, but still, it was more of a Magnus harakiri mission to my mind. Well, game 9 was just a well-played game, pressing.
Yeah.
And
I'm wondering what Magnus is thinking about. Maybe he really wanted to go knight g4 here, and he's only now realizing that he is now 1 tempo short in that position with the queen on f3.
it looks like his calculations are a little out of sync, because to blitz out h4 and then to think after knight f3 is
that's not the
wrong.
sequence.
Like normally you think about h4, and if you play it, then you blitz out knight takes f3.
Yeah.
And the whole speech we just gave about nerves very much applies for Magnus as well. He's not, first of all, he's not used to, things not going as well, especially in a World Championship match. He's played, he's had a +2 lead by this point. I'm not sure if that's true, +1 lead maybe.
+1, I think, in Sochi. But, in Sochi we did not really... Had Vichy spotted knight takes e5, we would have seen what happens if Magnus trails in a match. But...
that was an equalizer, right?
No. It was what?
It was a swing game.
Yeah. Score was level, and Magnus could have gone to -1 and instead went to +1, and it was always going to be an incredibly important game. It was difficult to come back from for Vichy. No matter how experienced you are and how well you can compose yourself, when you miss a chance like this in a World Championship match, it makes you unhappy.
Do you think players struggle with insomnia in situations like that? I've watched that Magnus documentary, as mentioned. There they talked about, once again, I'm not sure how much of it was narrative for dramatic purposes, that in London he could not sleep for the last 2 or 3 rounds in the candidates tournament.
Well, I know it to a certain degree applies to me, but I haven't played a World Championship match, so I can't really extrapolate, but... I know I definitely, on occasion, have issues with.
I believe Vichy also talked about this.
Yeah.
After his Gelfand match, where he lost a game, he said after a game like that, you just don't sleep. So he was amazed with himself that he managed to win the next day. Of course, a bit of it could always be overstating the case, but it must be tough. Like, stakes is high.
Yeah, and we're being told that everything got traded off and King G2 has been played, which would not be a surprise at all.
No, the surprise is just the time spent and when it was spent.
Timing is somewhat weird, yeah.
People saying, how can he not get sleep? He's always sleeping on the sofa in the restroom.
I don't think he is sleeping on the sofa in the restroom. I just think that, in terms of posture, I think lying down is very easy on the spine. I think if there's an option to think when lying down, you do take it occasionally. I know I do.
I prefer lying down and not thinking.
That is the ideal scenario, but that's not always readily available, and therefore... No, all this talk about sleep, I think people are
Not familiar with high stakes chess.
yeah.
And all the evidence we have in chess is that lying down helps a lot, right? The only tournament where someone played lying down, Tony Miles, when was it? Tilburg 1980? Something like this. He won that tournament.
Yeah. That could have had something to do with the fact that playing against someone who is sort of prostrate in front of you on a stretcher might be a bit distracting.
You think Dr. Hübner would get distracted by such things?
Not impossible to think that he would, yes. I remember when in 2002, when I played some football before the match of the century, so-called, in Moscow, and torn my cruciate ligaments and played on crutches for the next, I think, 2 or 3 months. I had a tremendous run of results, and I think it must have been to a certain degree attributable to the fact that people were not really used to seeing me, during some of those tournaments. I was even driven around in a, what's it called?
Wheelchair.
Yes, that's the one. Which I think must have been somewhat disconcerting to my opposition. So.
Rook F1 played.
Yeah, Rook F1 is a quiet little move. I wonder why he didn't want to play H5, Knight G4, because Black might play H5
Well, he
himself.
doesn't want to support this knight getting to greener pastures, and D7 covers this pawn.
Well, I don't think it goes anywhere further than E7. If you play H5, Knight G4, I think the pressure against the E5 pawn.
Now you can't go on that trip, is my point.
Sure, but you can start with H5, and then the knight still goes towards those squares. I think H5 is a very logical move here, to be honest.
Agrida. Yep. We'll find out. And now I believe both sides got what they want. Carlsen has, I don't think he wanted risk-free, but he has an endgame where he can press. Well, Karjakin has at least simplified the position. We all know about his defensive prowess. And the situation has become a little less unclear. Now he can think in short-term plans. H5, stop H5, bring the knight around. Which, he's normally been very good at.
Yeah, this has now become, in particular considering the clock situation, this is a huge improvement for Sergei. Not compared to the forced draw he missed, but compared to some of the other positions he could have gotten after knight G5, where it would have been a lot harder for him to simplify. Now, he can keep things under control, and I think the transfer of the knight over to D7, maybe starting with H5, maybe not.
H5, you have to consider. I'm aware. I'm not going to get this easily, but it is a square. If the white knight ever gets there, it's an issue. So I'm not sure you make this move lightly. It looks like Don G has given up discussing his game against Sopiko, where I read in the chat that he lost without any chance. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's what I read. And now he's back to animals, and he wants us to please correct that it's... Oh, now it disappeared from the screen.
It's a prairie dog and not a meerkat. Fair enough. It's regrettable. I would prefer it to be a meerkat. But you can't.
I don't know animals.
You can't always get what you want, as is well known.
Is that a song?
It is a song, yeah.
So you believe he will play H5?
Well, it's a committal move. Maybe he starts with this, and after Rook E2 he considers his options again. Oh, there's this tactic here, knight F4 check.
Are they going to keep blundering these tricks?
He did play H5 though.
It's all very confusing.
Yeah, and it seems like Rook A8 would actually force white to go back to F1, which would be extremely bizarre. Yeah, I have to say that today
they're blundering a lot.
Yeah, in particular, I think Magnus is not really.
He's not paying attention to details, which normally he is very much.
Yeah.
Get away with it here. Still, this tactic is not out of the world, actually.
Well, the knight needs to go somewhere from E3 now, I think. And not only because it will allow white to play Rook E2 after Rook F8, but also because you should try and at least scare black with this idea of the knight landing on G5. because allowing that would be very bad.
Let me briefly show that idea again for those who missed it. Rook fe1 is Magnus's last move. So after rook a of 8, it's a safe bet to say his plan was not to go back to f1, but to play rook e2, which would be very logical. The rook covers f2, targets this guy. But there is the tiny issue that after takes, there's this trick, which we've seen variations of this check before, being missed by Carlsen. After g, f, e, f, all of a sudden, due to the double attack, fe3 and f3 check, black has solved all of his problems. And if anybody is better here, it's black, even though a draw would still be favorite.
It probably is a draw, but yeah, black actually assumes control over the d file whilst while white is solving his immediate issues, and black will even be pressing for a bit. Yeah, it's a
weird blunder.
Yeah, very weird sequence of events because
h5, yeah, good long-term move, but also shows that Karjakin, he trusts Magnus. He still trusts Magnus to some extent, that Magnus is not going to blunder these things. Also earlier, with his knight takes f2. And I don't mean the knight takes f2 after queen h5, because that's just weird. But this one is not impossible.
Yeah, this one I have to think that he felt that this position with the knights against the rook is too unclear for the match situation.
It's a much better unclear than suffering in a worse endgame.
Yeah, but it's the kind of unclear which might end the match.
Exactly.
So
tremendous upside.
Yeah, it's a very strange decision, especially if you consider how well he's been calculating overall in this match. He's not really been missing.
No, he's been great when put to the test, but these voluntary lines where he doesn't have to do it, there he trusted Magnus a lot somehow.
Yeah,
not sure that made sense, but
that seems like a fair description. Rook a d1 is possible, but I really think that like if I play knight c2 here, for instance,
how does that get us closer to a g5?
I want to play rook e2 next, and then maybe hint at knight e1 f3, and
but whenever we go knight e1, there's rook f8.
Well, which moves do you make as black though here? That would be my question.
That's Karjakin's problems. Don't bother me with Karjakin's problems. I would play this.
I go rook e2. And here I want to suggest that
I need to improve my knight.
It's not going to be that easy. I was going to suggest that b4 is not ridiculous here. I can also drive the knight back to g6, which is a different matter altogether. But I would very much like for as white to maybe open the second front here. And with a doubled rook on the f file, which actually do seem to be sort of occupied doing something, so you can't really easily only keep one rook on the f file, because if the knight lands on f3, it's trouble. We do make progress here with white. Like I play a5, a6 becomes a topic. If somewhere later in the game the knight gets to c5, it becomes a huge, huge issue. Like if you imagine the same position with the white knight on c5 and a pawn on a5, black resigns pretty much. So yeah, this is
white is better.
This is not comfortable for black anymore.
Yeah, which makes it all the more urgent to look for tactical solutions like this one.
Yeah.
So weird Magnus would miss this, and he must have missed it.
Yeah, no, you don't play rook e1 otherwise. You could play rook d1 with the same idea, so, well, sort of, and then the tactic would not exist.
Okay, rook d1 is a weird move. You want to target e5. But
yeah, knight f1, king f8 play. Yeah, I'm quoting chat again, but yeah.
Don't trust these guys. They're pathological at this point.
So
king f8 would us to shuffle around.
It would imply that Sergei decided that getting the king to d6 is more important than stopping.
Ah, but he can still stop it actually.
Huh?
It's here. Well, I have 3 rook f8 and rook e2, rook f8 as well.
That is true.
Which leads to a similar position than the one you just mentioned here. You open this front.
Yeah, but getting the king to d6 is actually a very, very sensible plan. Because it stabilizes your center, it makes it a lot easier to control the pawn on e5, yeah.
He's good at these king f8.
But by the same token, if you want to play b4, I think knight f1, knight g2 is better than my move knight c2, because it brings the knight a lot closer to the c5 square, which is, as mentioned, the promised land here.
Yes.
So like I go knight g2 here, and after king e7, I would very seriously consider just playing before king d6, knight b3, just trying to force the issue.
So you want to play king d6 before knight b3?
I give up.
It was a factual statement. Yeah, someone's pointing out Karjakin going for king walk again. We do recall that from game number 5, where he played a very impressive king walk. Also from game number 4, there was more defensive, but also impressive, where he was defending this horrible position with a weakness on b2, and he just shuffled his king over to cover it. Worked. He likes taking his king for a walk on the wild side. And HO0DFX does not agree with the engine evaluation here. What is the engine evaluation? White slightly better, I would guess, no?
Yeah.
Why do you disagree with that, HO0?
Maybe he just likes the sound of the word he used.
Nur Spielen is pointing out something, I believe, in the line I was talking about earlier. Rook e2 takes, knight f4, g, f, e, f. Knight f5, he's saying, would be better for white.
No, but it wouldn't.
But I disagree. I guess his point is takes e5.
Yeah. But that is
not going anywhere.
That is not a particularly impressive passer. Yeah, and after g5, yeah, you might not lose, but white is not better here.
No,
Rook
might lose.
Yeah, rook endgame a pawn down is very rarely better for the side which is a pawn down.
Write letters to tweet at Poborta with your examples where one side pawn down has a good rook endgame. Or don't.
They do exist. I'm not claiming history doesn't know of such positions, but
me neither. I'm just talking. Knight e2, king e7.
Yeah, knight e2, king e7 on the board, and now there is the immediate option of playing before, or you can maybe try preparing it so that you can take with the rook on before next move, like rook a b1.
Weird.
It is a bit weird, yeah.
I play rook e2 just so I don't have to worry about f2 or d2 anymore. But you don't have to do it yet. We'll see. What's the over-under? Can white lose his position? I'm aware that's not the over-under.
No.
And how often does white win this position compared to a draw? Approximately. Like, you don't have to say 57%, you can say 60%.
No, I don't think it's this high. I think it's, I don't know, between 3.5 out of 10 maybe. I think it's a solid position for black. I think you do need to make a lot of progress for white to start getting anywhere. For instance, I mean, even if the knight lands on g5, I've been saying it's a lot of trouble, but let's say we imagine a position with the king on d7, the knight gets to g5, you play rook e7, and you once again ask the question, where exactly is white's progress?
What you want.
Yeah, what you want. I'm not entirely sure what the answer to that is.
So maybe you do want.
No, I think before you, that plan with the opening of the b file is more ambitious, but it also starts taking pawns off the board, so there are clear drawbacks to it as well.
Very hard to say. I'm gonna have to excuse myself for a very urgent matter for 2-3 minutes. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to go on break?
No, I'll continue saying something about this position, I think.
Don't talk about the cricket.
Okay. Challenge accepted. Followed by 3 minutes of discussion of England's chances in the upcoming third test. But no, mainly because I don't like our chances in the third test, and I'm not going to talk about it. What to say about this position that hasn't been said yet? Let's revisit the time situation, although it's no longer that critical. White has 20 minutes against black's 15, and with only 12 moves to go and the plans reasonably well settled, it should not be a huge influence on the play of both sides running up to the first time control. I think the bigger question here is whether Magnus will try for something concrete before the first time control, because you can pass for a while. People are asking me to analyze rook e2. How do you analyze rook e2? Rook e2 is a move which doesn't really create any additional threats. I mean, it's a useful move. Black plays king d6. You can play knight f3. But this is what we were discussing. Let's say knight f3, b6, knight g5. I put this rook somewhere. And you probably need to start making some active moves in the center. Like you maybe could consider playing d3, d4 here. But I would feel very reluctant to do this with white, even though it does look attractive in many positions, because of the amount of material that comes off. Even let's say if black does something which probably isn't objectively the best in this position, something like this. Although this does look very, very dangerous now, because white can take and maybe play. No, here I think white is just much better, because what I originally did not realize is that in this position rook takes e5 just wins material. So e4 and e5 is not a good reply to what I was doing with white. But still, the point sort of stands. By playing d4 this early, you are banking on this being very strong, because if you don't get anywhere very fast here, black will be able to trade off perhaps the entire center, trade off an additional maybe 2-3 pairs of pawns. And then there will simply very likely not be enough material on the board to convert what could remain a significant positional advantage. But with every trade, black's drawing chances improve unless his position is severely deteriorating as a result of those trades. So I think the temptation not to commit to any one plan until move 40 is an actual thing here. On the other hand, by playing rook e2, you put the question to black very, very seriously. Do you want to allow me to get my knight to g5, or do you want to play rook f8, after which I do have this idea of playing b4, and of course it does gain in strength a great deal, I feel, by the rook moving away from the a file. And now b takes a5 is an actual threat, I think, if black passes. If black plays b6, we can take on a5 and force black to recapture with a pawn, which is obviously, at the very least, something we can very seriously consider. Rook b1 is now a move, knight b3, rook a8, knight c5 is now a move, followed by king d6, d4. All of these things become a lot stronger if you force black to waste a tempo on rook a8. So by playing rook e2, white would once again ask a very, very concrete question, which generally it's good in this position to not allow Sergei to make moves on autopilot, whilst at the same time not really committing to any one plan for the time being. This is, I think, the best combination you can look for in a move in a situation Magnus finds himself in, because you want to pose as many practical problems as possible for your opponent in the run-up to the first-time control, without giving him too much information about what your chosen plan is. And Magnus actually does play rook e2, which is, I like this move. I didn't really appreciate it originally, because I couldn't really see why it was so necessary to play right now. But yeah, this now is a very serious question Sergei needs to address. Does he allow knight f3, knight g5, or does he allow rook a8 b4? Both of those options have very serious drawbacks.
That's all I missed, rook e2?
Rook e2 is actually a very clever move here, because, as mentioned, you either allow b4 in a much better edition if you stop knight f3, so that's one option, and now you maybe have to take, and that's not very attractive, especially if I get a5 in. That's the structure I was looking forward to, very much looking forward to as a white player in this position.
This could be, well, let's make
yeah, king d6, a5. This could be very dangerous for black.
Beyond repair.
Yeah, I mean this positions very easily become horrible very quickly, because after the knight lands on c5, even a6, even a6 followed by a brute force attack against the c6 pawn might become an issue, and many things will be extremely difficult.
Will happen some d4.
And if you play king d6 after rook e2, knight f3 followed by knight g5 is not at all stupid. I mean, I think king d6 probably is the more... Yeah, and this is what he played. I think rook a8 b4 just doesn't look attractive at all. King d6, knight f3, and in this position you look for a decent waiting move. The machine seems to suggest that white might try going knight g5 followed by d4 here, but I went on a huge speech about this being... it's difficult to play like this with white because you don't know for sure if it's very strong, and you do allow for a lot of pawn trades in the center, which limits your space for maneuver, so to speak. You are very committed to the plan of making it work by tactical means.
Sure. Then again, if we know anything about Sergei Karjakin, is that he's not gonna defeat himself if you just keep torturing him in some endgame.
Sure.
So you have to make these tough decisions at some point.
Yeah, no disagreement there. And knight f3, I think, will follow. People are saying it's already been played, but we will wait for confirmation. But it's
someone's saying, "Wow, Magnus winning now. That's a bit too strong, right?"
No, I think it's a bit of an overreaction right now. But he is now a lot more in the zone, a lot more back to doing what he generally does very well, increasing small advantages, creating additional pressure. He apparently knight f3 and rook a f8 has been played. I'm not sure what this move is, because after knight g5 the rook will have to leave the f file anyway. Yeah. So why did he feel it was necessary to place one rook on the f file? Maybe rook f8, rook e7 is the kind of a setup he is aiming for. But once again, I'm not sure it's such an improvement if white plays d4 again. There's also...
like a rook e1? Do you want to play d4 yourself?
No, I think I almost never want to play d4 myself.
But that's my point, then I want to do this next move.
Yeah, knight g5, rook e7 is on the board. And this has the potential of becoming very concrete now if white decides to go for something immediate in the center. But I think it's unlikely. I think Magnus would like to keep this kind of opposition intact for a while and look for the most attractive moment to start some concrete actions in the center.
But what's your move? I want this.
No, I like rook a1. I like the move you suggested. Just once again, give black the move. Give him the choice.
It is black's move. What is your move?
Oh, okay. I was wondering, one thing I can't really work out to any kind of a normal conclusion is c5 horrible or not?
Oh,
because you can take play c4.
right. That's the first thing.
And I will pass. Like I will play b6 here, for instance. It's not a pass. It's a useful move. And I can't quite work out if this will collapse or not.
I'm not sure if I've improved my situation here, frankly. I would as ed.
But then, okay, I play c5, I play b6. I wouldn't say I stopped d4. It's very possible it's still playable. But at least I made it, hopefully, somewhat less attractive for white.
Sure.
And without d4, it's not that clear what white's plans are.
Well, there's always b4. Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah, that actually is a very good point.
I'm not sure I didn't calculate, but it feels like if I can open very quickly, you might get overloaded, because that's the problem with these things.
Yeah, rook a1 has been played by Magnus. This is
a nice move to make, just
yeah.
Maybe threatening this, maybe not your move.
I think mainly, yeah, you just make a useful move and send the question back to Sergei. Yeah, please tell me what your intentions are here. Let's look at d4. Maybe it's not that stupid. I sort of rejected it out of hand, but I'm not sure I was right. Maybe takes f4, but it's an improvement for black, I think. Even e5, a5, and knight h8 maybe is not completely ridiculous, but looks a bit weird.
That's why I was wondering if this, but it's also.
But after king d5, you need to kind of justify it.
Yeah.
I will play c5, b6, the king will be reasonably safe on d5. And it starts resembling some Berlin endgames suddenly.
Let's try.
Uh,
No, it's not a good idea. I mean, takes on e5. Yeah, I like it. I don't like black's position, but it feels better than doing nothing.
yeah, it feels,
Ask for some dishes.
yeah, that actually,
in
yeah.
your square.
Yeah, that actually is quite clever. Yeah, good spot. In particular after c5, 92. Although, once again, it looks horrible, but just how horrible is it actually? b6, king c6.
Not over yet.
But I think some plan connected with b4 might once again be very strong, like rook b1 followed by b4. Or maybe even the immediate b4.
c2, b4.
Yeah, I think... And this knight on g6 is just such a horrible piece.
Now it's completely stuck because it can't.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't defend e5 with any other
Yeah.
entity.
Rook fe8 played by black, we're being informed by
More of a
The-
tenacious Karjakin move.
the unreliable narrator that is the chat.
Sociopath lying to us, left and right. Not all of you. I believe
Yeah, you know who you are.
13% of the chat are decent people.
You know who you are.
Who's this Colin trolling in the chat?
Don't know.
So, what do we do now? d4 seems off the table after rook fe8? Or not off the table. might be
No,
too
I
much.
think that's too strong. It's still very much a move here. Just take on d4 again. Because if e5, I actually showed this while you were away. I
You
take
showed a tactic?
Yeah, I take. But here you take with the king because this actually loses. Yeah.
Just want to show this.
Yeah, this actually loses, but you can take with the king. It changes a great deal. d5, maybe even rook takes, and the king runs towards c4 and b3.
Yeah, not in time to checkmate you.
Maybe I can start with. At least I can start with g5 on the previous move, so that you cannot take with the rook. I think this might be a decent idea. Like I take on e5 here. You have to take with the knight. Sorry. He takes d5. Oh, but knight d3.
Tricks.
Oh dear. Rook e6 check, but king takes d5 anyway.
Looks like we're
That's actually quite
messing up.
cute, yeah. Yeah, knight e1 check.
always gotta pay attention to the tactics.
Yeah, it's not impossible to miss this. I think rook e6, rook e3 might still be playable for white. But actually after rook e6, I think maybe taking twice.
Yeah, it's extremely unpleasant too.
Taking twice and taking on b2 and a4 might just be winning for black.
King is too close.
Yeah.
How did we end up here? Oh, well, in this position, there's probably better moves available.
Of course, yeah, you don't need to blunder rook knight d3. I think blundering knight d3 is a bit reckless, careless. I keep on saying reckless when it's careless that I mean.
It's a bit reckless. Yeah, it doesn't feel like these adventures are instantly paying off. What about your b4
But
movement?
with the knight on g5, it kind of feels like you're just playing this for the sake of playing it. I'm not sure what the point is.
Well, take.
Yeah, okay.
What's the clock situation?
14 against 12 for the remaining 8 moves. At least that's what our website says. There could be like, statistical. Well, what's the? I'm losing my abilities to speechify. Margin of error is what I was looking for. Calling is waging, I think, a losing war against people announcing moves in chat before they appear on the board. I think it's not a war he can win.
Yeah, I don't like where this is going. Knight f3 back. Magnus also didn't like where this was going. And moved it
I
back.
think he mainly doesn't want to commit or anything for the time being. He wasn't sure d4 was winning, and if it's not winning, it's a move which,
He just wants to make sure black can't improve easily.
yeah.
Can't black improve easily though. Knight f8, what do you do? Because I believe that the knight on d7 is much better than on g6.
That I think is a fair assessment. Maybe I can play. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe with this precise position of the heavy pieces, I can play d4 and take with the knight. But I guess black just plays g6 here and hints at playing e5 later.
Yeah, black's
And
still
also
quite
e5.
worse maybe, but-
And also I think it's important for black to have e5, e5. Otherwise I would be quite happy with white.
Yeah, not clear. Or, well, white is better still.
No, white always
clear, that's
retains some advantage, yeah, but how much is it actually is difficult to say.
So what's his point after knight f8? Well, maybe he doesn't have a particular point, but then would be somewhat strange too.
Yeah, the d7 is a good square. I mean, in particular, if it starts threatening to go to c5, you really feel like you've given black counterplay where none really existed.
Well, you can always play b4 to fight against that early. Maybe he wants b4.
Yeah, maybe that's what he. For the positions with b4, I think the inclusion of knight f3 and knight f8 is maybe not that ridiculous.
I always like this knight here. So
But also, black doesn't have a great deal of time, and he needs to make sure that knight f8 doesn't run into anything concrete. Not that we can see anything concrete, but
no, it's just black is a bit stuck for ways to improve his position, right? So bringing the knight to a slightly better square would be a logical starting point. Maybe this, but I don't know.
this covers more squares to stop, white from invading. But knight f8 d7 actually gives you counterplay. So
Right.
I think of these two options, I would prefer knight f8, knight d7.
Agreed. What else is there? c5 is a weird move now. Yeah, that feels like strange timing. Maybe still b4. You always gotta be very careful with this b4.
Yeah, I think it's almost always going to be a very, very strong move in these positions because the pawn will get one back almost immediately, and then with the open files to operate on, like rook b2, rook b1 here, I don't know which one is stronger. I guess there's not much difference.
Yeah, if you get access to this b6 square, you're gonna be.
Yeah, the king on d6 suddenly feels a lot less safe, and yeah, the pawn on b7 will be hanging once white doubles, and knight h8.
Knight h8.
Yeah, that's curious. Okay, let's look at d4 once again. Maybe something changed there. You have to take, I guess. I never really want to take with the pawn here. Feels like it limits my options a great deal.
I agree.
So let's take with the knight, and I think black still plays g6, but now his knight is in the corner. But it will come. It will come out.
Not for long.
It will come out. Is knight b3 a move here?
What's your point?
I want to go back and threaten e takes d5. Now we can play e5 here. Damn, I'm just one tempo short. Can we knight b3, b6? Can I have a look at this position for another second?
Yes.
But I mean, I would like to play c4, but I don't believe I will get anywhere. It just feels too weird. Takes, and I don't really understand what I want. What I want is to challenge the black center until the knight from h8, returns to play. And yeah, Magnus does play d4.
Whoa. He does not want to hang around.
Yeah, e4 played, g6 I also expect to be played reasonably quickly. And yeah, now the question is how do you make any progress? There is a way to install the knight on c5, but it comes at a cost. You can play yeah, in some order you can make these moves. I think the king goes to c7 actually. I don't think it goes to d7. You play before, and black probably just ignores it. I mean, you can start with b4, which probably forces black to react in a manner that we want, like take c5 check, king c7, cb4, knight f7, or something like a5, knight h6. And
but this knight has a square all of a sudden.
It's not going to be easy to break through here, despite.
It's still pressing.
Of course, but it's apart from a5, a6, we've limited our options here to creating some kind of breakthrough on the king on the queen side. The center is completely closed. The knight has a very good square on f5. It's very, very committal to play before e5 here. You might have to, though.
Mildly surprised he went for this d4 in this position. Maybe he wants to create a crisis before the time control, but it feels like he's gambling a significant part of his advantage, which, I don't know, b4...
g6 played, once again, not at all unexpectedly, because you didn't want to have to take with the c-pawn.
I don't know. I'm not sure I like this d4 decision. Feels like black's play becomes easier. Knight goes to f7, and you can very much react to direct white ideas, no?
Yes, I agree with all of that. Might still be objectively not that pleasant for black, but...
No question. But just easier to play than 2-3 moves ago. Yeah.
And also, arguably, you unless you start with b4, it's not even that easy to make black commit to h takes. Like if you start with this after b4, rook a8, I think becomes a very serious option.
You have to start worrying about this guy.
And just keeping it there. My next 3 moves are knight f7, knight h6, knight f5 against.
Well, I can try to force
maybe you go
knight
knight b3. Yeah, maybe it still forces me to take. Yeah, because b6 b8 probably is.
Well, then my knight.
Yeah, b6 b8 probably is not advisable. Yeah, that's not very good. So I guess you get the structure anyway.
But how good is this?
I'm not sure. a5, knight f5, rook c1, followed by... Well, trying to push b5, basically.
No, still not pleasant, huh?
No.
Just feels like optically black achieved a lot. His knight is a good square, you would pass pawn.
Yeah, compared to the position black had, you would, you're very drawn to the difference between the knight on g6, which had no moves, and the knight on f5, which, reigns supreme over large parts of the board. But the knight on c5 is also very, very nice, and the king on c7 is not that safe. So the plans connected was just quietly opening the queen side and then playing against the b7 weakness and the e6 weakness, and also if the knight somehow lands on via, let's say, c5 and d3. If the knight gets to f4, the g6 pawn might also become a target eventually. So yeah, even this is not equal.
Let's see what Magnus does. It's a surprising transformation of the position.
Yes.
The verdict is still out.
And also, I think now he really needs to hurry, so to speak, because if he allows knight f7 and e5. Like if he does nothing for a couple of moves here, like he played rook to e3, which is a bit of maybe it goes to f6 though. Maybe that's his plan, yeah.
Rook f3.
No, I think you need to give the check first.
e5 check.
Yeah. I think that might be the point. Although, let's say knight h6, rook f6, rook g8. Knight f5.
I don't know.
Once again, it's clear that white is better, but just how much better is very, very difficult to judge, because the position is very, very locked in now, and you are banking on the remaining trumps being enough, because you're unlikely to find more advantages to use. Knight f7 played 10 against 10 for the remaining 4 moves, so that's...
Yeah, that's my main criticism of Magnus's plan. I have no idea if it was good or bad, but all the moves are forced, or more or less forced. ed4, a tempo, g6, knight f7, while white has to make decisions, so practically it wasn't the most challenging in my opinion.
Maybe not, yeah.
So if we played b4 here, let's say b4, no, black has to make decisions. I think this is much more unpleasant to face.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I liked opening up the queen side in many of these positions. Yeah, and rook e3 knight f7, and he's thinking again. So
Yeah, his whole play. Okay. Once again, disclaimers, armchair generals and so on, but it doesn't feel as smooth as it normally is, like as connected.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. He might still be in time to get the same types of positions with e5 and b4, but then you really do feel like he wasted a tempo. Yeah. You've wasted a tempo on something you didn't necessarily need.
He wants this, but no, this is too subtle.
It's never going to be fast enough, it feels.
We'll see. White is still better, but yeah, I'm not a fan of this d4 at all. Move 36 has just been played. That means 4 more moves till the time.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. 10 minutes for both of them, for the remaining 4. Should be manageable enough in this position.
For sure.
It's actually arguable that it's now easier to play for black, because black has very clear-cut plans that he can execute, and it's white who needs to make an immediate choice, because it feels like you're running out of waiting moves and time for waiting moves. Because if you allow, let's say, black to play e5 and b6, you probably don't win. It will be solid enough of a setup to never really be able to shake.
Yeah, and you also have to ask yourself, why did you exchange black's double pawn against your d3 pawn? Like, if you allow e5.
Yeah, sure.
Big decision here. This seems like the way to go, but it's not connected with rook e3. Who knows? He's calculating. Position has calmed down a bit, but it's still extremely dramatic match-wise, because Magnus Carlsen had a fantastic, or very good grinding position chance. You would think it's 100% in his style, but I'm not quite sure if he's on top of things here. Rook f3, I'm not sure if it's been played or if it's been suggested, but the problem seems to be black is in time for this and
yeah, this is an important detail, and yeah, you have to exchange your pride and joy, and then yes, you force black to take with the c pawn, but with the pair of rooks gone, it's just so little now. Just not enough. Black will play e5 and hold reasonably comfortably.
What else is there? f4, that's just a weird move.
No, you don't do this, yeah.
c4 you also don't do. You can start with b4, but then you allow this.
No, I don't think this makes any sense at all.
So objectively, he has to commit to this e5. It looks like.
Yeah, we are being told e5 king d7 is on the board, and especially after black plays king d7, playing b4 followed by knight b3 becomes very natural.
So might have a check here.
Yeah, it might.
And again, he lost some time.
Sure, but you win. You maybe win some of it back by landing the knight on c5 with check.
If b4 is his idea, but it's very natural now.
Yeah, rook f3. Rook f3 f6. Rook f3 f6 is not entirely unreasonable, but I think it limits white's options a great deal, because it's very likely you will after that no longer have any time for b4.
In a perfect world, maybe you can do both. Very dramatic.
And apparently Magnus went with rook f3.
Whoa. Knight h6 on the board.
Knight h6 obviously blitzed out by Sergei, because well, it was always going to be the next move in this position. The knight belongs on f5.
Rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6, rook g8. This is what we're looking at, and in this position you need to. Rook g7 actually is what Karjakin played. I'm not sure if there's a large difference, but this preserves the idea of knight g8 maybe in some positions. So.
Yeah, the rook looks nice, but he's also kind of alone.
Yeah.
As black can control everything.
Yeah, it's not that easy to see how you're planning to make any progress.
Still b4?
I want to mention something fanciful to you, though.
Please do.
King of it's not going to happen. I want to preface it by saying this is never going to happen. King f3. King f4. Knight f2 is what bothers me, frankly.
Let's play b4. Let's stick with it till they've made it past the time control, which will be after Karjakin's next move.
Takes knight f5.
That looks like fairly logical chess.
I guess we still play knight b3 and we claim that the rook on f6 is a good piece.
Well, if we get knight c5 check, it is a good piece. So at least, well, now his plan is...
It's becoming apparent, what he's trying to achieve here.
Yeah, visible.
But maybe knight g4 and no, that shouldn't worry us very much. Yeah, rook f4, g5.
G5
Yeah, well, maybe it's not that. But I can take, go rook f7, f4 check. Yeah. I mean, sorry, rook f7 check and f4. I misspoke.
It's okay.
And rook goes somewhere. I play maybe even rook h1 immediately, then a5, secure the... I don't know if I need a5, but I want to put it there so that I don't have to worry about it anymore. King f3, maybe king f2 actually. Because I want to meet knight c4 with g4, if at all possible. Although there's rook f8 there.
This, you win this?
Knight b3. Well,
maybe it also takes in the run, but I'm not sure.
Well, I push, but I don't know if I win, but...
Chances.
Yeah, b7 is still very weak, and h5 also is a constant source of concern for black.
Let's see, Karjakin, how much time does he have for... Well, ab4 you can always blitz out.
Well, you might want to not commit to that, but probably you have to, yeah.
Well, so practically, but he has like 9 minutes for his last move, right?
Sure.
Which is sort of my point. He's had these 10 minutes for the last 6-7 moves, because Magnus, made it easy for him to blitz out some moves. And in the chat, people are talking about this. I believe it's a Norwegian supercomputer called Sesse, which is apparently smarter than all the other computers. It's like Skynet for chess. And he apparently still likes white a great deal, if I read this correctly. And since he's so much wiser, that could give an indication that there's still objective problems here for black.
No, it doesn't feel like black equalized. It was just an extremely committal decision by Magnus, but maybe...
And it was sort of a safe passage towards the time control for Karjakin, but he
this still...
followed the plan and stuck to it.
Yeah, this still isn't all that easy for black. It's very similar to what we were discussing earlier, but also Magnus assumed control over the f-file. And it's not that easy to play knight f5 anymore, actually, because knight f5, knight b3 really does look horrible.
This might be just... I don't know, the end, but something like this.
No, this really looks...
going gets very tough.
No, this you probably just lose. Yeah. So black, I think, will now have to combine the idea, like, you play knight g4, the rook goes somewhere, you go knight h6 back, and you want to play rook f7, or knight f5 to use
do you take or do you not take?
I think I include takes, and go back to h6, yeah.
And if I switch to this, you want rook f7?
I have rook f7 at least, yeah. And
okay, whatever. With one pair of rooks, you feel this is defendable?
It's a bit harder to convert, I feel. Yeah, because I think it will be easier for black to spread his resources properly and defend all of his weaknesses. Which is why maybe after knight g4 you can make an argument for a weird-looking move like rook f3. So that in the same position I will be a lot less obliged to take on f7. I can go knight b3 or a5, I don't know, here I go rook c3, knight f5, knight b3.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
And get a position which is a lot similar to what we already discussed.
More options.
Yeah, rook b1, b5, like proper attacking options on the queen side. No, this is still very far from easy for Sergei.
Ain't over till it's over. Mr. Sesse gives, or Miss Sesse, I'm not sure, gives 0.86 apparently, which is almost a pawn. Then again, sometimes if they're too deep, if he's too wise and only gives 0.86, that's bad news again. Because if they can calculate till some rook endgame where you can't convert the extra pawn and you call it 0.86, that's no good. But probably in this situation we're not advanced enough yet, and we should respect the 0.86 as big advantage.
No, it's something very tangible here for white. It's
Someone's either suggesting or hinting at knight.
I think
check.
it's the same idea. Yeah, it doesn't really matter a great deal which square you choose.
I like your rook f3 move.
Yeah, I think it's quite decent here because you want both rooks on the board for those endgames with the knight on c5 and the pawn on a5. You won't have as many threats as possible. I still go knight b3. You have to play
Yeah,
knight
you don't
f5.
have rook f7, so
No,
it doesn't gain you much.
Sort of proving this is winning will not be at all easy, but neither will be holding this.
And Smuts points out that Karjakin holds anything under 1.8, as we all know. Is that his boiling point?
Now that's what the engines were showing in the fourth game when after Magnus played f4.
Ah, after he played f4.
Yeah.
But before, like, I saw some 250 or whatever even.
There was some. It was very difficult to understand what these figures meant there because I mean, as we know, f4 is a draw, and it kept on claiming this is completely winning.
Right.
So
We talked about.
yeah.
And someone else is mentioning that the knight on h6 is a clown piece. I disagree.
No.
It has gained a lot more prospects than when it was on g6. It made it out of forced jail, really, because this is a clown piece.
Yeah, this is a horrible piece. Yeah, and takes knight g8 played, and we expect rook f3 and not rook f4. And in particular, after knight g8, it becomes, I think, very obvious that the rook has to go on f3. To f3, I mean. And with
Well,
the
now it's just an open
Yeah.
rank where you can,
yeah,
well, half open.
yeah, I think the inclusion of a before c before just made it a lot easier for white to figure out where the rook belongs. It had to go to f3 even in those positions, but now it's just, I think, quite clear.
Our friend Maximilian Meinhardt is joining us in the chat, international chess master, and he's dropping some knowledge. After knight f5 retreat with a knight to b3 and go for f3, king h3 and g4.
No, I think after knight f5, knight b3, you lose the e6 pawn, which is a bigger issue. I think the slow plan that you mentioned is very sensible, if not for the fact that you're winning already and you don't need to make slow moves.
But Maximilian is a very cultured guy. He's a literature professor. He enjoys the slower pleasures in life. He enjoys a good book. He doesn't need to win in 5 minutes. He can wait.
And I'm fully on board with the with that approach to life in general. But in this particular position, knight f5, knight b3, I think no king h3 is ever likely to happen in this game because white will just collect everything or give mate or both. That's my take on this.
Such a pragmatist.
And we have reached the first time control, which I think signifies the reappearance of the lovely Fiona with the social media segment. And we'll go on a bit of a break, rehydrate, and mainly rehydrate, I think.
We shall see you with a lot more exciting knight maneuvers still to come. So don't go anywhere unless you're going to sleep, because it's really late. But maybe just stay in bed with your laptop. See you soon. Yeah, this never works. a chance to even the scores today.
Has a chance, of course.
Will he? Okay.
Will he is a lot harder to predict. I thought this was better for white than I think now, because the major threat white wants to create is b4, b5, I think. And once you place your knight on c5, the 94 will be a constant spanner in the works there. If white actually achieves some kind of a setup with, let's say, a rook on a3 or rook on b1, and does succeed in playing b5 after that, I think he gets a huge advantage. But I'm not sure it's all that easy.
So do you say he's going to win or draw? Can't get a prediction out of it.
I honestly don't know.
I said of predictions. You don't know.
I said that before, but it's very difficult for me because the play is just not consistent enough. I mean, although I think from a certain point on, Magnus stabilized. I'm pretty sure
at least he found a plan and stuck with it.
He must have been somewhat shaken by his own play at a certain point, because I think the speed with which he played h4, for instance, after knight g5, kind of indicated that probably by this point he realized he missed a number of things, and he was very happy to just sort of get past that point and start playing a position where he will be in control.
Shall we do a brief recap of the high and low lights so far?
Sure.
So quiet opening led to this position where we were praising Magnus's at least style to give Sergei decisions. Also, he's probably slightly better. And after bishop e6, we thought he was just going to play bishop c2 or the computer move rook a3, keep the tension and enjoy his slightly better placed pieces. Instead he went bishop takes e6, f takes e, which is a tactical blunder. Not an obvious one, but not impossible to spot either, at least as an armchair general. The point is knight takes f2 works here. If king g1, knight h3 check, king h1 repeats moves, and king g2, knight
king
h4.
doesn't. Okay, I'm not gonna. It's not that important. But king h1, black can just play queen anywhere.
Black could even go queen g5. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you have to play king g2 here, which allows knight f4 check. And the only real explanation we could muster here for Sergei not playing it, because I think not spotting the perpetual in the other line is almost impossible for any decent player, is that maybe he thought that this is completely unclear. Takes. Maybe we are being slightly blinded by the evaluation that is staring us in the face here.
Still, this is a position where it's very hard to believe black is worse. Well, in the game, he pretty much is slightly worse.
And let's explain why the perpetual is a perpetual.
Yeah, that was the main point I wanted
king g2.
to make. King g2, knight h4.
This is the only move, but really not very difficult to spot, because it's a check, and that really is the only move that doesn't lose.
Still, nice geometry, though. This knight controls both these squares. A theme we don't see every day.
And therefore, after knight h4, white has to play king g1, knight h3 check, king h1, knight f2 check.
That's the perpetual element.
Yeah, and we would have been left with only 2 games to go, and the score still in favor of Karjakin.
Which might still happen, but not without giving us many hours of enjoyment. So Karjakin played d5.
And even here, the move Magnus made is very natural and it's very testing, but it leads to a forced draw once again.
This one, however, I think is hard to spot.
Yeah, no, this one, the previous one I was very, very surprised was not played on the board. But here you needed to find this move queen f7. It's strictly the only move seemingly in this position, creating a threat of knight f4 check. This you maybe can find.
Yeah.
But the fact that after king g1 you can just quietly play queen f6 back, creating a threat of queen g5, knight h3.
Then you also have to play it, because else knight g4 or something bad is going to happen to you.
Both of those moves are seemingly only moves, and if queen f7 is findable, so to speak, queen f6 back, just giving white a full move and saying you have nothing here, you will not find anything to do, even with the tempo I give you, is not at all easy to find. So,
Agreed.
And then after knight g5, white could actually wait for one move before playing h4, and he would have had a very significant advantage here. Like playing rook a1 in particular would reinforce the threats white has here, and this is a very difficult position for black to navigate.
The point you had to see was that here, this queen doesn't do anything.
Now, compared to the game, it's very important that after knight e7 here, white has the move rook e3. It's not impossible that Magnus felt that after h4, knight f3, he could do the same in the game as well. Play knight g4, then take on f3 and play king g1. But here, after king g1, knight e7, white actually cannot really unpin himself, because after rook e1, black has to move d5, d4, and those two pieces on the king side seem to be completely stuck. And these two as well, but also the queen on h5 and the knight on g4 is what I meant. And it's actually quite comfortable for black.
Sorry for all the drinking on camera. Gotta stay caffeinated. But instead, Magnus Carlsen understood this, went for the endgame, where only white can be better, because these pawns are weak and this knight is a little misplaced. One more shocker, which we normally aren't accustomed, is this move, rook fe1, clearly intending to meet rook a f8 with rook e2, which would run into a little tactic that is not impossible to spot.
Yeah, that really, I think, should
plays.
have been spotted by Sergei. And rook f8 would have to be met by rook f1. Arguably, rook f8 is not such a useful move, but still, you play this because it wins you a tempo, and
it also gives you a fair chance. Clearly, rook fe1 wasn't played with the intention to return to.
No, but I think rook f8 is such a strikingly strange move in this position that Magnus would have realized that it's probably connected with some tactical idea. Because, I mean, if just forcing white to make a useful move, rook e2, would feel very, very strange.
We will never know. In the game, h5 was played, and after some sensible maneuvering by both sides, Karjakin centralizing his king, Magnus bringing his knight all the way to g5. Carlsen here decided to force the issue with d4. I was more of a fan of b4.
Yeah, we felt that starting to open up the queen side and not really allowing black to exchange any of his weaknesses in the center was a lot more consistent with previous play. But maybe Magnus felt that if black secures his position with knight f7 and g6, just the queen side will not be enough to make any progress.
The d4 play is reasonably forced, but here Magnus committed on a plan and executed it. The computer doesn't like this rook f3, prefers the immediate b4.
Yeah, but I guess
very logical.
Yeah, the difference should not be. I mean, you need to count tempi to figure out if it's better or worse for white to include rook f3, because after all, somewhere here we get a very, very similar position to what we would have gotten without rook f3. Yeah, and this is what we now have on the board. Black doesn't really have much in the way of counterplay, because playing g5 is almost always going to run into knight takes e6. Therefore, at least while the rook is still on f3, this is rook takes h5, hg f4 should be completely winning for white. Yeah, with the two passers running really, really fast in the center. Yeah, that will never happen.
As we all know, two run faster than one in an endgame like this. You can't stop the two passes. I don't think many people know that I'm trolling you.
I know. And I enjoy it.
Oh, good then. And therefore you can't do that, and white can build up over here, but it's not going to be so easy. If you move too many pieces away, knight d4 will be a problem. And
also, if the rook goes away from f3, g6, g5 might become a very decent idea, activating some of your pieces, starting counterplay against the king on g2. So, yeah, it's clear that white is the side pressing here, but finding specific ideas here and breaking through will not be at all a trivial task.
Yeah, and I'm sure me and everybody else have said this millions of times, but Sergei Karjakin is a pretty decent defender. He's not ashamed to make passive looking moves, do nothing, keep the position. That's, once again, with the usual disclaimers, that he's a world-class player and leading in a world championship match, but arguably what sets him apart from other world-class players is tenacity and his good nerves and ability to just maintain a worse position without making it worse. Yeah. Is very impressive.
Apart from tremendous chess skills that are required to do that, he also is incredibly, I mean, we keep on saying this over and over, but I think it bears repeating. His mental fortitude to defend unpleasant positions where you don't really have any counterplay and unlikely to have any counterplay for the foreseeable future. And he is very adept at just staying focused, not missing any minor details, and just defending accurately. And looks like this is what he will be doing again today. But
not much of a choice here. But still, I understand why it's better. I still believe this has been progress for Karjakin compared to this position.
Yeah, I quite like before here. I don't disagree with you here at all.
Because you can get... Maybe I should stop whining about this. But if you can get something similar, but with the e-pawns still both on the board, it's so much nicer. Like put your knight here.
Yeah.
Then you always have the option of still opening this or doing whatever. This is what we're dealing with here. Let's check in with the chat. And Smuts, I think, is pointing out that I might not have phrased one sentence accurately, which is hard to believe, because normally all my sentences are perfectly phrased. He's asking, are you ashamed to make passive moves and do nothing? Yeah, I think the quotations, because I said that. And yeah, it's tough sometimes. Ashamed is probably not the correct word, but it's a very hard thing to do. Because at some point you have the feeling that, okay, I can't just stay passive and wait for my demise. I gotta go g5 and hope for some last-ditch counterplay. And sometimes that's the correct approach, but oftentimes it is not, and it just leads to you losing the game.
Sure.
Therefore, it is certainly a skill. And yeah,
Also,
I'm very ashamed of it.
Chat seems to be in some stage of Anish withdrawal. Apparently, Anish hasn't been tweeting for a while, and
They miss him.
yeah, they feel
In
that
general, chat can't function if there's no Anish making draws. They don't know where to direct their laser
Ire.
sharp.
yeah.
I don't know which words to follow that up. King b8 played, apparently.
We are still waiting for confirmation because it's not an obvious move to make. To be
No,
honest, I'm not sure.
the king is better here.
And also, you know, waiting on c7 and then meeting b5, maybe with c takes b5, rook b5, king c6. Yeah, having the c6 square available to your king there may have been a good idea. But it appears that he has actually played king b8. And now white seems to be possibly in time to actually realize that plan by playing something like rook b1 and then rook f4 and then b5 in some order. Because, yeah, allowing rook f6 is probably completely horrible, followed by rook d1 and things start to collapse.
So I'm guessing, well, it could always be that he's just biding time. But I'm guessing this is the point. Now this to stop knight d4.
Yeah, and then I go b5. Let's discuss this. If I go b5 here, cb5, rook b5.
I need some sort of counterplay, but how do I get it? t4? Not a pretty move to make.
No. I'm still playing rook f3, rook b3
Yeah.
then, but you've also given me additional squares.
Then let's
I
play
think
the shameful way.
You double up on the seventh and wait, but yeah, I can find a number of improving moves, and also just the simple plan of going rook b4 and then knight d3, knight f4 might be quite decent here. I'm not sure if I need to include king f1 or king h3 because black really doesn't have very much in the way of active ideas. But let's go rook b4. Yeah, and I wanted to play maybe even knight d3 immediately, and
Why can't we checkmate? Ah, rook c6. I would like to checkmate, but no checkmate.
yeah,
just
rook,
yet.
rook a4. I think the only move is king b6, but it's sufficient. You should continue. I mean, it's an instructive way to defend, include your king in the active defense.
Well.
In the final position there, rook a5, rook c6, rook ba4 would be just winning, if not for the fact that king b6 is a good move.
The king is a strong piece and can take care of himself. It's
Yeah,
what we learned from the first world chess champion. Chess world champion.
And rook b1 has been played by Magnus, so he also is of the opinion that pushing for the b5 break is the way forward.
Well,
here.
at least you can ask the question, does this bother you? You're not obliged to do anything because black still has no counterplay.
No, g5 continues running into the same tactic here, I think.
Oh.
Knight takes h4. Ah, is this what Sergei means then? Because king on c7 was in check. This is why this wasn't available then and is available now.
But even this, aren't you just lost?
Could be.
Maybe there's some miracle escape, but in general you're lost. Unless you checkmate me somehow. Or perpetual check me. Perpetual check me.
Yeah. Let's go back to g5 for a second. Is there anything better for white?
Yes. but less obvious.
Yeah.
Too complicated.
Although, I mean, b5 is a move we were trying to
Really?
make. Yeah.
This stuff, too complicated.
Not really. I mean, you actually pick up on b7 and you have the two connected pawns on the 7th. So
Two connected pass pawns on the 7th rank are worth 2 pawns. Yeah, no, this is what I was talking about earlier. Probably the best chance for survival is to do nothing. Rook g7, king a7. And yeah, he's played king a7, but it's so tempting to play g5.
yeah, now there's a number of options, all aimed at the same thing. Rook f4, rook d3, all of these moves with the idea, I think, of playing b5. I think white really does need to play b5 here. Well, not immediately, because you run into the fork, yeah. Yeah, which is why it needs to be prepared. I'm also wondering, let's say if I play rook f4 now, is b6 completely horrible? Probably is, but I want to figure out why. Yeah, I guess simply knight a4. Yeah, that's what I.
If it takes, then all of a sudden this rook becomes a monster.
Yeah. No, with the open file, with the open b file, the knight on c5 is just such a strong piece. No, king a6 is not an improvement, but even if you don't do it,
Understood. But yeah, if you're worried about this, I guess you can keep this rook around one here. I was gonna say takes on rook a3. No, I'm starting to doubt
yeah, but
how winning this is.
yeah, allowing rook a7, and once again, black actually traded off his biggest weakness, and the king will run back via b6 to b5, c4, and yeah, it feels like you're allowing too much freedom.
True that. Can I do better after rook d3, b6? Still this, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's always strong. I think in this position actually b5 is the way to go, but why would you give white this protected pass pawn is... Although now
you stopped my...
Yeah, and you can maybe start something on the king side now, actually.
Yeah, it's not obviously bad.
No. In particular in connection with g5. Because if you allow me to return to f3 and f4, I will probably then use the plan Maximilian described with king h3, f3 and g4, and that will be extremely strong.
So yeah, king a7 on the board. Magnus has to decide how to proceed.
And apparently a fun trivia fact, Sese is now giving white 17 moves which all lead to the same evaluation.
Which means it's a draw.
Which means there's no immediate way to move forward, yes. Which means that the plan with b5 doesn't impress the Norwegian supercomputer particularly, because I think you can achieve b5 here if you want.
Sure. Or, yeah, I'm not sure if it means it's a draw necessarily. But it means that white does not need to hurry, because all the moves need to send. And rook d3 apparently on the board. When b6 is a legal option, after rook f4 this looked worse. But here it's certainly an option. Big discussion in the chat. Scott says analysis on Vega TV is much better. And I don't doubt it, but not all of us have access to it. But Scott, if you prefer it, I highly recommend it as well with our friend Jan Ludwig Hammer. I believe he's doing that.
Probably he is, yeah. He is very good. There's also some very nice self-awareness in chat below that comment, but we probably won't go into too much detail.
Rook d3. It's another one of those spots. Stay passive or do something. And as I mentioned earlier, I find it hard to wait. But Karjakin does not have that issue.
If g5 we probably take, and then we go b5, right? And h4 is just way too slow because white breaks through on the other side of the board. Yeah, bc. Yeah, I wonder why bc loses. Yeah, rook b6, rook a6, rook d3 is just made. Yeah, I've missed that geometrical idea. Which means that black cannot really create any immediate counterplay because, as mentioned, the idea of b5 is actually quite strong.
Yeah, g5 is no good. b6 feels weird somehow, but maybe this is just these deep-seated fears. We all have to move pawns in front of our king.
Also, I'm wondering if black needs to pass here, if black really has nothing at all.
This is such a frustrating move.
Yeah, can I really now switch to the plan we were talking about earlier? Can I now play king h3?
I'm also curious if I can bring.
But this will not be allowed. I think once you put it on f3, a rook will go to the f file and.
So you want the Maxi Meinhardt treatment?
Yeah. Why is this not a thing?
I do not know. Maybe I wait for you to do something crazy and then I go g5.
That is what was worrying me. Yeah. But I feel that Magnus probably wants to play b5 because he always, I mean, not always, but with the match situation and the way he's been playing in games 9 and 8 in particular, it does feel that his reserves of patience are stretched somewhat thin. And waiting forever here might not be to his taste either.
Yeah, he's not been approaching the game like that either. If we look at all the key decisions, bishop takes e6 sort of forced the issue. Then d4 sort of forced the issue. And here b5 next will also force the issue.
Yeah.
So let's try.
Yeah, let's continue this
how
again.
To break through or not break through. Something like this looks logical to bring the rook here.
Yeah.
Actually,
it
looks
also
tenable.
Yeah, it also makes life a lot simpler. Maybe not easier necessarily, but a lot simpler for black because you put the rook on e7 and c7. You say that with the current pieces on the board, you cannot make much progress, and you will need at some point to vacate the c5 square to go towards the f4 and try and attack the king side. And then the rook on c7 will become very active. It will go to c2 or c4, wherever it is allowed, and black will actually start getting proper counterplay.
Once again, credit to Karjakin's defensive skills, because in order to vacate that c6 square for the rook, you had to play this plan, which, not obvious at all, to put the king on a7, not c7.
Yeah.
Then again, we shall see. Still, I don't think... I'm wondering if that statement is true, but I believe so. If you offered Magnus this position before the game, I think he would have taken it.
Probably. It's definitely a better position for white. The question is whether he can make further progress.
Right. What's the time situation? Karjakin is a little lower on the clock.
Yeah, but it's not crazy. They've already made some moves, so he still has more than half an hour for the remaining 14. And now that he's taken an important decision to bring the king over to a7, I think he probably will realize that g5 is almost never a good idea, but almost everything else leads to very similar positions, so he can just start shuffling.
Molushin45 says in the chat, please don't tell me who's winning, because I will lose interest in watching them. Which is a fair point. There should be no spoilers as to who's winning or losing in chess broadcasts, and we will do our very best to not ruin that enjoyment, which is made much easier by the fact that we have no clue who's winning.
Yeah. We can say who's playing for a win here, but that probably isn't enough.
It's white.
It is white.
I should have said spoiler alert, apologies. But it is white.
It is white.
What else is going on? The chat seems bored with the chess, so they go back to Blade Runner discussions and stuff like that already. Oh no, it's just this dude.
People also now are in a very bloodthirsty mood in regards to my hat eating, I think.
Have you eaten that hat?
No, I still believe I was correct in saying that Magnus had seen this position before the game. It's just that he, for some reason, wasn't entirely sure what the file said, and that's why he took so long to play rook fd8.
We have to get confirmation.
But once again, it's a very safe bet for me to make, because we have no way of confirming or denying any of it. So
it's very hard to win nowadays on the internet, because normally people accuse me of not having a life because of all my TV and movie intake. then I haven't seen one movie. They're really upset that I did not see that one movie.
Yeah.
So how can you win? So hard.
Yeah. You have to.
I keep thinking if I should make some jokes that I just don't watch that many South African track and field competitions, but I don't think it works.
I honestly lost that reference completely. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't think it works. Blade Runner, Oscar Pistorius.
Yeah, I should have gotten that.
Yeah, as I said, I didn't think it would work. Anyway, I have my own little sense. Who cares about that? Just let me see. People are very concerned. Our existing premium members are rightly very, very upset that we have these promotions where you can get a mug if you become a new premium member. Which I still think is true. Like, now during this break, Peter signed more mugs, and the premium members we already have are saying, but how can we get a mug? So I thought of my own little promotion. It's a very complicated promotion, and I need to stand up because I left my napkin somewhere. If I stand up like this, then you people, I shouldn't call you people because I appreciate you, but you would see that I'm not wearing full suit, so I have to crawl out like this.
Yeah, it almost worked. And I'm actually not at all sure what Jan is about to do, and I'm as much in the dark here as the viewers. I mean, in the meantime, Sergei did play Rook C7, abandoning all pretense of playing for any kind of G5 counterplay, and we could be entering a somewhat long period of maneuvering because. Seemingly b5, I mean, it's an attractive idea, and I still would feel extremely impatient to play it at some point. But it doesn't seem to lead anywhere immediately. Napkin?
Yeah, I found my napkin. So this is the promotion. This is a napkin. It's a real napkin. And I wrote down something on it. Now the rules are, you have 1 minute to answer. You only have one answer per premium member, and it's a number between 1 and 100. You can answer till 0:35 my time, and whoever guesses the correct number gets a mug signed by Peter Svidler and not by myself, unless you insist, but I do understand that would decrease the value. So if you get the number right, you'll get your mug. I haven't discussed this with anybody who's in charge of sending them out, but I'm sure they'll find a way. Huh?
So there's a number written on this.
Yes, between 1 and 100. So you have to take a deep journey into my mind what number I would take.
Yeah, I have a feeling I probably even would know how to research this, but I won't do it on air.
How to research it?
Yeah, I'm not going to give any hints to our audience, but...
How would you know?
Because I do know how your mind works. But I don't know the subject matter of how I suspect your mind worked there. So I would need to do some Googling.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Anyway, let's talk about chess for 1 minute, because I said they have till 0:35. And then check it out. Rook C7, this is not a good time, right?
This is probably, it's the same position because you're going to play Rook C8. Yeah, it's all exactly the same because the rooks are tied up. And they will be on these squares. Actually, on these exact two squares, probably, because Rook C6 allows Rook B3. I don't know if it's a huge threat, but yeah. And
okay, it's 0:35. This is the end of our very exciting promotion. Let's reveal the number. What do you think it is?
It's something written on a shirt of a basketball player, but I don't know which player, and I don't know the number. So.
No, I tried to make it very random.
Okay.
It's the number 17. Let's see if someone had that.
Yeah, I've seen a 17 in there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Whoa, very impressive.
Somebody got
Whoa, here there was one by Clemens Tikar. Let's see if that's the first. This is a great show. Scrolling through the chat, reading numbers. That's what people enjoy, especially because I can't see them. A lot of 77s. Why would you think?
There was another one. Just
There was another one?
yeah.
Where?
Up.
Did we miss it?
I will now have to scroll as well.
I don't see it.
We somehow need to maximize this.
Arbiters. I probably shouldn't be doing this. We have the chat. So people can quadruple and... What's quintuple? Quintuple check?
Yeah, yes.
But someone will get a mark, because these marks, they're precious commodities. And congratulations to whoever won. Like normally on serious sites they have like these these quizzes where you have to like show chess trivia, but not here. Like it's either guessing a number or repeat what I said. This is the next trivia thing, which I think we should do. I'll say something and who can repeat it the fastest wins. I learned that from Doug Loves Movies. It always kills on Doug Loves Movies, which is a very good podcast. If you're looking for a podcast to listen to, check out Doug Loves Movies and Comedy Bang Bang, my current favorite. And How Did This Get Made? I listen to too many podcasts.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure Magnus can do anything here the more I stare at this.
I think... I'm wondering if, in particular with the rook from g7 having gone somewhere, you can actually try and switch to this plan now, king h3, f3, g4.
Maybe Mr. Meinhardt was right all along. Mr. Meinhardt. Is he still with us, Maximilian? Someone's asking, why not 42? I thought of 42, but then people would think... First of all, I thought 42 was an easy guess, because
Yeah.
I know you all love this hitchhikers stuff. Now there. Do you think I would make more friends on the internet if I said I never read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
There will probably be an outcry of some kind.
I actually read it.
I would be...
But I didn't like
I would be leading the outcry.
Oh yeah, it's right up your alley.
Yeah.
I like the movie because it has more stuff in it.
Yeah. No, the movie was fine, but not liking the books I think is criminal. And I tried having this discussion with Eric as well, but Eric also professed his disinterest, or at least current disinterest in the works.
But Eric,
in the works of Douglas Adams.
it's a different generation. Like they actually have entertaining stuff all the time. Like in the old days, all you had was this book. No, don't need it anymore. That statement made no sense whatsoever. I take it back.
Yeah.
But I still agree with Eric.
And I think it got kind of mangled in my... I wasn't sure if Eric was really on board with whatever it was I was saying there, but now that, it's a lot later in the day and we know that you don't know what I'm talking about, so I shouldn't be worried about it. Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency is currently running on, I think, Amazon. And it's good and you should watch it.
Is that me or are you talking to your people out there that enjoy
not gently.
cricket and the writings of Douglas Adams? I've heard something about this Dirk Gently.
Yeah, the new one. There was also an old series of the same name, which I suspect I even watched, but the new one is funny and good, at least.
I think I read some review. Anyway, this is probably outside my scope of interest.
Possibly, but I just wanted to put it out there. It's good. It's got Elijah Wood in it and all that.
So that's one of your quality standards. As long as Elijah Wood's in it, you recommend it wholeheartedly.
Hi Eric, you're not uncultured. You don't need to. Please don't apologize.
What is he apologizing for? Not liking Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
No idea. I don't think he should apologize.
No. Never apologize.
Good policy. So you think 93, 94 is decent even without playing b5? I think it would be.
I thought I should point out deep plan to move around and attack pawn.
Let's say if I go rook g7.
Maybe now I have to switch. I was kidding.
But yeah,
Do I have a better version?
somewhat maybe. Yeah, maybe you've won a tempo.
But still, I'm not breaking.
I don't think you should go rook b2 though. I think maybe playing knight d3 immediately was a bit better there because the knight wasn't hanging.
All right.
Although it's very very difficult to judge these things, and it does feel like we're not really making dramatic progress here.
Not really breaking the waves here.
But this is if you have to defend like this is very very concrete and very tactical. If you have to defend by giving up the pawn on g6 and creating those tactics with rook g7, knight takes h4, and so on, then maybe it's not that easy for black.
How did this go?
You played rook g2,
Here.
and we were.
And rook g7 wasn't forced, right? It
Yeah,
was
not at all. You can.
hinting at counterplay.
Yeah, you can make quieter moves as well.
Can I do this, or is this awkward? Nah, it's all comes down to.
Yeah, I think all of the.
All
Let's
the
discuss
same.
passive defense here. What happens if you just ignore all this, go rook e7, or yeah, something like that?
Probably nothing happens. I was wondering if I can tie you down enough that now this is
No,
effective.
I think c5 will be a large.
Yeah, the
problem.
point is now rook b6 is coming in, but c5 looks stronger.
Yeah, c5 looks a lot more sensible. Although amazingly, this appears to be very dangerous.
Checkmate.
Yeah, because it's checkmate.
Checkmate ends the game.
Yes. Good point, well made. King takes a5, knight. Oh, yeah.
Now you want knight c6?
No, I like this as well.
I'll give you this. And it's checkmate next move. Not forced. Well, yeah, it's one idea that could be interesting to keep in mind too. Even though this knight is very well placed. Give it some more options.
Magnus has been thinking about this for a while, right?
That's very true.
So far, maybe around 12 minutes. I think our timer is generally maybe a minute behind, so maybe around 12 minutes on this move. So it's still plenty of time for him. He is still ahead on the clock despite this this bit of tanking. But yeah, it does reaffirm our suspicion that there is no immediate plan available to white.
Yep. Which once again, sometimes it's very effective to, if you have no immediate breakthrough that you think is winning, to just shuffle around like stuff like what I was showing rook d2, knight d3. But Sergei Karjakin is normally not the guy who will be provoked into heavy action by your waiting antics.
Yeah, and also if you do transfer the knight to f4 without playing b5, black could be tempted by something on the king side as well. So
Sure.
you need to be careful not to allow some actual counterplay. Because if black does get some kind of a playable version of g5 followed by not losing any material on the king side, he will probably no longer stand wars simply. Because there will be a lot of counterplay against the white king side.
That's another question I had. Does it make sense to send my king on an unexpected journey towards a4 to get it away from all this kingside action? Or is that a worse square? After b5 could very well be a worse square.
I'm not sure. It might make sense to move it away from the g file, but I'm not sure it belongs on a4.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, I'm
You
not sure.
want on h3, yeah?
Yeah, I think h3 is the safest square. I think getting it all the way to the queen side might backfire. If you then proceed to play b5,
Even black might be tempted to go b6 once the king is on a4.
that is also true. What is the rook doing on d3? Double question mark asks.
Covering d4, double exclaim.
Asks rest in pieces. Yeah, the main reason for the rook on d3 is to make sure b5 is playable at all, because you need to control knight d4. It's a decent square for this precise reason, because Magnus doesn't want the knight on f5 to have any active moves if he decides to open up the queen side.
watching the seconds tick away. Do you do that sometimes in the sauna? I find it very hard to do. When I really want to leave already, but I'm playing this mental game with myself that I have to stay for 15 minutes. Like you have these, what do you call these? These
Yeah, I know.
eyeglass? No, what's the word? These things you turn around.
Hourglass.
Hourglass, yeah. But normally there's a real watch or a real clock available as well. Sometimes I just stare at the seconds, and it's so tough to do that.
Yeah, you probably should not do that. That's not healthy.
I'm aware, but sometimes I like to test myself, and it never gets anywhere good. I have very low mental resilience. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
But saunas are growing on me now that I'm becoming older. I have a feeling it's probably healthy.
It is supposed to be very healthy, yeah.
I know it's supposed to be, but I never saw the point. But I have a feeling it stops me from getting colds and all these evil things. Could happen to you out there.
Do not disagree. Trying to find, any plan we haven't discussed yet, but I'm struggling to come up with anything. It does feel like you can shuffle forever without really any risk of black starting anything on his own. But making progress is extremely hard here.
So let's rehash the main plans. The king will never make it to g5 because whenever it goes to f3, some rook will welcome it on the f file. Therefore, that's not realistic. King h3 intending f3 g4 could be right, could be a plan under the right circumstances, but one problem is that if there's, let's say, a rook on a g file, then f3 g5 often will give black some counterplay. The plan we just discussed was rook d2 and try to shuffle around, but it's also not going to break down the black defenses by itself to bring the knight to f4, because of course both these pawns can be covered. It could, however, be an idea to combine that with a later b5. Then the main plan is at any moment you choose to play this b5. But black just sits and waits, one rook on e7 or e8, the other on c7, c6.
Yeah, you play something like rook d1 or rook d2, I'm not sure which square is better, and then you switch to the plan of transferring the knight to f4. Something like this is actually a playable idea for white, because then with the b file opened, it will not be as easy for black to keep all of his weaknesses under control. But you get the feeling that this position probably gets held by tactical means, because black also gets a lot more active because the c file is now open, like rook c2.
Maybe we want to get our king to h3.
Exactly.
Before the drama starts, right?
I think this is what Magnus is debating now. What is the most precise positioning of his pieces before he goes b5? And this is what's been occupying his thinking. It's been 18 minutes since.
It's a long time, because in such a position you can't just blitz out king h3 and ask your opponent for a move. And even after king h3 you could think about the right positioning.
Sure. Yeah, it would make sense to continue testing Sergei. Like you play king h3 and you ask Sergei the question, are you scared of the f3 g4 plan? Are you scared enough that you might do something injudicious and, compromise your position somehow?
That is normal chess strategy. I mean, we've mentioned before, Sergei normally doesn't fall for this, but you pretend to go for the f3 g4 plan, then maybe you pretend to go for the knight e3, knight f4 plan, then after some teasing you hope you get your opponent to time travel, tire him out a little bit, then you go for your main plan with this b5 and see if it gets you somewhere or not. I believe Rich Hall is doing a humble brag without the humble part, because he's saying he has an Alienware gaming computer and the latest Houdini. Booyah. Yeah. Not sure why I read this out, plugging all these products, because they don't give us anything for it. But congratulations, Rich. Then again, that is his name. I believe BT45JA is going to bed. And he said, see you guys tomorrow. But tomorrow is a rest day. Magnus Carlsen wants to even the score before going to that rest day. To achieve that goal, he's trying to checkmate, say, Karjakin.
And perhaps it's not completely irrelevant to remind our viewers that after this game there will be a rest day after every game. There will after game 11, game 12 will not happen on the next day. So rest day tomorrow, then game 11, rest day on Sunday, and then game 12.
So you better take Monday off of work. If you were planning to watch World Championship on Sunday night, no such luck. It's gonna be a Monday.
Yep.
Then again, in the US they have all these Thanksgiving holidays. How does it work over there, Americans? Is only today a holiday, or is it like today and tomorrow and Monday? What's the system with your Thanksgiving thing?
If it were Russia, it would be like a holiday week. I think we do long holidays very very well in my country.
Do you have Thanksgiving?
No. But we do have. I mean, the New Year stretches until arguably like the 14th of January, with maybe a couple of working days somewhere in between.
But you're a chess player. You're not supposed to know anything about public or holidays or otherwise. Is this your kids' school holidays, or why do you have access to such information?
Well, I mean, the country grinds to a halt. It's very difficult not to notice, even for someone as unadjusted socially as a chess player. So
I wasn't implying that, but normally, yeah, chess players, we're not supposed to be aware when it's holidays.
everyone around you drinks and invites you to join them, and yeah, hard to miss.
I see. Do shops close when it's holidays?
Some do, some don't, but most will be shut. Yeah, there are still places you can buy flowers and stuff, but yeah.
That's the one thing that comes to your mind? The places where you can buy flowers are still open? Wow.
I know it's sad, and
There's some lessons in happy marriage. I'm very impressed.
Rook A3 has been played by Magnus in the meantime. 94.
What, if I put my horsey here? No,
I have
he
no
hasn't
idea.
played that.
Yeah, he hasn't played that. It's not a bad move, but it's
Looks
not.
fairly
I don't think
not
it's necessary.
Probably he's just teasing. If this, then
No.
Uka.
Yeah, this would be.
Will
This
not
would be a problem. Yeah, but this will not happen. Yeah, allowing the rook to return to f6 when it cannot really be easily driven away would be a big mistake here.
Oh, Friday. Is Friday Boxing Day in the USA? I believe that's what they call it.
No, Boxing Day is closer to New Year. I think it's the 2nd of January or the 1st of January.
What do I mean then? What's this big Black Friday? That's what I mean.
Black Friday is, I think, yeah.
That could be tomorrow.
I got a number of emails from different outlets I've had the misfortune to shop at over the course of my internet career inform me that Black Friday is upon us, and yeah, I had to delete all of that stuff.
So if you're American, you might want to stop watching this broadcast and start standing in line at your local, what are the big stores called there? Woolworth, to be well positioned for the $30 off. I have no idea how this works, but I'm assuming that's what people do, right? You wait, and if you're first there.
And 94, yeah, for some reason Sergei decided that it's history. But yeah, probably the reason is why not. Yeah, that actually is, it does sound very likely because... Yeah, I should have gotten Boxing Day correct because, you know, Boxing Day test is a thing I should be able to place correctly.
I meant Black Friday, it was just a mistake.
Yeah. Also, you called Walmart Woolworth.
That's another mistake, yeah. See, I'm not as familiar with US culture as I would like to be. What is Woolworth? Must be something. Let me Google. Isn't that? I'm sure that's some sort of shop. I didn't make that up.
I think it exists here it very much.
Günstig einkaufen bei Woolworth seit 1879. Oh, it's a German shop. See? Since 1879, all goods. Oh, I can't even translate German to English. It's that. But yeah, it's a German shop. Close enough.
Everything must go.
Every thing must go. Isn't that the Game of Thrones?
No, it's there's a fantastic gnomes trilogy by Pratchett about gnomes who lived in a large department store, and then the department store got closed and everything had to go, and they had to find themselves a new place to live. Truckers, diggers, and wings.
I have zero idea what you're talking about.
Books.
Books, okay, that's why. Oh, Woolworth was, yes. I'm still occupied with Woolworth. Pretty sure we still have that. But that did mean... I forgot.
I got asked a reverse of your statement on Twitter, and it's actually... But I think the answer is not that debatable. I was asked on Twitter, if Sergei was offered this position as black before the start of the game, would he take it or not? I think the answer is no. I think he wasn't as troubled in this match with black, to accept this as a position to get after, let's say, 50 moves. Although
the question is how troubled he is here. But
maybe not a lot, but still, it's a bit passive, and it's you cannot really say for certain that white makes no progress. Although we can't find any progress if black defends correctly, but it's not really fun.
Well, we also can't state definitively that it's a draw, right?
No, not at
just you can try this b5 breakthrough with many small differences. The king on a3, the king on wherever, f1, g1, wherever you want, and it comes close, but the computer seems to hold this position, so it's probably not mathematically winning.
Yeah, rook d1, knight a5, and Magnus played king h3. We're being told by the tricksters in chat. It does sound likely that Magnus now is sort of switching to the strategy we described of just trying a little bit of everything and seeing if Sergei makes some kind of a nervous twitch and allows something which is strong and does improve white's chances. But for the time being, there's no real improvement you can readily name here for white.
Black will never be able to manufacture this either, right?
No,
so
I don't think.
You want to do that, but
well, Magnus, I think maybe on purpose. I think this has been done on purpose. He positioned his pieces in such a way that it feels like he is not really pushing b5 anytime soon, and it does create this impression for black maybe that you will be in time to play g5, but you won't.
You can always.
Yeah. I think white always fast enough to create threats on the queen side to stop g5 from being any good.
Random question, I think I know the answer. But
sure.
f4 is always a bad idea, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play f4 almost ever.
Blocks the f-file and it stops.
No, you would need very serious reason to do it, yeah, because you ruin your own knight d3 f4 ideas, you create a weakness on g3, the king becomes a lot less safe with a pawn on f4 and not on f2, so...
And our friend Maximilian M is chiming in to fight against his own plan. He's saying, after f3, can't black just put a rook on h8? Stop
h7 probably, because you don't want to blunder the e6 pawn.
Yeah, I think in general on the h file. He can, but do you have enough rooks to defend against g4, against knight e6, and keep the queen side defended? I'm not sure f3, g4 is your main worry, really.
Yeah. No, I think once white plays f3, you do play rook h7, very likely, and then you wait for white to switch back to the original plan. And you claim that the inclusion of f3 actually makes your counterplay once the c file becomes open a lot stronger.
Which is probably true.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oof. It's close to midnight. I'm a great singer. And it's not close to midnight. It's 1 a.m. What was I doing?
Knight h6, apparently Sergei's choice here, and
why not?
Yeah, exactly. It also, in the current position, knight g4 is an actual threat, so white will need to address it somehow. But something like rook a2 keeps things under control once again.
Yeah, but still, you can maybe even go here and then go back and keep white busy a little bit. Looks like we're gonna see quite a bit of shadow boxing or Tai Chi. Is Tai Chi shadow boxing? I don't really know what Tai Chi is, to be honest with you. Have you ever practiced Tai Chi?
I played someone who is very good at Tai Chi, but I haven't practiced it myself.
You played chess?
You don't know? Josh Waitzkin, I think, is Tai Chi world champion, or was at some
There's
point.
world championships in Tai Chi?
I'm pretty sure this is correct. Yeah.
Tai Chi world champion. And the chat has pointed out that I look tired. That could be due to my tiredness.
You should probably include Josh Waitzkin at some
Nah,
point.
just first I want to establish that there is an actual world champion. But yeah, Tai Chi world champion Gao Jiamin.
And actually, towards the bottom of the page, there is the Joshua Waitzkin Wikipedia page, so I wasn't all that incorrect.
But is that a true story? Push hands. I'm not sure push hands is an actual sport. Josh Waitzkin versus the Buffalo. Okay. He's the guy from Searching for Bobby Fischer, right?
Yes. And no, it wasn't jiu-jitsu. I don't mix those two things up. I'm pretty sure it is Tai Chi.
Jogger is with me. He's saying Tai Chi world champion sounds like BS, but apparently it's true. Who knew?
And he wrote a book about it, as people are pointing out.
The Art of Learning.
Yes.
I just read that during my Google research, but I had heard of the book.
And people are mentioning the Lasker-Schlechter match, but I think in that match, Schlechter actually needed to win with a +2 result to become world champion.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah, those were...
Whoa, Magnus played f3.
Yeah, this is now...
Stops knight g4, but still changing the structure a little bit, and now these counterplay ideas become a little more realistic.
Yeah, this is an interesting attempt, because it does mean that the game will become a lot more concrete potentially.
Which is what he keeps doing. He's not really like wasting much time.
Yeah,
People are saying blunder draw.
I'm not sure why. It's very difficult.
Maybe Sesse found something here. But yeah, who knows?
But yeah, that once again tallies with our impression that Magnus couldn't see any way to break through on the other side, and he is, for the time being, trying to improve, trying to, let's say, if he manages, let's say, to play g4 and black gets nothing in return, the knight on h6 is locked in, and then you can maybe return to, yeah, I'm wondering about this, and this might be very strong.
Because here we would have made progress, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, this is probably quite good for white, but yeah.
This not clear, but g5 immediately looked much stronger.
g5 immediately is an issue, certainly.
And all of a sudden, this king is not so comfortable.
You need to be careful here.
More or less what white wants to do. So
Yeah, it's very close to the structure we were seeing on the other side of the board.
Let's see.
But we're not forced to play g4, of course, after rook g7. After rook g7, white can continue passing for a while. Maybe go king g2, king f2. If black goes knight f5.
Is g5 not an issue? Not yet, maybe. Yeah? Okay, it's another new structure, but probably white has achieved more than black here.
Yeah, but here you might because g3 is protected, you might get into trouble with the h5 pawn.
Yeah. I have a feeling, though, that Magnus is not on the move for reshuffling. Then again, he might have to.
Yeah, after rook g7, I'm pretty sure he wants to play g4 next move if allowed, but the problem is after rook g7, he will realize probably that g4, g5 just gives black.
You shall not pass. We'll find out. So, do you think that Karjakin has outplayed Magnus after move 40? Not in this game,
No.
overall.
Overall, let me count the ways. In game 3, no, I don't think so. I think it was an extremely complicated position, which they both played very well in patches and made mistakes in patches. In game 4, yes. In game 5, he actually outplayed Magnus in the run-up to move 40, but after move 40, he was the one to commit the biggest mistake, I feel.
True.
And 6 and 7 were a bit of a non-game. There was no move 40 in either of those. 8, yes. And in this game, it's difficult to judge, but I think you can maybe claim that King H3 F3 is not the best way to proceed here for white. But the thing is, if the supercomputer just shuffles pieces around and says the first 17 lines are all 0.77, it probably means if you want to at least try and achieve something, you need to start making suboptimal moves, and this is what Magnus is doing. Rook F7 played, which is well, G4 rook takes F3.
Anticipating. You do not want to do this. Also a good move. Could be, if things go wrong for Magnus, that he's gonna force himself to play F4 at some point. When he still has this play on the queen side, but I asked this earlier. It's nothing you wanna do.
No, I don't think it featured largely in his original plans for this endgame. But he's still not forced to do it. I can play Rook B3 or Rook B1. I was wondering about Rook B1, but Rook B3 looks a bit more logical, I guess. To stop Knight D4 once again in all these positions and remind Black that B5 is still an option. But yeah.
Game's still very much ongoing.
Sure. We also haven't had any confirmation for the fact that Rook F7 has been played, so maybe it hasn't been.
That's a logical move, though. It gives some practical chance that G4 Rook takes F3 will be blundered, but G4 Rook F4 is also very strong, so it makes it a bit less likely.
Yeah, no, you don't play G4 with Rook on F7. With Rook on F7, you once again switch to those ideas on the queen side. Try to scare Black into something. Not sure what.
And we're being told that Cecil likes Magnus here. But how much?
Yeah. That has been the question for a while here, whether there's any progress to be made. And from what we hear about the evaluation Cecil is giving is that it can't find any direct plan to improve.
By the way, this Cecil thing, is it a chess program in its own right, or is it just some supercomputer running one of the chess programs we are familiar with?
You shouldn't be looking at me when you ask this question. I'm pretty sure Chat knows, and I really don't.
Let's ask our friend Chat. What's Chat's last name? Chat. I got nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Rook F7 has been confirmed as the move, and yeah, I'm expecting something to the B file. Probably Rook B3.
White is one piece short of doing serious damage here.
Yeah. Well, provided
one attacking unit would be nice.
Yeah, provided Black doesn't get a very good piece in return.
Yeah, well, let's say White gets a dark square bishop and Black gets a light square bishop. Be pretty good for White.
It would be excellent addition if the Black bishop is on C8. It would be excellent, particularly excellent.
Maximilian is suggesting Chet Baker. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, I didn't have anything good. Chat Room makes no sense. Who's called Room? Do you see that movie? Room? Not their room, but Room.
I'm not sure. What's that about?
I would spoil it massively by
Jodie Foster being locked in.
No, that's Panic Room. That's a not highly recommended movie, but Room is excellent. It's a recent movie last year, I believe. About, I can't even say what it's about because it would give away so many things. It's very, very good.
Okay, fair enough.
Ben 2600 is talking about how the Lions beat the Vikings. I don't think Magnus cares that much about non-basketball US sports, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's just a play on Vikings.
I think it is, yeah. And yeah, I don't think this will feature largely in Magnus's thoughts after today, regardless of how the game finishes, to be honest.
I think Premier League and NBA tend to feature largely on his thoughts, but
Yeah,
Vikings and Lions,
Sure.
probably not that much. And Blackmar is nicknaming us the Talking Dead, which I find fairly appropriate.
Yes, I think it's the excellent subtitle for this show.
Actually, yeah, we should call this show the Talking Dead.
Yeah. Especially when it gets to somewhere on this point.
Normally it's my favorite part of the show when it gets boring and we get extremely tired, but today I'm not feeling it. And Ben is explaining that the Vikings was a joke. So there you see, I'm not feeling it. I need joke explanations.
Is he sledging the team or telling us that his remark was a joke?
I have a feeling he's making a clever play on the fact that Magnus is technically a Viking as a Norwegian, while there is a football team, also called the Vikings. I don't even know which city the Vikings are from. I know everything about the NBA and nothing about other US sports or cricket. It's quite shocking. Let me Google Vikings. Probably I'll get many results about the TV show, which you've probably seen, right? Is it good?
No, I haven't actually started.
Minnesota Vikings. That's what I thought.
I have friends who rate it very, very highly, but I haven't watched any of the Vikings. I have watched the Last Kingdom, which is, I'm being told, similar in content and style, but
I've watched that one too. Normally I enjoy Vikings battling Englishmen.
yeah.
And they even have the same characters, right? Or some character overlap. Like, not characters, but historical figures.
With what? With the Game of Thrones?
No, with Vikings.
With Vikings, very possibly, yeah. Yeah, the first episode of Last Kingdom was, I thought, stunning, but then it went downhill a little bit.
I agree, we've had this conversation. It was still watchable, but not
and it was actually explained to me very reasonably by David Howell during one of I think breakfasts during the Qatar Masters, because he read all the books that The Last Kingdom is based on, and he said that they packed in pretty much like half the first volume into the first episode, and then had to stretch everything else incredibly thin to not go too far ahead in the rest of the season. So that's why the first episode was so action packed and so.
First episode was good, but they
Yeah.
covered like 30 years in that first episode, right? And then they stuck on the same time zone.
I'm still gonna watch it when the second season comes out. But
We've discussed this. You never give up on a show, which is one of the most upsetting things about you. That even if a show is terrible, you feel committed to watching like 10 more seasons of it.
But that's not the
I don't
horrible
understand
show.
that.
I mean, I do.
No, I'm just making a general point that's a horrible habit of yours.
I'm a bit better at giving up these days, but
What is one show that you've stopped watching?
I will now proceed to think for about 10 minutes.
Which kind of refutes
No,
the claim you just made.
no, hang on. I have given up on some things.
Okay.
I've actually deleted some stuff off of the hard drive and everything.
After watching it?
Without watching it.
Take your time.
Yeah, no, it's too late in the day for me to operate. I mean, I've given up on CSI, but that shouldn't count.
You should never have started CSI in the first place, but that's, yeah.
No, I don't think that is correct, actually. I think the original CSI was pretty good for a while.
The Miami one?
No,
The Vegas one?
The Vegas one, yeah.
Eh.
Has good actors and decent writing. And no, it was a very watchable show for a while, but you do
But
get...
that was before we had good TV shows.
Yeah, exactly. I did stop watching Mr. Robot, and I'm not kind of...
Ah! Kudos. I also stopped. I made it through the first season, but barely. I enjoyed the first 4 episodes, then I suffered through the next, 5, 6 episodes. And now I stopped. And I don't regret it. Blind Spot I've heard of, never watched it. Westworld I want to watch, but who has the time?
Rook D4 apparently played, so we have something
I'm talking to the
discuss.
chat. Orphan Black I gave up on. Breaking Bad I finished, but not the best TV show ever, in my highly qualified opinion.
I think the point is you want to provoke knight f5 somehow, and then play rook f4, and then g4, and this will...
But this won't happen. Or maybe it will.
Even this after rook h7
You can
doesn't...
say, haha, I trapped your rook. And it's kind of awkward to get this rook out of there. Like maybe you can do it like this, but you gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'm not sure this actually works for white.
Maybe he's just teasing, and after knight f5 he's gonna say, all right, you got me there, Sergei. I'm gonna go back. In that very voice. Because, yeah, the rook looks funny on f4 somehow. Here, you never get g4. And this rook can't move unless you play g4, b5.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually will play rook f4 against knight f5. I'm also not sure if Sergei wants to provoke him, because it's a very, very committal decision. Because if it somehow backfires and white does rearrange his pieces in such a way that he will be able to play g4 later on, black's position will just collapse if the rook lands on f6. So, knight f5 played, we are being told by chess analyst. And
Knight f5?
knight f5, yeah. Mag the knife. Don't really know why this amuses me so much. And yes, Black Mirror is fantastic. Black Mirror is highly recommended.
That's a smart people show, right?
Not necessarily, no.
But I've watched the first one, the one with the pig. I've watched it more than once because I enjoy animals.
That's probably on purpose, but it came out a bit wrong.
I understand, but that was what I was going for. More TV shows being recommended. Hannibal, yeah. The problem with Hannibal is decent show, but they have, especially in the first season, they have these 20-minute conversations in his office. And you have, after the 20-minute conversation is over, you have zero idea what they talked about. Like, you put in an effort and Mads Mikkelsen looks devious and all, but you have no idea what they just talked about once they finish. Don't tell me otherwise. What else is there? Deadwood, Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire, that is all. That's all shows I gave up on, Ben. Deadwood is good, but yeah, they have this fancy language. Sopranos is very good.
Yeah,
Boardwalk Empire,
Deadwood is
I get
fantastic. Yeah, Boardwalk Empire, I still have like episode 5 in a folder called Current, and I'm not watching it, and I've not been watching it for a while, and can't really bring myself to do it.
I did watch the Magnus documentary. I'm reading whatever chat is throwing at us. Yeah, I had mixed feelings about it. It's some very nice footage, a lot of it provided by the family or Magnus's father, so you get a lot of very good behind-the-scenes insight. I did not enjoy the narrative they put around it. I understand you want a narrative to make it available for maybe the non-chess people, and of course in Norway, Magnus is so big. I'm sure many people will watch it, but to make him look like this, yeah, slightly, whatever you want to call it, socially challenged kid who's very one-dimensionally focused on his chess and gives up human interaction and so on, I didn't think was that accurate for Magnus. I'm slightly overstating it, but that was the vibe I got, and I didn't think that was fair. So that was Magnus. House of Cards is great, according to Ben. I quit after they... Spoiler alert. All you House of Cards people that are still in the first season. I quit after Kate Mara disappeared from the show. Because Kate Mara is the better Mara, and I didn't think they had enough people left.
Yeah, that one I actually am continuing to with, but yeah, I'm.
Do you like it though, or is it just because you have to?
I really like Kevin Spacey. The thing is, I'm a huge Kevin Spacey fan, and he is still very good. The series is. Yeah, and Rook f4 has not been played, we're being told, which is not really surprising because it feels a bit stuck there.
He's gonna do that.
Yeah. Yeah, the UK House of Cards was not rubbish. That's incorrect. But let's maybe stop with that line of thinking for a bit.
House of Cards or TV shows or which one?
Don't know, all of it.
Let's just stop.
Let's maybe discuss the position for a bit.
Yeah, let's go back because Rook f4, Rook h7, unpleasant. Mr. Rook is stuck, and it feels like it limits White's options. You can probably still free it by pushing for b5, and you get this position we might get sooner or later anyway. But why trap your own rook when you can just go all the way back to d1 or d2? Not that it matters.
Yeah, somewhat strikingly, the machine now suggests that you can play rook g8. But that's a decision that's not that easy to take and rook e7, I guess, and the rooks become
That
free.
makes sense, actually.
No,
especially
it
after
makes a lot
f3.
of sense, but coming up with the idea is not that easy.
No.
It's because you really, it's not something you start with. Giving up on the e6 pawn is not a natural way to start your calculations. But the g5, having played f3, white weakened his kingside to such an extent that all this counterplay with g5 is now very, very serious.
Might have to shut this door, but then, yeah, you've really limited your own winning chances for later once again. Never again f3, g4. The king never comes in, even if there's one day some knight endgame or whatever. g3
yeah,
is
if rook g8
constant
actually
losing.
forces f4, I think it needs to be played because it limits white's options so severely. But yeah,
But you also need a good reason to, or not a good reason, but you need to be sure.
you need to be very, very aware of where things are and
Something here, you need to do some thinking.
yeah, I'm not sure how good this actually is. I mean,
This actually looks like a more challenging move, because the knight on g7 is pretty grim. Now you improve and
no, you
create
never.
something.
No, knight g7 is not a move. You need to play knight h6. I guess that probably is the reason this move was.
King g3, g5.
But
or
I think this
g2.
gets unnecessarily sharp after something like rook g2. The machine suggests as a move here, and it might become. Yeah, it might become a lot sharper, I think, than Sergei wants, because I have a feeling that Sergei currently thinks that his position is unassailable. It's a bit unpleasant, it's a bit passive, but there is no plan. And therefore, changing that for a position which might be equal by force, but which could also become very, very dangerous because there are pass pawns now running. You abandon your e6 pawn, you pick up something on the queen's side, but then there's a race. And if he thinks that white cannot really make any progress currently, why would he get involved with any of that?
Yeah. And he's normally comfortable waiting. He's played rook h7. Also directed against g4, but not actively directed against it by threatening g5.
And I still expect Magnus to now switch to this plan, yeah. The rook was on d1, right? So he moved the rook from d1 to d2 for free by playing rook d4, knight f5, rook
It's
g2.
arguably a minor improvement because there's never any knight e3 with tempo, but
Yeah.
doesn't really.
No, it shouldn't matter a great deal, but still, it's a bit of an improvement, and you can now switch to creating those threats on the queen side, which we didn't think are actually threats as such, because black, to a degree, welcomes white playing b5 because it makes his life a lot more easy to understand. You hope for counterplay along the c file, and then your pieces become active, and it's easier to see where you're going with it. But still, yeah, rook b3 is. We're being told it's been played by Magnus already, and yeah, I would expect the move to be played.
Which move would you expect to be played?
Rook b3.
Yeah, very natural. I was very distracted by many people in the chat confessing their love for Benedict Cumberbatch. If only Benedict Cumberbatch fans had a nickname. No, there's nothing wrong with him, even though I've seen that Doctor Strange movie and I got it. Enough origin stories. We got it.
I believe I have heard you use this exact phrase
Did I go on that rant already?
on an earlier occasion. Yeah,
Maybe,
rook
yeah, I
b3,
don't
rook
know.
b3 played, and yeah. The thing is, if Sergei is worried about the g4 plan, you could maybe make an argument that he now has the absolutely perfect position to counter it, and whatever move he makes his position somewhat worse. Because now with the rook on h7, I don't think you can actually move the rook from e8 anywhere, and also with the rook on b3, it's a lot more dangerous, I believe, because b5 might happen.
So you're saying it's Zugzwang.
It's not Zugzwang, but it might be Zugzwang sort of subjectively to Karjakin, because it feels like
Karjakin's fun.
he really, really doesn't like the idea of allowing g4, whereas the machine is a lot more sanguine about it.
Machine don't care.
Yeah, machine don't care about many things. Yeah. No, I think this sequence is quite well played by Magnus because he may have allowed some counterplay along the way, which could have improved the black situation considerably. But I think he feels that Sergei is not really looking for counterplay. He's looking to hold this particular setup. And against this particular setup, he stretched black as thin as possible and created as many things black needs to pay attention to as possible. And now it's black's move, and he needs to choose what to allow.
No, often it's too simplistic to measure his moves against whatever the computer is suggesting, because he also has a good feeling for, does the guy want to go active or does he want to stay passive? And keeping that in mind, as he expressed, he made some clever choices.
Yeah, the position probably is still holdable for black if he doesn't panic.
Sure.
But yeah, rook e7 was played, we're being told, and now you can play b5. Because even getting the rook to c7 will no longer be so easy. Like
now you don't get your setup that you normally want
Yeah.
with rooks here and there.
Yeah, and the machine is now suggesting playing rook h8, rook b6, rook c8. And this is a huge
Whoa.
indication of, you know,
Whoa.
this is...
You don't do that. This is magic.
Yeah, the machine might hold this, but...
Well, I'm sure he does.
But yeah, this is now not at all, not at all trivial. And
Magnus, I have a feeling he will also understand that this is the time to do something, right?
sure, I think
Next move is going to be rook e8 back.
yeah, I think this is by far the best setup he will get for playing b5. So he needs to just trust in his resources and go for it and see where it leads him.
What is the clock situation?
15 against 13 for the remaining 6.
Not a lot of time. What do they get after 60?
I think it's 15 minutes, but
Even that's not a lot of time.
no.
We will get some real action if we manage to stay awake, which is not a given. But there is still...
I'm still pretending somehow, bravely pretending I'm alive, even though I'm really not. And yeah, it's been tough.
What?
I have to say. There's the schedule they put us on. What with the... Yeah, I don't know why I started complaining about doing what many people think are my dream job.
What is your dream job? Let me guess. Firefighter.
That actually reminds me. During one of the Norway Classics, there was this. I had a game against Magnus after the rest day, and that was, I think, the first Norway chess, which was very close to the London candidates. So the whole narrative of me beating him in the last round was still sort of active and current in people's minds. And on the rest day, they took us to some kind of a theme park. I don't know why I pronounced it the way I pronounced it. Sorry about that.
Like Westworld?
A bit more simplified, I think. And at some point, they made us wear fireman gear. And there was also a staring contest staged, which I think devolved into a fit of giggles. So that was all reasonably amusing.
There's a question in the chat. Jan, how are you planning to become world champion? And I do have a plan. I will play a 300 games match against my dear friend Simon Meyer. Simon, if you're watching, I'm ready to start playing this match anytime. He's around 70, no, he's like 1800, but I still have a feeling I can win every game against him. So I will get 0.9 rating points per game, which will make me clear number 1 in the world at around 2900 once this match is over. And then I will challenge for the World Championship title. I'm assuming there's some system, once you have 2900 you can challenge. And I'll offer a draw every game, because my challenger or the reigning world champion would obviously have lower rating than me. Therefore he would be happy with a draw in every game. And I would have to gamble that I would get black in the Armageddon game, and that he wouldn't be aware that accepting a draw is a mistake there. But that is the plan. Simon
says he is ready, so the thing is on. let's wait until all this comes
Let's
to
do this.
fruition. And we're also being told that Magnus did not play b5, which I find a bit surprising.
Why? Wasn't this what you've been working towards, Mr. Magnus? Maybe he feels the time is not ripe yet.
Yeah, if it's true and he has played rook 2d3 here, I don't really understand that choice, because it does feel that the rooks on h7 and e7 are about as good as you will get.
Also, these rooks are as good as it gets,
Yeah.
because they can swing around left, right, and center.
No, I think people were trolling us with rook 2d3.
You think? You cannot trust anybody on the internet nowadays anymore. When the internet was still new, like 1980 something, people were very honest in the chat rooms I was frequenting, but now things have changed. They don't even give their real name anymore.
Trying to figure out yeah, rook to d3 apparently is a move he made. That is a bit mystifying, because I mean, he will get additional time at move 60, but so will Karjakin. And I thought that, you know, creating immediate issues with well, potential for mild time trouble, because after b5 the position does get very, very sharp, and the line we showed you where black gives up on the e6 pawn was actually at a very low depth, but still it was the engine suggestion, which means that the engine doesn't really rate its chances of defending this passively anymore. And yeah, it's I'm not sure I understand this decision, but maybe he just wants to.
I believe he wants only one crisis, and he wants it to be the final time trouble. That means he wants to make it past move 60, hope that they can both spend an extra 10 minutes on subtle maneuvers, and then go for one of these b5s. And he doesn't want anybody to get additional time after complications. I'm not sure.
Very possible.
It's thought it through like that, but it would be kind of logical.
Sure. No, I understand that, but I also feel that Sergei might recognize that this setup is not really the best setup he can get, and might find a way to not allow such a perfect set of circumstances to occur again.
Yeah, it's all a bit odd, because it felt like, yeah, this was the moment to strike while the iron is hot, as they say. Back and forth. Give me a break. But we are hopefully back now with the move rook to b1, and with Magnus Carlsen showing his inclination to not break through anytime soon. We will go, this is a terrible segue, we will go for a breakthrough in the quest for more coffee. Get it? And Fiona will come in here and give you all the latest news and gossip. TMZ.com, I'm being told, has a big segment. No, I'm not going there. So, thank you guys for watching. We will
be back for what should actually be the final segment of today's game, and it promises to be a very exciting final time trouble, frankly, because White does have plans now.
Plants vs Zombies. See you then. What do I click? Here?
Choose one.
A lot of action. Super Grand Poobah, Peter Svidler, what is happening?
Well, I think what we thought was a waiting tactic just to get on time control was actually very, very clever by Magnus. We were arguing for playing 55 b5, but what he did was he put the rook on d3 and the other one to b1 and waited for black to repeat the exact same formation with the rooks on e7 and h7, which we were correctly stating was the best moment to play b5. But improving the position of the rook on d2 to d3, I think, is an important detail. Securing the third rank, making sure that black gets no counterplay with knight e3, no counterplay with rook c3, hitting the pawn on f3, and so on and so forth. And he has played b5 here. And after b5, cb5, rook b5, I think Sergei realized that the position is actually crumbling now. Rook b6 is a huge threat. And it's extremely difficult now to protect all of his weaknesses without really any counterplay. The way he positioned his pieces, he really cannot find any way to stop white's advance. And this is why
rook c8 here, but it's not a legal move.
Yeah, you would very much like to play rook h7, c8 here, and your position probably would have been tolerable, but not a legal move, as Jan expertly explained. And Sergei played d4, rook b6, rook c7, at least getting one piece to some sort of an active square. And
at what cost?
Yeah, this is move 60, so Magnus will now take a deep breath. But knight f4 is a very obvious move to make here. I mean, there's really
Changer le bloqueur, as we say in Germany.
Yes, precisely. And this now does feel like white should be, frankly, winning quite comfortably. He's already a pawn up. The pawn on e6 is gone, which means that the pawn on g6 is very weak. If black is forced to play rook g7, even g3, g4 becomes an option, shifting more pieces away from good positions. And yeah, it does seem that we were completely incorrect about Magnus's intentions, and he just understood the position better than we did, which is frankly what we've come to expect normally.
That's why he is the current world champion. But should he defend his title, I still have that plan. Match versus Simon Meyer, like draws versus current world champion, become world champion.
Yeah, knight f4 has not been played yet, just to restate, but
Yes.
yeah, I don't think anything else is
only
happening. I mean, rook b3 does exist, but then black takes, goes rook e7. You never ever allow this.
No, you just don't.
Yeah, or
No, knight f4 is such a pleasant move to
Yeah.
make. You
I think
stop
Magnus,
this pawn
yeah,
and tracks you.
Magnus
take this guy.
just is making sure that he doesn't need to hurry anymore. It is move 61, and he's already made one mistake in this match by making sure that his score sheet is correct and he's not going to lose on time by playing king g3, king g2 in move 5, which almost cost him the game when it turned out that he
Game 5.
yeah, where he could have and should have thought about his 41st move for a bit longer.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, and people are saying he has played knight f4, and yeah, we expect this to be true.
Even if it's not true, then he will play knight f4. So it will be true later on.
Yeah, rook c1, knight e3 is the one attempt at active counterplay black could try, but
Probably Magnus gonna spot the threat now.
yeah, rook g6, knight e3, and yeah, this is the machine way, so to speak. There's also probably a way to do it in a slightly less mechanic fashion, but
You do that. So Magnus Carlsen is on the verge of coming back into this match. But
Yeah,
it ain't over till it's over.
No, of course.
Players are very fatigued. There's gonna be tricks, even though it might be computerishly winning.
yeah.
Still gotta pay attention.
No, fight will continue, and Sergei is very, very resilient in positions like this as well. Not just in passive positions, which you can potentially hold, but also in positions where something has gone badly wrong, but there are still chances, and he will continue looking for those chances. Yeah, you still need to show precision here, but you do feel that once the e6 pawn is gone, white should be able to convert this into a full point. People took offense with something I said in that longish speech, but it's very difficult to guess exactly what stroke them as untrue. So we will.
What did you say? I normally zoom out after like 30
Yeah,
seconds.
so
it was after
so
that.
do I. I do this on autopilot. It's
You're just mailing it in?
no, it's different to mailing it in or phoning it in or whatever. It's
Nowadays it's mailing it in. No one's phoning anymore.
true that.
Go ahead.
I said all I wanted to say. Be more specific, people. Be more constructive with your criticism. Is the quote I want to.
With your feedback.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it is feedback. Yeah, I apologize. How could I? Yeah. How could I get that wrong?
Miguel Angel, number 5, is saying Carlsen, which probably is a way to express his sympathy for the reigning world champion by putting many E's in his last name.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say this is probably why it was spelled that way. Made in 45, apparently.
That's what I figured, yeah.
But that doesn't really help anyone.
That's a lie. No man or machine can predict mate in 45 accurately. Maybe I can sometimes.
Yeah. That's not a particularly useful evaluation practically.
And we have a pun from Grandmaster Passion saying, wow, the one day I skipped the first 5 hours of the match and my butt Carlsen is carjacking Karjakin.
It's not a novel idea to combine those two words, I have to say.
Carjakin Karjakin?
Yes.
I might have done that. Would Tyson Fury win this with white? Tyson Fury might retire during the match, Olaf. I don't know enough about Tyson Fury. Are you a student of Tyson Fury?
No.
Some English boxer Lawrence Trent likes. He defeated Klitschko, but I don't know much about him. I think he retired his title for mental reasons, but I'm not sure.
Neither am I.
And Maximilian M recognized the Flight of the Conchords reference. I was very tempted to give the mug away, but I thought it was going to be too simple. And Maximilian says, now he can fall asleep easily.
Yeah, and Sergei went for some active defense with rook hc7, completely giving up on his king side. And you need to calculate rook to hg6. Yeah, takes, rook c3.
Oops, sorry.
And I guess the idea is to play rook f6 here because you want to keep things
exactly
together.
trivial.
Yeah, but then knight e3, rook c1. You need to continue. Yeah, we need to continue with this line. Knight f3. Oh, sorry, knight f4. Yeah, g4 is an important detail here. So let's start with d3 first. And after rook d6, I want to play a rook c1.
Same.
Yeah, I thought I can have a fork there with d2 and knight f1 check, but the rook on h1 gets lost. This is the important variation. Yeah, you do this. No, there's rook h2.
Rook h2.
Yeah, let's start with the check.
King
g3, g2.
Oops.
But unfortunately for black, yeah, you play king g2 here. And yes, you can pick up this exchange, but there's too much enemy. Well, any move, but
especially this one. And you have good compensation for the sacrificed exchange in the form of many a pawn.
Yeah, yeah, there will be a number of queens on the board pretty soon.
Not a forced line, but Magnus, yeah, he still has to calculate. It's what often happens. You lose material, but you
if rook
activate
g6, rook
your
c1,
troops.
let's check this as well. If I go rook c1 here.
What are you hoping
Knight
for?
h5, knight e3, but once again there's g4, right? There's never
This will always.
yeah, there's never any mate here, and yeah, then white will consolidate, and it should be convertible. Yeah, it does seem like rook takes g6 does not feature anything that is not reasonably simple to calculate. So yeah, should be possible even after. I mean, it's been a very difficult game, featured a lot of reversals of fortune and what could be maybe termed as mistakes, but and it's been a long game. But still, you expect Magnus not to spoil it from here.
No, unless he gets extremely nervous. But normally, when he smells blood, he hasn't shown a tendency to go nuts. But yeah, tiredness can always play a role here.
Yeah, we are.
We are tired, so imagine.
We are almost into the seventh hour of the game. So yeah, but these guys are in. One of the things you can definitely say about them is that they're both in very, very decent shape, and it shouldn't play as big a role in their games as it might in somebody else's.